Boys. Oh, wrong window. Hold on. Ah, boys. We're truly up tremendous. I hope we're all having a blessed, blessed, blessed day. Hold on, the VOD is up. We've got gameplay again. Boys, we are truly up tremendous. We're truly blessed. We are truly too singular, short, minuscule, minute, unnoticeable days from P3. Boys, we have almost made it while staying true the entire time to Ashes and Ashes alone. And holy shit, I'm so excited. Every day that it's getting closer, like, I'm kind of dreading the 24-hour stream because something tells me I'm probably going to die during that. But, like, I'm just so excited, man. I'm so excited to actually have content again. I'm excited to be able to share my screen. I'm excited to have gameplay that's synced up to what I'm talking about. And progression that's just not instantly going to get nuked off the face of the earth. And boys, I cannot fucking relay my excitement enough. It is insano style. So, as of October 2023, oh no! Oh god, no phase 3 launch? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I'm hoping someday soon they give us some information. Man, that pesky October 2023 update. Really withholding everything that we need from us. All those core things. It's absolutely tragic. Stompington, Leon, first in chat yet again. What a champion. Yo, Bragg, Jeff, Buongiorno, Dossington, Pierre, you want to come outside? Kirito, Keith, who else out there, boys? What up, guys? We're very close, man. Like, to the point where I deadass, I had the thought, like, what if I just take a day off and snap my streak? It's gonna be fun before P3 anyways. Like, I'm not going to. I'll probably do a shorter stream tomorrow. But I was like, what if I just don't show up for a day? Well, still waking up at 5:50 and go to work? Ayo. Wait a second, a 5:50 wake up and going to work. Bro, 5:50 in the morning? God damn. That shit would be an early day. Although, I used to get up, bro, unironically, I would get up at like 3 a.m. for my Starbucks opens. Back when I was running the store, and like that shit sucked because at that point the day is just so cooked. You've got to be in bed so early, like you get out of work and it's like you got a couple hours to do stuff and then you just have to full go fuck yourself. I hated it. I try to get up relatively early at this point. I mean, I'll be trying to get up around like 9 consistently, but I suck at it. So I'm trying to get better. And then I do stuff before stream. I prep for stream. I do all of the businessy stuff. And then I get on stream. And then I get off stream. And then I sleep and I get ready for the next stream. It's that grind. It's absolutely the grind. Although my sleep schedule's not bad. Not bad at all, if I do say so myself. I've been getting it way more on track recently. So, oh wait, Doss, did you get it? Oh no, Doss missed a T. Kirito has no points. Absolutely cooked. That's fucking tragic. The fake out on the points. There's a fake Kirito out there that has all of your points. God damn, you stay poor. Broke, stay broke. Hot dog, what up, dude? Thinks Doms was going for first, but he's short and bald. Came up just a little short on the first in chat. So he missed first and then he just like ran away. I don't necessarily blame him for that if I'm being real. It is what it is. Sometimes he has to hide and not show his face around here for a little bit. I get it. I do the same thing where I short and bald. But at the end of the day, we still accept him for who he is, not what he is. An abomination. I'm glad you got that first simply so he couldn't. Henry, I hope you're having a good day. Chat, do I do my first leveling route of the day through the Riverlands or through the Anvils? I might hit an Anvils solo prog and see how quickly I could get out and at what level. Because I do kind of just want to practice getting in and getting immediately the fuck out, if I'm being real. I think the Anvils has the potential to fucking slap if you get out ahead of the curve. So low-key, I think today we should just have every single person making characters and running through Anvil's first time UE up to the double mount turn-in. I'll be completely real. I think that is Bissington. Need to do another run as well. I still don't know where you make crates at. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I can show you the crates. I can show you guys everything. Wait, Slick Rick. What up? Who dis? Yo, Cypher. Good morning, my boy. Only 4'7", but I weigh 300 pounds. Dawes, no, you're petite. You're a little petite. Good day, sir. They yelled at me. They said Dusty. I am good now that I'm here. 48 hours to P3. We ran into somebody at the spawn. Slick Rick. He's a rogue. He seems like a nice guy, but I want to hate him because he's a rogue. Hold on. Okay, he seems nice. Rogues are scum. Yeah, it genuinely, it's just, it's a plague having rogues existing within the world. If I do say so myself in the least respectful way. Like, it is just, it's unfortunate that they're allowed to exist in the way that they are, if I'm being real with myself. Who even plays rogues in MMOs anyways? The fucking scumbags, man. Just no talent, one button fiends that have never done anything productive in an MMO in their goddamn life. If I do say so myself. At least. Bad people, that's what I'm saying, Zoppington. That is what I'm fucking saying. Also, Act 3's a bitch. Don't worry about the death too much, dog. Dusty sees all. Dusty sees all. Sometimes it do just be like that to a certain extent. Shadow dwelling scum of the earth. Literally too scared to show their hideous fucking faces. They're awful, man. I personally, I would be a better person if I didn't know any rogues, including Doss. Doss was the only rogue in my entire WoW guild that I put together that would actually use his kicks. And there's a reason Doss and I are friends to this day. Because Doss actually used his abilities in a proper fucking way. And that, well, that made me extremely happy, if I do say so myself. Did they do some lighting updates in the mountain here? Kinda seems like they did, if I'm being real. Because some of these sigils are now glowing bright yellow, yes? Did find Aussie later? Aussie is a huge find early, but like, anytime I played a Sork and my brother played a Sork, we didn't like Aussie simply because of the auto telly. Like the auto telly proc could kill you so fucking easily. You just have your cursor getting ready to telly somewhere and then whoop, you're insta cooked before you mean to telly, and then you're just in the middle of mobs and you're like, oh fuck, oh fuck, and then you get your stagger animation and then you're cooked. Then you're absolutely cooked. Strad, what up my boys? 789, dude. We are truly up tremendous. Yeah. The grind never stops. I hope it never has to. I truly consider myself extremely lucky to be in the spot that I'm in. I just leveled. And we're truly just, we're trying to get the grind in, man. We've got 2 days left until P3 launch. And once P3 launch hits, it is going to get very, very fucking hectic. Very, very, very quickly. To say the absolute least. And I'm just enjoying the time that we have, man. It's a little bit of the calm before the storm to a certain extent. And I think getting all of the reps in today that we can are going to be massive. Massive, massive, massive. So 790 and then 791 is quite possibly the biggest day that we've had in a long time, man, at least since May. And you know me, I love exciting days. I like having something to be excited about and be happy about. I think it's a super refreshing feeling when that does, you know, come along. And I definitely think once the 26 hits, we get a nice, smooth launch. And then we're up tremendous, boys. It's just a steady growth the entire time. And hopefully we don't run into too many problems along the way. Anything could happen. But, you know, I'm hoping for something good. Hoping for some positivity, at the very least. What's the difference between a T1 and T3 sub? That is a wonderful question. And usually, I have to pay motherfuckers to ask that. Yo, Stark. Thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. So, a tier 1 sub comes in at $5.99 a month. And basically, the tier of the sub determines A, what, of course, you pay as a subscriber. B, the emotes that you get. So there are some emotes that are like, you know, T2 and T3 subs. I try not to lock anything crazy behind those simply because I don't want people to feel obligated to T2 or T3 sub to have like something enjoyable, right? So there are emotes behind that, but most importantly, there is the Partner Plus program. So the Partner Plus program is essentially a way for streamers to increase their like revenue split from subs. So most streamers start out, well, every streamer starts out at a 50-50 sub split with Twitch. So Twitch takes half of your subs and then they're taxed on top of that. So, you know, most streamers will end up getting like fucking 30% of their subs in terms of the actual translation. So T3s are actually the most impactful for the Partner Plus program and provide the most what are called sub points to the streamer. So the streamer gets more money monthly from your sub, and those Partner Plus points can help get us closer and closer to the 70-30 split. So everybody starts at 50-50, and then, you know, Twitch takes half and then you're taxed. Once you get 100 sub points, then you move up into a 60-40 split, but you have to maintain that for 3 months minimum. And if you lose that, then, you know, you lose your split after a year if you don't get that back. So I'm at a 60-40. If we get up to 300 sub points, they're called, and these are only from tier 1, tier 2s, T3s, primes and gifted do not count. But essentially recurring paid T1s, T2s, and T3s are the best way to also support the streamer for that, you know, Partner Plus program, which gets us a higher sub split, could push us up to a 70-30, which is quite literally the highest sub split we can get. So a lot of good things come the way of the, you know, the streamer side for that T3 sub. Basically, streamer makes more and it benefits them a lot more as well. So T3's massive, but any form of supporting a stream is genuinely over the top supportive that, you know, most streamers, if they're not appreciative of any sub, in my opinion, are kind of, you know, just missing the point of it. So where can I download this game? Exclamation Ashes. There is a $100 cost to pick up a pack right now, but that does come with a 90-day period where you can get a full refund if you are not happy. So keep in mind that that pack gets you in through the remainder of playtesting all the way through the launch of Ashes of Creation, which is going to probably be in 2+ years. So you will, if you like it, get probably 2+ years of content. You're in all the way, no matter how long or short it is, right? And then from there, you'll also be able to have that 90-day period protecting you if you don't like it, so you can get your money back and you don't feel trapped in Ashes. Worst case scenario, you don't like it, you get every penny back. Best case scenario, you enjoy the game, you stay in until launch, you find a community you look forward to playing with, and you get a lot of content, and you can provide feedback on systems that you really do enjoy as a player. So I try to keep that in mind for people. Just remember that it is an alpha. It is not a fully finished, fully polished product. It's not a game. It is a playtest. It is in development, and we are on our end just trying to, you know, find as many bugs and help the development process as much as possible. So it's a really good time to get in because we have new servers coming up in 2 days, right? Also, James, what up, my dude? I see you sneaking in there with the Gambas. I hope you've been well, man. So 2 days, we have new servers opening up. it is, in my opinion, the single best time to get into Ashes for new players, simply because of the fact that you've got new servers. You don't have to come in being months behind the progression curve. It's a chance to pop in, see a lot of players active, see a lot of the changes for Phase 3, help test dynamic gridding and hopefully make that system better, and just really further the state of Ashes as a whole. So, if you have any questions like systems-wise or anything, please feel free, let me know. But I have 2,000 plus hours at this point, and I have a whole lot of fun. My entire community is very much looking forward to Tuesday. So as soon as Tuesday hits, man, all of our woes are gone. You guys actually get to, you know, see gameplay again instead of having to just, well, instead of just guess at what I'm doing. Like right now I'm running through the starting area and I bet you guys don't even know that. So I can't wait. Yo, Knock, what up, my dude? 26 can't come quick enough. Bro, what about the roller coaster that was yesterday? Holy shit. Emotional damage, like, to say the fucking least. My god, that was like an up-down that the greatest of fucking telenovela dramas couldn't have given us. Like, mega server announcement, no mega server announcement, community backlash, like, fucking half of EU coming into chat like, Dusty, hold me back, I'm pissed off! Like, bro, oh my god, it was crazy yesterday. I'm glad that people have their options, but EU will be dead server anyways. Pointless to open an EU server instead of a mega server. Yeah, I mean, I see both sides of it, right? I see the intrepid side of wanting to get all of the data that they possibly could from the testing process and keep it as valid as they possibly can. I think that's absolutely, you know, a massive thing, right? And if people were to have just been cool with that for a little bit, we probably could have got the most valid dynamic gridding data that, you know, would have been possible. Outside of that, though, I also understand EU players not wanting to get fucked by, like, the time constraints again of everything being on NA peak time, playing on a higher ping. Like, I totally get that shit. I absolutely get it. So I see both sides of things. I think I'm glad that people have the option to go to NA or EU, because we can always just decide, like, oh, hey, you're coming over here anyways. Oh, awesome. That's phenomenal. So that, I think, is, you know, probably one of the best things that we could have had happen. I forgot a fucking quest completion back here. I'm so mad. This is why I need to run through this today, so I don't have to double back at any point. But I think our goal is realistically to get out of the mountain into bonfire in like 10 minutes, I think is the time. Because if you're hitting everything, you can realistically go start to bonfire in 10. Forming a fresh leveling group, Anvil's focused if anyone wants in. Massive. We have a lot of people that are working on loops right now. I myself am doing new player loops at the moment, just so I can try to, I'm gonna do a text guide for people so they have something to follow along with today. Or at least like for their prog. So while I'm out here, I'm going to be kind of like compiling my favorite route and then just figuring out, you know, how we can get in and stay ahead of the curve. And then from there, we just keep cooking. So if I was to jump in new servers, what class should I play? Do you want high APM or low APM? Because there's quite literally a rogue. Rogue is incredibly high APM and builder spender based. So you have a class resource called advantage, and some of your abilities are augmented when you have advantage. So if you have 2 stacks of advantage, you can cast your backstab, which is a stab that does more damage if you're behind somebody. Low APM, I want to be blitz while I'm playing. Okay, cleric. Or mage, like cleric, mage, let's see. Ranger could be fun, but for you, like, mage or cleric could be fun as shit. Is there a warlock type class yet? That'll probably be a summoner mage cross if I had to guess. Summoner, Steven did say yesterday in Discord, Summoner's gonna start PTR testing in mid-September. So big poggly wogglies there. Probably looking good for October deployment at that point, if I had to guess. So that, I think, is just wonderful in itself. That's some of the greatest news we could have ever possibly received. So I would say, like, Summoner Mage would probably... What is with this lyrical shit? Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. I don't like lyrics. Okay, anyways. Summoner Cleric. No, not Summoner Cleric, I'm so sorry. Summoner Mage would probably be like the most Warlocky type beat, I would think. Although Cleric will also have death-based augments as an option. Alright, I got lost and just aggroed an entire fucking cave of these ramkins. Alright. Log out / switch character. Anyways, we're starting a new loop. So, I turned the wrong way there and got absolutely cooked. Delete. Delete. New character. Okay, let me catch up real quick. So, I would say right now, low APM blitz while you're playing. No responsibility. Mage. Mage is legitimately just going to be find freeze opportunity, hit freeze, and then shatter combo. That's it. Your entire functionality is freeze into lightning damage, into bzzz. That's it. You just have to manage your stamina and your movement stuff. And then from there, mage is pretty low APM. Also low responsibility because you literally just glass cannon DPS everything nonstop. So, someone asked, why would EU be dead? So they talked about their player splits recently, and the NA split compared to EU and other servers, it's 60% NA, 30% EU players, and then 10%, you know, non-NA, non-EU players in terms of the overall, like, registrations. So in terms of that, you also have to remember that a non-zero amount of EU players are also playing in NA communities. So realistically, the number of players that are going to be on an EU server are going to be, it's definitely going to be lower than the NA servers. So I don't necessarily think it'll be dead, so to say, because a lot of the EU communities that were over here for the mega server that are like the competitive EU communities are planning to go back to EU for this server period, at least for the start of phase 3. So with that, I don't think it'll be dead. I think it'll be noticeably slower and have noticeably fewer people, but I really don't think dead is the way that I would describe it. I do think NA pop makes sense that, like, those, you know, those servers would be much more populated having 60% of the pop over there. We're planning to go back to you. Yeah, that's what I've heard from pretty much every community, unless plans have changed. I mean, Flanker came in a few days ago and was saying how everyone was planning to go back to you. I think you're the only person that I've actually talked to that said they're not planning to go back to EU. Every EU community that I talk to, I don't know, like, maybe your guild is just an exception, but at least through stream, as soon as the announcement for a mega server went out, a large majority of EU communities were planning to, like, boycott and, like, make a statement and not play. That was, like, the common feedback. That's why it got split back into an NA and an EU pop, because a lot of EU players were fucking pissed. Yeah, like, maybe either I know your guild's plans better than you do, or your guild won't be going back to EU and will stay on NA as, like, the sole proprietor. But I talk to a lot of people on a daily, and from what I've heard, as Volk just said, all the biggest guilds will be playing EU. Yeah. That's what I've heard. So, but it's not actually EU server. Yeah, it is. What do you mean? It's EU West. Morning core allows work. No, it's NA East and it's EU West for the servers. Lotharia is EU West. We have this here. Yeah. EU West, not US West. So, yeah. Is there a PvP comp EU server? I mean, I don't make the rules. I'm not out here, like, telling EU guilds where to go. I just relay shit, dog. But genuinely, you are the only community that I've heard of that is planning to stay, if your community is planning to stay on Shoal. So I'd check in, to say the very least. I don't know, like, if you're, like, super involved with, like, the officer stuff or anything, if you're just kind of floating, but quite literally, most of the competitive communities, we have an entire EU guild staying on NA. No, I know, like, we do, But I know that a lot of EU guilds, like from the flanker and like flanker adjacent guild bunch that originally came over with that big PvP mindset. Yeah, our EU guild is staying on NA. Yeah, absolutely. But like a lot of EU guilds are going back to EU in terms of like that little competitive like sect of PvP guilds. Holiday's been dying to go back. Yeah, exactly. Those guys. And like, you know, that whole, like the original coalition, I think it was a lot of those people. So that's going to be a pretty big shift. So yeah. Like I said, I don't know how many other EU communities are planning to stay. Like ours that's in with cats is of course staying with cats. That's huge for us. We're very happy to have them as well. So that's a massive, you know, implementation of the community for us to be able to have here. Because there will absolutely be a carryover. So, how did the guild that split into 2 separate guilds and liberating 3 to 4 groups? I don't know, man. I just relay the info. And it's not just them as well. Like, I don't know why you're mad at me for it, dog. I'm just saying your guild is literally like, you are the only person that I have heard that's shocked that most of EU, like, competitive scene is going back to EU. Holiday was made up of various EU guilds. Yeah, so I mean, I don't really know where like the info is getting crossed or anything, but I'm just relaying the most up to date. I don't think there'll be like a lot of the competitive scene of EU over here, and I think that the big thing about it is with the servers going back to NA and EU, they're probably no longer going to adjust server time to actually, you know, to actually accommodate people, to say it like that. So we'll probably just get that same 8 p.m. EST server peak time. So any guilds that do stay over on NA from EU are instantly going to be sacrificing that potential like quality of life that was coming with that different peak time for you know, for sieges and shit. So it definitely will be tough. On top of that, like it's an NA server, so outside of the first maybe couple weeks where people are going hard, once the time slots formulate, the EU guilds that do stay over here would be primarily fighting EU guilds during EU time, and it would be a 24/7 cyclical server where it's like EU and then NA comes in and there's a Venn diagram of collision, and then you have your peak times for each community. EU time typically around 2 p.m. EST, right around this time, and then, you know, NA peak 5-6 hours later. So I don't know. I think that a mega server is really cool for the first couple of months, maybe. The couple of weeks, definitely. Couple of months, maybe. But naturally, we're not all just degenning 24-hour streams, taking weeks off of work, you know, all the time past that, right? So I do think that's kind of like the detriment of the global server to a certain extent. It does just kind of break down to NA fights NA, EU fights EU outside of the little bit of collision course early on in progression when everyone's degenning. And so it's cool in concept, but thinking about global time zones and people's lives and shit like that, I think that it's nice to have the accessibility for EU guilds to, you know, play on an EU server and not be forced into that, like, oh, wow, it's supposed to be dead time. Let me go out and gather by myself while all my friends are offline. Oh, it's NA peak. I can't do shit. And then from the NA side, it's like, oh, I'm hopping on early in the afternoon. None of my friends are on yet because they're all working and I'm unemployed. What do? Let me go gather. Oh, shit. I just heard somebody scream Moin from the June Dark and now I'm getting chased by 4 different countries. Like, it definitely presents its own challenges in terms of the... I don't want to say the econ, because the econ is probably pumping more efficiently with the 24/7 uptime. But like that certain element that's always been present in MMOs of like, you know, the server's asleep, let me go gather, let me go sneak this, let me play off peak time to kind of like, you know, snake some more stuff. I do like that being accessible for a lot of people. And I think that that's something that the global server did completely take away to the point where it was just like, playing outside your peak time? Fuck yourself. So I don't know. It's definitely a whole lot of balancing. Somebody asked how Bard APM was, by the way. Bard APM, if you're playing it properly, should be one of the highest. You are constantly rotating abilities, adapting to situationals, and Bard is also picking out very important targets and not necessarily just playing an element of like hear a call and just dump all of your damage. It's like hear a call on a target, you guys are going in, Bard's gonna hop in and potentially look to get a big mesmerizing dance on the enemy backline so they can't cast and they get an incapacitate. So there's a lot that a Bard can do. There's a lot of situationals, a lot of game awareness, a lot of APM. Definitely a higher APM. Would you say Bard Cleric are the most in-demand class for groups? PvE or PvP? Because PvE wise, it's your traditional like tank Bard Cleric that are in demand. DPS and PvE are a dime a dozen. You can just slap whatever DPS and it's functional. Because like, sure, you could try to optimize and you could run like, I don't know, fucking Fizz melee cleave or something. Or you just run a bunch of mages and just so like tank, cleric, bard, definitely most in demand there. PvP, I would say cleric, bard, mage, ranger are your big four that are in demand. Other than that, like if you have a really good tank, then that can be a big thing, but PvE, but I can bang PvP if I get rolled up on. Yeah, I mean, cleric's always a great option in my opinion. It's not the highest APM, but does have a lot of like playability, a lot of utility, a lot of like oh shit buttons compared to most normal healers. I think cleric tends to be a pretty active healer from what I've heard from all the healers in Ashes. So what if we got a cheese and chocolate fondue fountain and we just had different cookies and breads instead of meal prepping? You might be onto something, because we could do like breads and meats. Yeah, that would be massive. Although the chocolate fondue fountain might be bad. I'd probably drink the chocolate in the middle of the night and then come back and get chocolate face on the pillows, and that wouldn't be good. Arbsy, 2 days, dude. 2 short, sweet days filled with testing, filled with excitement. Bruh, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Hoofsy, good day, my boy. I'm a fan of the mega server for pop, but split servers because of peaks overlap, and I'm not a fan of a 24/7 server. Yeah, I agree. I think the 24/7 server most definitely functions in a different way outside of, like I said, those first couple of weeks of degen behavior when everybody is on 24/7. That's when a 24/7 server is going to function the best. That naturally makes sense. So I think, like, you know, looking at it from a long-term standpoint, I think it's good for the players who, you know, if you have a community of EU players who does play on that different peak or is willing to play on the different peak time, then fuck it. You have the choice to come to NA. But if you want to play on a server that's going to be built around an EU peak and it's going to actually be, you know, playable and convenient for you as a person, I fucking understand that. I don't even stay up till 2 a.m. for world bosses most of the time because world boss loot just gets replaced so easily. Like, that shit's kind of extra, to say the very least. So, I don't know, man. I'm not even willing to stay up a couple hours extra for a lot of content. I totally get people not wanting to wake up at like fucking 4 a.m. I get that shit. So, what's group breakdown traditionally for small scale group content? Just one bar cleric. So are you talking like just full group, like 8-person? Typical 8-person group comp, tank, 3 DPS, double with your bards and clerics. You can cut out one of the bards or clerics as you choose to. My recommendation, if you're cutting one out, would always be cutting out a cleric over a bard. Double bard is really good utility because you can have a perma mana battery and then you can have a damage buff, alternating in with some heals, throwing some shit out. So double bard is a really impactful support combo. If you have a really good cleric, you might not need the second one for PvE content, honestly, or PvP content, depending on the comp that you want to run. So there is a good amount of mix for most players, though. I would definitely say 4-3-1, like 4 supports, 2 bard, 2 cleric, 3 DPS, and then you've got your tank from there. And then PvP changes up a little bit, but honestly, it's pretty similar structure. I'm not even gonna lie. I would always recommend for like newer players, you know, anybody that's a little less familiar, coming in without a ton of experience, in a group that might be a little less good. I would definitely say embrace that double with your supports. Have those 2 clerics, 2 bards, and like sacrifice that little bit of kill speed for that extra bit of security and sustain. because it can be hard to actually maintain pulls at a very fast pace. And if you get pulled up on for PvP, always need to be able to survive that too. So, do we know what content or systems are dropping on the 26th? So 1-to-1, there is not a like guarantee that everything from the private test realm will come over for the live build, but quite literally everything in the game has been touched in some way on the 26th. So, yo, Clear, I was thinking with the I appreciate you. So basically, the private test realm opened up for accessibility to all playtesters back on July 1st. So if you have playtesting access, you have private test realm access too. So we've been over here a lot. The private test realm is on Unreal Engine 5.6. Dynamic gridding has been tested successfully multiple times. Dynamic gridding. We've got the crate system that replaced the cargo system, new movement system, new time to kill system, new econ system. Towns can go up to T4 now, which is town. So nodes can go up to T4. T3 nodes have had their layouts redone. Now you have apprentice tables that spawn in nodes. You have journeyman tables as your first built-in nodes. So quite literally gathering, crafting, refining changes out the wazoo. Completely new systems there. New requirements of material input, new processes. A lot has changed. I genuinely do not think there's a single part of the game that is untouched for P3 launch. And keep in mind that is just what we have on the PTR right now. Of course, logging into Ashes, it's still going to be Ashes. If you want to level the most efficiently, you're still probably going to be mob grinding pretty heavily as your primary emphasis. And that's probably going to remain true of Ashes forever, if I had to wager a guess. But questing has improved to the point where a lot of people swear up and down that questing is their favorite, most viable route for, for early prog before the mob grind. I'm not too sold on questing. I think that there are too many bottlenecks that can happen unless you're in an ideal scenario. Now, with that being said, we are also doing a lot of loops on the private test realm today. Oh, second starting area too. So you have your Riverland start, and then you also have your Anvil start now, spawning in Mount Dune for the Dunes and Kill Dwarves, and then you're able to decide if you want to go to Bonfire for the Nakua or Hammer Rest for the Junior. Bonfire brings you out towards Kaltorum, which is where our guild is going to be hit. So that is a very new, very engaging starting loop. I actually prefer that starting loop for the first time user experience for new players, just because it's a bit more linear. But yeah, anvils are in. Anvils are completely functional. Nodes are in the anvils, completely functional. T4 towns. Oh, vassaling for nodes as well. So when a node hits tier 3, it takes a T2, T1, or T0 as its vassaled node. It prioritizes nodes that are closer to it and tries to create, a network of connected nodes. And it's an algorithm that decides like the highest value node for the vassaling itself. So we don't know all of the clarity in terms of exactly how the vassals are chosen, but it's done automatically upon a node hitting T3. So essentially nodes are racing and like up to T3 right off rip. When a node hits T4, then it can take 2 T3 nodes. So there's a lot. Once a node is vassaled, it can't actually level past that. So essentially, if I'm a T4 node, I take a T3 as a vassal. You can't level your T3 also up to T4. Once nodes go up to T5, that's where your lockouts come in, right? So based on the vassaling system, that's how you have only a maximum number of X tier nodes on the world. So you have map UI updates, you have economic regions that are in from that vassal network. You've got a lot. P2 to P3 list. Anvils and Dwarf starting area, Guild Banks banger. 5.6, dynamic gridding, revised guild levels, and a guild leveling system. Crate system replacing the commodity system, or cargo system, sorry. Slash follow, so you can slash follow people when they're in your group now. Cosmetic skins being distributed, yes, as well. Flagging changes. Don't get me started on those. Those are a little bit, leaving me with something to be desired. It's only one of the settings, though, and I've isolated which setting cooks it. But yes, flagging changes, more weapon types, so you have your two-handed mace. We already had one-handed. One- and two-handed axes. You've got your rapier and your two-handed spear. I don't think I'm missing anything there. Reduced access to flying mounts. Wait, what'd they change about access to flyers? Oh shit, did they make it only for T4s? Oh, wait, I didn't hear about that. What's the reduced access to flyers? Only level 4s? That's a great change. I love that, actually. I didn't even hear about that. Holy shit, that's wonderful. Faster time to kill, yes. I think one thing on that, I think most archetypes do have the potential through gearing to push more raw mitigation and have less penetration. So I do think long term, as people embrace defensive gearing and don't just go, ooga booga, I need 330 power, and then realize they can Thanos snap people with 240 power, they're going to drop from their 330 power, especially as gear improves, and then opt for, my theory, is more of the defensive set bonuses. So you've got your Mend or whatever the fuck it is that heals you for like 4x your power. You've got your Aegis, which is, no, Bulwark, sorry. Bulwark's giving you the 10% mit. So like, personally on my tank set, I've been running Siphon Bulwark right now, but I want to go either Mend Bulwark or I want to go the shielding one and Bulwark, or not the shielding one, sorry. Ward, which is a 35% block chance, and Bulwark. So like, I think double defensives are very high value, and a lot of people are sleeping on those. How long we thinking P3 is going on for? P3 is going to last until the game is feature complete, and then we go into 2 short betas. My guess is probably like 2 years. But fresh start servers all but confirmed throughout those. So, yo, Dying Outside, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, let's finish these changes. TTK faster. I think TTK will continue to change as people embrace different gearing systems, different gearing sets, look at different set bonuses and compile those. I think it's a little early to decisively say we've solved the TTK, especially since as Grand Dungeons are added on, we'll have more loot actually available. So as a tank, one thing I'm really desiring is a light physical set that gives me, you know, light force or fortitude, honestly probably fortitude preferred, and then also gives me the either bulwark or gives me, you know, the fucking barrier, or gives me mend, the healing one. So those are kind of like the 3 set bonuses that I'm looking for on a light fizz set, because I want to get that light magic mitigation, I want to get the double defenses up, and keep in mind I play tank, but I really think anybody in the game, any archetype, could benefit from more defensives. So that's my personal thought on that. Gear, stat, and crafting changes. Massive reworks, by the way. Baseline distribution changes in terms of where your power scaling versus your like mitigation scaling is coming from. Set bonuses entirely changed, and now sets that are coming from Grand Dungeons now have active proc set bonuses with them. So that's also huge. Node level 4, vassling, separate keybinds for mounting. Yeah, different interacts for different like interact functionalities. They've also hinted towards different features with trees, giving us an indicator that they're prepping for additional gathering tools and functionality at some point. Let's see. Fall damage. Yes. Fall damage. Massive thing. That fall damage is going to cook a lot of people. Unstuck kills you for now. Yup. Rotating lawless zones. The lawless POIs are going to be very intriguing, although I don't necessarily know that they're going to be the most rewarding thing for people that are leveling, simply because of XP debt accumulation and having to work that off. Salvaging, tempering, target of target, new node rep system, rebalance, quests and commission rewards, account-wide citizenship, new caravan UI, new mountains, new mining, new starting screen and hide helmet. And then you also have in nodes those dynamic events that can pop up, so you can contribute different crates to those dynamic events that pop up, and that will help your node gain large chunks of experience. Oh, and construction houses, allowing you to craft crates within the nodes, but before you have a construction house up in your node, you have to actually make the crates somewhere else, put the crates on your back, and then bring the crates to the nodes, so your first building is almost always going to be a construction house. And that's, I'm sure we're still missing some other stuff, but yeah, it's, bro, it's a fucking YouTube video in itself. It is absolutely insane, to say the absolute least. Mackler, what up, dude? Ultra excited about P3. Me too. I feel like my job is getting way easier. I have been sitting here just fucking vibing constantly. I can't even show my screen while I'm playing the goddamn game right now. So I have to show this VOD from a few days ago. And since we've been talking about this, we lost a few minutes on it. So, dude, I'm ungodly beyond excited for P3 launch simply because of the fact that I'm going to be able to do my fucking job again. I can show what I'm talking about. People will have a synced up VOD. It'll be fucking phenomenal. I'll be able to progress. I'll be able to play with the community. Dude, as a streamer for this game, I am so fucking elated. And keep in mind, it's not like I just went and like, you know, just gave up on Ashes, and as soon as they were like, oh, it's gonna be a while, it was just like, I'll see you in 3 months. I'm streaming something else. Like, I rode this bitch out. We weathered the storm, boys. A couple other lads stayed here and held it down too. So, boys, I can't wait. What's phase 3? Phase 3 is the final phase of alpha progress. So, that is essentially when the game will become feature complete. That's going to be over the course of, my guess is 2 years. It's kind of like an until it's done type beat. They're not trying to rush it. They're not trying to launch with a ton of technical debt. But essentially, phase 3, we actually just want like a 15-minute rant about all of the things that are coming in with the phase 3 build. But very, very simply put, it is the start of 24/7 live server uptime. No visual NDA on any of that. So that's just, you know, out there in the testing environment. That is going to be a long-term progression-based server with hopefully minimal wipes throughout it. Now, they did all but confirm fresh start servers throughout phase 3, which was a theory that I had anyways, as our current level is, you know, level 25 for the cap. Level cap on launch is going to be level 50. We have secondary archetypes coming in 2026. We have the summoner starting testing on the private test realm in mid-September. So we have a lot of changes that will still be coming in. P3 is still going to be a long server, and we are still a good time away from launching, right? It's still going to be an alpha. It's not going to be perfect. But very simply put, we're looking at 24/7 server uptime, upgrades to every aspect of Ashes, to put it very simply, including an upgrade to the engine. We go from Unreal Engine 5.3 over on this build to Unreal Engine 5.6 for the phase 3 build. So it's, in my opinion, the largest update that we've seen since phase 2. The phase 2.5 transition was great, but that was intended to be a stress testing period. And as a result, the stress was very felt by the player base, to say the absolute least. So this should, in theory, be a lot better in terms of a launch than May 1st. So be streaming live footage from now on. Yeah, I mean, I try to prio like live gameplay and everything. This VOD was from 2 days ago. 2 days? 3 days now. Sorry. The end of Shoal. So this was like the last day that our live server was active. Right now, the live server is down until the 26th. They took it down on the 21st at 9 p.m. EST, and they just have everything killed for kind of like a prep period. But we have the private test realm active. So the next 2 days, our last 2 days until P3, we're essentially just going to be like doing starting loops over and over and over and over and over and over again over the course of the next 2 days, because we're trying to spawn in the anvils, which is the second starting area. That's got a much more linear starting process, a lot more quests, a lot more moving pieces. So if you don't have the best, most optimal route, if you make your character and go, wow, this is really pretty. It is, by the way. You're going to be behind. So essentially, what we're doing today, I am going to make a ton of starting characters. I'm going to run through the starting prog. I'm going to find the most efficient route that I can. And then I'm going to delete that character, and then I'm going to do it again. And by the end of the day, I'm going to have an entire text guide made for our entire guild that says, make your character, talk to this person, run out here, talk to this person, run out here, do this, turn this way, you know, and essentially just keep it as fucking simple as possible. So a Neuralink chimpanzee could come in on day 1 of P3 and then get out ahead of the curve with the leveling prog. Because questing is your best friend if you're ahead, and your worst enemy if you're caught in the middle or behind. It's essentially like a log jam on a fucking golf course. You can't get around it unless people decide to let you play through. And nobody's gonna fucking let you play through. Just very, very simply put. You're gonna have to fight for every resource, every kill, every quest. So that's a big thing. Very much enjoying yourself. Oh God, yeah. Oh, I have a lot of benefits though. So like, I run a community. I stream full time. So I've got a little bit more, you know, of the social fun side of it than someone just kind of like sitting in a room just grinding alone. And people always ask me like how I'm not burned out. There's not a full end game loop in right now. We're at a midpoint in progression with level 25 as our current level cap, right? So it's only going to get better. It's only going to get more holistically built out. Accessory systems bring a lot to your end game post max level gameplay loop because accessory systems are frequently where you spend your fuck around time. So I think that it only goes up. I very much already enjoy what I'm doing, so I'm perfectly fine being over here during like the down times because I came from New World. Like 3 years post-launch, New World is still trying to get its footing underneath it. And so I come over here and I feel like the foundation is already well established for Ashes. I feel like, yes, it's early on. Yes, it's incomplete. We still have a lot that's going to come and, you know, shore up our systems more. But realistically, it just goes up. Some changes will come in and we kind of scratch our head and we're like, the fuck y'all thinking? And then we play them and we're like, oh, okay, I get it. You guys are cooking, right? And sometimes we may not immediately see the full effect of the changes. There may be an accessory system tied to the system that's being put in that's really meant to like activate it and click those pieces of the puzzle into place. But that's kind of the joy of playtesting. We see the systems come in through our little pinhole that we have of development, and we provide feedback on those things. And in my opinion, as long as you're someone that's getting into the playtesting environment with the mentality of like, I want to make Ashes better for the time that it launches. And, you know, when it does launch, I can say, oh, I helped out in these systems. Oh, I provided this piece of feedback on Tank, because Tank's my main, that ended up bringing in some changes. Like, you know, our guild found a pivotal bug with this system, and we found this dupe, and the dupe got fixed, right? So things like that will be really cool to look back on when Ashes is fully launched, really successful. I mean, our community is going to be building constantly up until that point and through that point. Exclamation Guild for anybody that is lurking in chat, wants to join up with a multi-100 person community. But from there, like for us, it's, I always say it, but it's a 3 to 5 year plan here, not a 3 to 5 month plan. I've been streaming for 8 years. I'm not going anywhere. I played New World every single day for like 3 years. I've streamed, chat, today's 7, 8, 9, right? In a row. So I'm not going anywhere. The community's not going anywhere. A lot of people will come and go from Ashes in the meantime, but the good news is we're going to have an incredibly consistent presence here. And hopefully the entire time, you know, through the ebbs and the flows, I talk about it a lot, but you have a content cycle. People will come in, people will leave. Every peak, you want to have a higher peak, and every valley, you want to have a higher valley than your previous sets of peaks and valleys. And that's what we try to do as a community as well. You know, player consistency is always going to be something that comes and goes, and as long as we stay consistent on this end, we're good. We just grow over time. So that's our biggest thing. The game grows over time, we grow over time, community grows over time, and we're just in it for the long haul here. So I genuinely do have a lot of fun though. I would be mixing in other things on stream. This was the perfect time, like July 1st and now, to just jam sponsored streams in. I didn't do a single sponsored stream. I have some good ones too. I had some games that I played previously for free that were like, "Ayo, Dusty, we want to give you money to play the game now." And like, fuck, if I play it for free, why wouldn't I play it for $100 an hour, right? So from that perspective, I'm like, shit, maybe I should have. But I like Ashes and I like community building that much. So next step for guild crafters is hours of operation. Ooh, like we have our guild crafters open up shop each day. Wait, that would be fire. So we actually have like a set, our guild crafters will be active in this area, whether they're like leveling, whether they're plugging a global, whatever it may be, like making stuff from this time to this time. So then our entire guild just runs over if you need shit crafted. Oh my God, that would be fire. Yeah. We have actual like, you know, crafters setting up shop. Yeah, no, I like that a lot. The convenience of everything. So that's one thing I talk about as well though, but consistency is a big thing. Scheduling is a big thing in any regard, right? From crafting availability to people stocking up an in-game shop at that same time daily, because we're going to have people that are running econ. And keep in mind, the tech with econ and with player markets is we need to have all of our people start their player shops in KT incredibly quickly and be the first people to have shops, but also not let their shops expire. Because right now, shops are chronological order. If you were the first shop to open up in an area, your shop is always displayed first prior to any like keyword or item searches, right? So we need to have people immediately get over once our market's up, start their shops, So they're up at like, you know, the highest tier of it. So people that aren't keyword searching, that are just browsing, are like, oh, let me check and see what they have. And then those need to be used as our primary econ people, because it's basically SEO optimization at that point, right? So we get our shops set up on the front page, and then even when people are searching stuff, our shops are going to pop up first for people. So as long as we can do that, if KT is a new player hub like we think it will be, coming right off of a starting area, if we get all of our crafters in place. Dusty, I'm making plays right now. Did you want it lyrical or not? No, I fucking hate lyrics. Oh my god, no. Oh, I hate lyrics. I yap too much for lyrics. And like, whenever I'm listening to somebody try to talk and there are a lot of lyrics in the background, it's so muddled and like all together, and I hate it. Oh my god. Lyrical is like my nightmare. Maybe like at most I'm like, oh, like some harmonies in the background and shit, but like avoid lyrics if possible, right? And Big Iron. Yeah, Big Iron and Hank Trill are acceptable lyrics. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That is something that we always make an exception for. Big Iron is the OG Caravan song, to say the very least. Still stuck on Lineage 2, but I'll have to give this game a shot. Shoo, why not just come try it for P3 launch? You get a 90-day period where if you don't like it, you just get your money back and then fuck off again. Like, it's so ungodly safe. And I'm telling people, like, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I'm not paid to sell packs of the game. I make no real money selling packs of the game. I don't fucking care if people play or not. But I think it is genuinely brain dead for people to not try Ashes with a new phase start, a shotgun start for MMO players, whether it's in playtesting or live. If you play an MMO and you spawn in and hundreds of people are around you, it's gonna be pretty fucking dope. I'll be completely real. It's gonna be dope. Just regardless. It's an open world MMO. You're gonna see people everywhere doing everything, gathering, refining, crafting. Global's gonna be with people selling shit. Like, it's going to be very alive. Best case scenario, your pack gets you in until Ashes launches, and then it gets you $30 of kickbacks on a $100 pack. You get $15 in the in-game store for skins. Skins only, by the way. No pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience. And your first month of sub time when the game goes live. That's when the game launches. Full launch, no sub before then, only the $100. $100 has a 90-day period where you just get your money back if you don't like it. You don't lose anything. They don't keep a non-refundable deposit. They don't Molotov cocktail the soft convertible top of your car like Diddy did to Kid Cudi. You just kind of get your $100 back, and then you do whatever you want until it looks good to join, or you never join again. Intrepid genuinely tries to make it so ungodly safe for people to get into this playtest that I think it is, at least in my opinion, a no-brainer, if I'm being real. I think it's quite literally a no-brainer. If you were playing something else, and you're just like, man, I'm really fucking loving this. This is the perfect game that I'm going to play, you know, forever until I die. Then don't force yourself on Ashes. It's playtest. If you're at a point with a game where you're like, man, I'm kind of not feeling this shit. Like, I came over to Ashes because I was playing New World. I was averaging 140 viewers in New World, 150 viewers when I switched. I had it made. But I was burning out. I was quite literally dying inside because I would hop on every day. I would go into Outpost Rush. I would top frag in every single OPR that I did. And then I would go to wars, top frag in all the wars, and then I would get off. And that was every single day, and there was nothing more interesting to do, right? So I came over to Ashes after having my access for 11 months, by the way, and not playing for that 11-month period because I was just watching and waiting. I hopped in when I was ready to hop in instead of forcing myself in. And as a result, I hopped in with proper expectations. I hopped in knowing what I was getting into. And that made a huge difference for me as a player. I think it really helped set my expectations properly along the way. I think that it helped get me into the mentality of playtesting and progression of the game instead of progression of myself and my character. And thankfully, that allowed me to have a whole lot of fun with it. So I'm hoping other people can also get in with that same mentality, because if they can, it's fucking beautiful. So when the models look good and the housing's in, Ash is looking at a lot of players. I think the models already look like better now in the 5.6 character creator than they did in 5.3 for sure. Like, while visual acuity isn't necessarily the emphasis right now, I do like that we still see, you know, improved passes to those visuals as well. Sorry, I typed my character name. It's like, yes, it's not the emphasis to have everything perfect visually, and it's not going to be perfect, but I mean, shit. I was yesterday running along and saw the sun hitting a body of water, and it was just a super still body of water, and it reflected up, and dude, it was fucking lifelike, if I'm being real. Somebody else in chat was like, I don't know if I like the sun hitting the water in this, because it's quite literally too lifelike. They said it was too good and scared them. Unreal what they're starting to do with the visuals. And keep in mind, we aren't at the point of visuals. You don't want to be scared about visuals? Well, hear me out. I'm the biggest casual player advocate in the goddamn world. Fupo, what up, my friend? Also, Locke, hello, dude. Thank you for the hydrate. Your pizza was good, but it gave me the shits. Like, we still got some in the fridge, and I'm afraid to eat it, dog. I was up at 4 a.m. praying for my life. I don't even pray like that. I just been praying for P3 launch. I don't go to church, so I don't even know if anybody's hearing it or if I'm just playing with an unplugged controller or some shit. But I've been praying for P3 launch to go well, and I was praying for somebody to fucking kill me while I was taking a 4 a.m. shit after you bought me Domino's. So thank you again for the Domino's, but holy fuck. Let's not go down that route. Maybe next time, like, don't go for like some fruit. Maybe like a late night like acai bowl. Maybe good quality water. But something other than Domino's. Old man digestive system. Bro, I'm lactose intolerant, and my entire life, like, you need to understand, I have been playing video games since I was 4 as like an everyday thing, right? I used to wake up, I used to be awake late at night. Lion's Milk, thank you for the follow. I used to like be awake late as shit. And like, I grew up in a trailer, right? And I've always been a yapper even before I streamed. Like, I would just be in like vent, mumble, Discord, hanging out with people. And I'd just be talking to people, right? TeamSpeak, all that shit. And I'd always be causing a ruckus. Even when I wasn't talking to motherfuckers, I was talking to myself while I was gaming. I think I'm just mentally unstable. But my mom would like crack open the fucking door at like 3 a.m. She'd be like, go the fuck to bed. And like, trying not to wake my dad up, because my dad would have beat my ass if I was up that late. So she'd try to crack open the door and be like, go the fuck to bed, right? And I'd be like, all right, bet. And I'd slap the light off real quick, right? And then I'd just keep playing. And then when I slapped the light off, once they went to bed, I would go out in the kitchen and I'll grab frozen chicken tendies. I'd toss those bitches in some Frank's Red Hot, dip them in ranch, and that was just my midnight snack. I'd have a plate with buffalo tendies on it and with some ranch. And that was what I was doing at like 4 a.m. my entire childhood. So like, I'm lactose intolerant, and I punish myself because I like spicy food. I like cheese. I like everything. There's not really a food that I would turn down, if I'm being real. It's somewhat of a bad thing. Like, Z's a pizza hater. I don't fucking realize, like, I don't understand why. Pizza is an actual godsend. You can do legitimately anything with a pizza. You can put cheese on a pizza, meat on a pizza, sauce on a pizza. Can roll a pizza up and fuck it if you need to. You can quite literally do most things in the world with a pizza. You could probably assault someone with a pizza if you really tried quite hard. It's phenomenal. Pizza's the most dynamic food ever made. Yeah, absolutely. I think pizza and sushi are two of the most like dynamic things that you can have. Sushi is someone stole Strix's name and said vote Polar for mayor, and all nodes Aura supports Polar. Poor guy. Poor guy. But yeah, like sushi, you take fish, or honestly, fuck it, take meat, slap it on some rice, maybe some sauce, maybe some veggies, and you're up tremendous. Pizza, just fucking throw whatever on that shit. You're good to go. I feel like buying your pizza in general is assaulting you with a pizza now. Well, the thing is it assault if I opt into it? Like, if you're like, hey, Dusty, I'll gift you like 1,000 subs if I can just punch you in the nose. Yeah, that would over double my sub count. Yeah, you can, like, fucking suplex my shit for 1,000 subs. I don't fucking care. That's a lot of subbies, right? If you offer me a free pizza, I'm gonna take a goddamn free pizza, even if it means that I'm praying to deities that I don't even know if they exist at 4 a.m. while I'm just like, oh god. It was bad. It was one of those where, like, you wake up in the middle of the night and you feel like somebody broke into your house and just like stabbed you in the stomach. I woke up and I went to sit up the first time and do like the crunch to get up out of bed, and I was like, oh god, and I like couldn't get up. I had to like roll over out of bed like I was a fucking, like a board, just like I was a fucking rigor mortis body. I just like rolled over out of bed with my fucking arm up. The amount of alcohol I consumed that night was unreal. I don't even drink. I drank a probiotic shot while I was eating the pizza to try to stop the poopies. I don't think you understand. I went through steps. Now, it also doesn't help that I'm a man of ice cream. I really like ice cream. And it's like cheese and ice cream. I'm not gonna say no, but I'm definitely not gonna be happy about saying yes. You know, it's one of those things. Any huntable mount in the anvils? It's a good question, actually. Are there huntable mounts in the anvils, chat? Where are my animal husbanders at? What's your highest level person at the moment from your groups? Most of us are just doing the initial loop just over and over and over again. So one thing that I'm going to be trying to do over the course of the day, Fupo, is run a lot of the, like, you know, anvils, start, go out to bonfire, get mount as quickly as possible, and then once you have your mount, you're good. But basically, time to mount is going to be what we're trying to optimize over the course of the day, while also getting the most XP in the most seamless way possible. So essentially, we're going out doing different questing routes, seeing which quests would be super easy, seeing which quests would put us out of it's not dated in college too, time to mount. It's absolutely massive. So did you also never mind. We're not gonna talk about your dash only lasting a few seconds, but it's fine, hot dog. So, and yes, scene, I absolutely know that Kendrick banger, word for word, actually. And no, you're not gonna hear it. But it was like the one song during the Kendrick concert in Vegas that I was hoping for that we didn't hear. But holy shit, that was insane. Our plan is to start in the dwarf area. Yeah, I think the best thing is starting in the dwarf area while also having an optimized route to get ahead of the wave, right? It's like surfing. If you get behind the wave, you're not going to have any momentum. You're not going to have any speed, right? If you get ahead of the wave and you're able to just, you know, avoid all of that and stay ahead of it and ride it, right? Then you're going to have such a free path, such an uncontested path, all the way up through max level. And that starts, in my opinion, with the first time user experience and beating people through that. So, Cypher, what up, dude? Anvil's route number 2 of the day. So I did one, and then I kind of sat to think about my actions, and now I'm like, I can optimize it. Because there's a side quest that I missed on the way out, and I think that I can grab that quest. Leon pointed it out as like a make sure you grab this, but if I can add that to the rotation and still not be at time loss for it, that's the biggest thing. But if it's a quest that I'm thinking of, it's going to send you to the left side and take up a few more minutes. Literally, minutes turn into hours on launch. It's like you go into a hyperbolic time chamber, and or hyperbaric or whatever the fuck it is. Hyperbaric, yeah, hyperbolic is like exaggeration. But like a hyperbaric time chamber, right? And every minute that elapses while you're behind the curve turns into an hour of time for the people that are on the top end of things, right? They are just pumping while you are doing absolutely jack shit nothing, in that ceiling is separating from the floor very quickly because the floor gets held down by all of the mob congestion. The ceiling gets pushed up without resistance from the people that are ahead of the curve. So you're definitely going to have an incredibly large separation of those things. So yeah, it takes 2 seconds to dust off the ruins and it's quick first level. Yeah, I know, I need to have you show me that one because I think I skipped it last time. So I'm pretty sure that that's very valid. And that's kind of why I want everybody out here testing, because if somebody thinks that they find a god route, then I want to include that god route in the write-up, right? And if every single person gets the guide and has an entire day to run through and just do that. Right to the left, talk to the archaeologists. Like still in the starting area? Or outside of the, outside of it? Like in that first room? I'm in the first room right now. So I'll have you show me where it is. And I'll just kind of go through and not try to speed this one. I'll get the objectives and I'll see the fluidity of it. And then we'll go from there. But I really do think there's a lot of fluidity on the bonfire side. The only bad part is gathering the roots. You have to go back to turn that one in. You've got to get the roots, go back, turn that one in, and that's just a one-off. Other than that, everything's smooth. And you can usually get the roots quickly. But that's just like a 2600 XP bonus for essentially doing nothing. So, also, DOS, if you get good sound redeems, that's going to be a big one. And you don't always get the remains. Right. Yeah, so are the remains not like an interact and a prompt? It actually like picks up the remains and then goes away and respawns? Is that a big thing that we have to play around? It's a respawn. Interesting. Very interesting. 3+ minutes. Oh, fuck. You want a sound redeem of you saying you can fuck a pizza? Yeah, why not? I don't see a downside. You can. I think it's important to educate the people. Wood, what up, my goat? We're doing anvils runs. So everybody is getting on and working on routes from start to bonfire. Time to mount is the emphasis today. So we want everybody going through mount, start, get out, get mount, and then you're good. So goodness gracious. We got a lot of reps to do today. Reported the remains quest because the CD is a bit wild. So many people gonna miss it. Yeah, long cooldowns on those spawnables in the world are a big thing. It's 24-hour to go for day one. Yes. We hit that one. The next sub goal is a beer tier list because I fucking hate beer. So we have some people in chat who love beer and swear up and down that everybody can have a beer that tastes good and you just need to find the right beer. I think beer is absolute dog shit. So basically, if we hit that sub goal, we'll make a channel in the Discord where chat will be able to post their recommendations. Each recommendation can only be posted once, by the way. The recommendations by the end of the voting period that have the most reacts will be the ones that I pick up. We'll do a number of them. And then, you know, we'll tier list them. Now, is it going to be a tier list of what's good beer or what the least bad beer is? I don't know. Probably least bad, if I'm being real. Have you ever had a fucking what? A hoofsy with a lemon? I mean, I would. It'd probably be better than having the hoofsy without the lemon. A little citrus to spice things up a bit. Yeah, I'm a man of class. I've had a hoofsy in my time or two. Do that with wine at TwitchCon. Mars would love to do her Somalia presentation. What do you mean Somalia presentation? Like a sommelier presentation? Like a wine sommelier? Or like a Somalia where like they had a bunch of pirates and stuff? Like, is she gonna present us wine or is she gonna steal our boat? Sommelier, okay. I was like, is there wine from Somalia? And then I was like, no, Somalia is where the pirates were from. And you couldn't like drive a boat off the coast of Somalia for a while or you'd get absolutely fucking cooked. So, that missed second and fifth grade be hitting my grammar. Yes, I too remember late elementary school when we learned about the top sommeliers in the world and all of the fine wineries. Yes, social studies was an absolute joy. We did weekly wine tastings every Thursday in class. So yes, you did miss a lot, Scene. Absolutely. That was an incredibly impactful time. Oh god, after 3 beers I'm not tasting it anyways. Yeah, but you're drinking the whole beer. Like, you're probably drinking a drink, you know, to drunk 'em, get drunk. But I'm gonna be like sipping those shits. I'm gonna be absolutely sipping those shits. So, they're in Minnesota and Sweden now. Interesting. But I will not be finishing any of those beers. Took 1 minute to archaeologist from start to complete. That's not bad at all. Who are the archaeologists that you talk to? Where are those? You said directly to the left, but it's got to be like left after you go out, right? Out the front door and then left. So what do we have here? Wait. Did I run past them twice? Where the fuck are they? Are they all the way down here? Oh god. You know, I talked to her when we first got access to the place. Just a dwarf standing next to the statue. Oh, this is really out of the way though. Like, this is really out of the way. For 1200 XP? Is that going to be enough? It's 10 feet? I don't know what your definition of fucking 10 feet is, but that's much more than 10 feet. If I do say so myself, that's way more than 10 feet. That's not a bad one-off, though. Or like 100 feet? Yeah, and that's a lot for a Nakua like me. I have these tiny legs. I can't run very far. I can't run very fast. But I can run. Interesting. Okay. So now that we know where that is, we go back to character create, and then we delete the character, and then we remake the character, and then we run it from scratch. Do I fucking start stopwatching my runs like I'm fucking running splits? I don't want to do it like I'm running splits. Archaeologist splits gold this time, boys. I'm gonna fucking jump off a bridge. This next 2 days is actually gonna be the most mentally torturous thing that I've ever done. I would rather get milk boarded than just run fucking loops for the next 2 days. But the worst part is I'm too mentally unstable to do anything other than run loops and get milk boarded. So I'm literally like, bro, it's gonna be like a fucking hardcore playthrough when you get a, or not a hardcore, but like a hardcore speedrun when you get a bad fucking seed. Just like in and out, instantly. Instantly. Can anybody give me a sub? Wait, Kugan, you already have a sub. What do you mean? Also, yes, 2 days, dog. The 26th. We're up tremendous. It is truly a very good time. Like another. Wait, what do you mean another? I don't think you can have 2 subs at once. I think you have to wait for your first sub to expire, big dog. I appreciate the hype though. 2 months? I think your first one has to expire before someone can gift you another one. But keep your eye on the banana. Once that banana goes away, brother, then you will have the accessibility of another giftee. The only way I keep up a college GPA is avoid all history and math. Bro, history sucks dick. History is boring as shit. I don't know. Like, history's cool. and all, but the fuck I need to know, like, who the general of, like, the fucking Battle of the Bulge was that, you know, the said to not shoot until they were within range or some bullshit. I don't need to know that. My life doesn't change by knowing that. History is wonderful if you look at the right history, look at ancient humans, and it gets a lot cooler. I look at ancient aliens sometimes, and that's pretty cool history. That's kind of fire. Yeah, some history is cool, but like, I don't know. If I could rather, bruh, don't bruh me. The fuck do you mean? That sounds like K-Sheps is an alien. Sounds like somebody doesn't want to get found out. The Viewbots, they took him off of Twitch, but the extraterrestrials, those may still be here among us, boys. There's an imposter among us. Did you know the ancient Egyptians had batteries? Isn't that a theory? That, like, there were these big conduits and shit? The oldest piece of papyrus was a spreadsheet. Spreadsheet for what? Wait, like actual, like, charts and stuff? Because I would assume a chart would be much easier than structuring a full thing, because you just draw a bunch of boxes and then it makes it, you know, makes it make sense. Like, whenever I'm having manic ramblings and writing stuff down, like, if I'm being completely real, if I drew boxes around my gear set, it'd be spreadsheet. So, we still doing that shit, I will say. Rage bait? What's rage bait? That history is boring? Bro, what would you rather do? Sit and read about history or jerk off? Very simply put, I'm not reading about history each morning. I'm also not jorking it every morning. I'm trying to be a stronger mental man. But, I watch history videos at least once a week when I'm waking up. All right, how frequently do you jerk off? This might be a personal question, but how often are you smacking that ham? You gotta be there. I like a good jerk. That's what I'm saying. Would I rather watch the fucking, like, war documentary? Or, I don't know, jork it to, like, my top 10 plays in video games all time? I think it's creepy to jork it to other people, but I think if you make, like, really cool plays in video games, that's some good spank bank material. Have you considered that history is basically just jorking it? That's not true at all. I have tried to watch many History Channel specials and cannot stay hard throughout those at all. It's a problem. Maybe a few minutes at a time, but, like, they're very frequently too long and the narration just kind of dry. I'd rather read history than watch a video game montage. You watch my stream for 10 hours a day. That's immediately invalidated. Actually, I've only been doing 8s lately. You could watch history right now, but instead, you're watching me yap about how history sucks. And don't get me wrong, I'm not like, get the fuck out of here or anything. But very simply put, if history was that cool, I already watched all the good history videos. I'm waiting for more. Imagine you're caught up on all of history. That would be like catching up on One Piece. Oh shit, new episode of history just dropped, boys. Yo, honestly, that's kind of how I am with, like, fucking streamer related drama and stuff at this point. Like, it's my new doom scrolling. I don't doom scroll IRL shit because I don't really care about IRL shit. Like, honestly, I didn't know Canada was on fire until I was like, damn, why is it so foggy today? And people were like, Dusty, Canada's burning. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. And, like, I can't do anything about it, right? I can't do shit about that. So I just invest myself in drama that is fun to learn about. So I'll be seeing, like, a shitload of YouTube videos where I'm just like, oh, I don't need to watch this because I already know everything that's going on with the drama. It's been on fire the last, like, 5 years. Yeah, I ain't been to Canada in a minute. I remember needing to wear a KN95 outside for the forest fires one year. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I think Maine's been straight. I don't think we ever had it that bad. It's been, like, foggy as fuck a couple of times, but Zero will be over 26th of August. August 26th at 1 p.m. EST. I'm not supposed to really like history. I mean, like, some history's dope. Like, I'm sure you guys could hit me with like a bangaroni history fact where I'm like, all right, it's kind of cool, right? But like, I'll let the historians do the history stuff because they're the lexicons of it, right? I like video games more than I like history. And when I'm not playing video games, I like being outside. And while I'm outside, I mean, unless I'm going on a scenic walk that has like historical plaques, I stop and read those jits. But like, I'm not just out here history buffing. But I will say, I appreciate the people that are. I'm also not out here doing math because I'm borderline illiterate. But I appreciate those that do. Don't touch the grass? I've mastered the grass, Foop. Yeah, the grass works for me now. The grass gets stepped on, the grass gets lit on fire, it gets smoked. So it's you know, it quite literally it works for me. It's employed. I have to give the grass benefits. I have to pay its 401k. It's a lot. Just watched a video on the history of rubber use. Turns out we're on the brink of it being fucked. One bad airplane trip could destroy the entire industry. Rubber industry? Like condoms or like all of rubber? Natural rubber. Like the shit from trees? Huh. Why one bad plane trip? Do they just load the shit onto planes, or does one plane just have an insurmountable amount of rubber on it? And surely we can make like synthetic rubber, right? We can make synthetic everything at this point. We got synthetic titties. We got BBLs. You're telling me we can't make a synthetic rubber for a plane? Next to no flights connect from Brazil to Southeast Asia due to a blight. A blight? Like Dragon Age type shit? Like, what do you mean? They got like Darkspawn crawling up from like a chasm of hell? Or what do you mean a blight? A plant disease. Oh, that's way more lame. See, I don't really like listen to IRL stuff. There literally could have been demons crawling up from hell in Southeast Asia and I wouldn't have realized it. I'd have been like, God damn, that's sick. We got Isekai. Would have been fire. We can go back to killing horses for glue. What in the fuck? This is why I don't read history. What do you mean killing horses for glue? Who needs glue that bad? And how does horse equal glue? I don't really think there's a scenario. I think a horse is 0% glue. The synthetic stuff doesn't have the same properties. We haven't perfected it. All airline traffic would stop if we lost rubber. Because of the tires, like the landing gear? Or like what else is rubber on a plane? Just the tires? Yeah, but surely we could just get more tires. There's no other material that can do that. Interesting. Interesting. Literally nothing else in the world that can do what rubber does for airplane tires. They start recalling cars. Bro, you imagine like airlines just hire people to go around like fucking stealing tires off motherfuckers' cars? Like you just look out and your car is getting jacked up and they're not taking your rims but just your tires? I'd be fucking pissed. They'd figure it out if we lost rubber. It's $1 trillion industry. I didn't think rubber was that fucking common. I knew like tires were common as fuck, but I didn't think it was the $1 trillion. I mean, I guess any big industry at this point is going to be like $1 trillion. $1 trillion really isn't that much when you're talking about an entire industrial sector in today's world, but $1 trillion is a lot of fucking money. The rubber industry isn't in systemic trouble. Wait, Lockshock, did you get clickbaited then? Is it like a short-term thing because of the blight, and then once the blight goes away, the rubber is fine again? So Yamaha Auto was made. They went to war and forced Yamaha to start making auto shit with their musical parts. What? Those car horns be hitting some fucking notes. History's fucking crazy. What if everybody just chilled a little bit? Like, can we imagine how different history would be if everyone just like, I don't know, vibed? It was just like, okay, you know, it is what it is. We can all just have fun together. Bones, hooves, connective tissue provided collagen to make glue. Huh. That's weird. Fordlandia collapse. What is Fordlandia? And now we're doing everything we can to stop the blight from reaching Southeast Asia and also looking at rubber alternative resources. Interesting. The fucking rubber industry. So, is it in shambles or are we being propaganda baited? That is the question. Fordlandia was a town built by the guy who made Ford, Mr. Ford, in Brazil. So that guy can name something Fordlandia, and I make the recommendation for Dustopia for one of our Phase 3 servers, and it's outlandish? The fuck is this? Like, sure, Ford made a bunch of cars. Cars pollute the world and do a bunch of bad stuff. I made this Twitch channel. I've never even been suspended. I haven't done a single goddamn bad thing with this Twitch channel. Why can't I have Dustopia in my honor? I've done way less bad than cars. Cars have run people over. Cars have been stolen, so they enable car thieves, which is a crime. Cars create more crime than this Twitch channel. And we celebrate car people, but Dustopia is too fucking much. Dusty Peaks? Dusty Peaks would be fire. Absolutely, just a bunch of mountains where there's like dust blowing around. And then you just like, every few seconds in the ambient music, there's just like this disembodied yap that goes through about a random topic. It's like, I'm just talking about like, arenas will be instance gameplay modes. Freeholds will have many functionalities, including taverns. Like there could just be some echoes. Some very, very creepy hidden Easter eggs and shit. I'd help design the area too. Not many people are going to design the area that's named after them. I think it's a noble request. Are Dust Devils and Ashes? Only when I'm around. No angry tornado men in Westfall yet. But more mob variety. More mob variety will absolutely come throughout. So each biome is supposed to be unique in its flora and fauna through like gatherables, through mob spawns and everything like that. So you do have a couple of areas that, you know, we do have elementals in the game, of course, already. So up in the anvils, essentially some of the pocket dungeons up here are filled with not like dust devil elementals, but like little elemental dwarves. And the elemental dwarves have a really cool kind of like status effect thing with them, where if you hit them with cold damage, they take less damage, do less damage, and regen slower. And then if you hit them with fire damage, they take more damage, do more damage, and regen faster. So, kind of intriguing. Very intriguing. I think next area I'm most excited for is the Redwood area. Is that going to be Redwood area? That's going to be like over this way, right? I don't know what the fuck Redwoods would look like from the actual, like, from the actual tree land. Time to mount 15 minutes. They've shown concept art. Oh, wait, can you find a link? That's awesome, actually, because I know a lot of the community's original complaint with the tropics, not the tropics, I'm so sorry, the Goondark, was that the trees weren't like immersively tall and canopied enough. So if we have a redwood area where it's like, oh shit, it's kind of crazy, right? That'd be nice. Fupo's lazy. Thank you, Fupo. Always appreciated, buddy. But if we asked for a cookie, we'd always get a cookie. Busy testing naps. Yes, 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 I know. The nap testing is extremely important because sometimes the sun comes through this window and then sometimes the sun comes through that window, and you've got to test both of the windows, each side, and the sun's different every day. So each day it's a new set of testing so you can figure out which sun is the best sun. It's a lot, Foop, and you have a very busy life. You've got an incredibly busy life. It is important, Foop. Nobody's trying to devalue that. You are getting all of the nap data for those of us who can. And really, all of the, all of the people who are stuck in the rat race, all the people who are working the 9 to 5s or the 2 to 10s even, they can thank you for your hard work on the front lines. And it's genuinely like you deserve an award, an absolute award. So, lots of areas where you can fall your death. Fall damage makes me want to actually jump off a bridge. Like, fall damage is going to change how everything is functionally played. Now, fortunately, I've figured out how to avoid fall damage entirely. I done did it. I did the movement system. And we're truly up tremendous because of that. I'm excited for Sajoma. Why Sajoma? I'm excited for this area up here. Very, very, very heavily. I think this has such a cool fucking element of just like doom and mystique to it. I could honestly see this being where orcs are starting, that or Frostgrave, because the orc is all going to be about like mountains as well, I'm assuming, because you have your Vec that go up on top of the mountain and then your Renkai that go down, you know, off of the mountain. So I could always see like Frostgrave start up into Illyrium, like top northeast Illyrium for the Vec, and then Renkai goes somewhere else outside of the mountains, or even just a different split there. Would be phenomenal. Yo, Arrows, what up, my friend? Did you slash bug that, by the way? Wait, slash bug what? There are no bugs. What would we slash bug? Trying to colonize Sajoma for island parties. Wait, why are you trying to have island parties, Zine? The fall damage avoiding? It's not a bug. It's tech. I don't see a problem with it. I think it's working as intended. I'm gonna go fill up my water. Be right back. It's fine. It's working as... Sounds like bug. It sounds like I've outsmarted the system. Because technically, I'm falling from less height and I'm toe tapping. Toe tap, save lives, Fupo Headhunter. Not a bug, but a feature. The community is in agreement. If EU servers get saved, so does my fall damage mitigation. I'm just putting that out there. Be right back and let me do another loop. Hot Dog hit a, by the way, Hot Dog hit a 15-minute time to mount. 1-5. So, if anybody can beat a 15-minute time to mount, boys, you're up tremendous. I'll be right back. DustyWhy have returned. Oh, hello. Sorry, I had to take a tinkle. It was one of those water in, water out type beats. So, let's see here. Let me catch up real quick. Can't see Sajoma being much use at all for many hardcore players, so I want to take it over and make it a party island. Zine, you realize party islands have not traditionally gone well recently, right? Like, if you're trying to start a party island, you're gonna have to clarify a lot of things about the parties. It might just be easier to do like a landlocked party area. Maybe bring back like Great Gatsby type parties. Zine, we don't need to see the list. You keep your list to yourself. You just keep your list to yourself, buddy. We don't need to see that. Yo, Capone, how you doing, my friend? Is this game worth it at the current state with Phase 3 in mind? Personally, I think it's worth it for everybody to try 4P3 simply because of the 90-day refund period that comes with your actual purchase. From your day of purchase, if you don't have your pack, you get 90 days, no hours limit, where you can just get all of your money back if you don't like the playtest. So from my perspective, it's quite literally risk-free for 3 months. You can jump in. If you do like it, then congratulations. You can stay all through launch and get $30 worth of kickbacks when the game does launch. That's probably going to be early 2028 if I had to guess. Just as a content creator, I don't work for Intrepid. I don't have inside info. My guess is 2028, early-ish. But honestly, I think it's the most zero risk purchase in gaming right now, simply because of the fact that there is quite literally zero risk. You can hop in for the start of an MMO phase transition, a shotgun launch for an MMO, and have hundreds to thousands of people around you playing the game at the same time in a full open world MMO. So it's going to be incredibly fun, to say the very least. I think the biggest thing for people is just like, if you are good coming in and, you know, playing a playtest, that is the largest thing in my opinion. If you want something that's fully finished, fully polished, that's going to change up how you interpret things a little bit, right? But if you come in truly expecting things to be borked, to be a little bit janky, then I think you'll have a lot of fun just providing feedback and seeing things shape up in the entirety of Ashes. So if you have any systems questions, please feel free. But I just from my standpoint as a content creator, I've put in 2,000 plus hours for Ashes. I have a lot of fun over here, even through all the downtimes. Like, I streamed Ashes every single day since December 26th when I first came over here. So I have a lot of fun with it. Not everybody does. That's what the refund's for, but I personally enjoy it. A lot of my community enjoys it as well. So we'll always be here. John, what up, my boy? The big exclamation key today from the jet ski incident. Be nice. Does he has irritable bowel syndrome, and we need to appreciate his dedication to stream while experiencing major cramps. Yo, I do have upset stummies. Yes, exactly. Thank you for understanding. My tummy does hurt sometimes. The launch one is ready, not before. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's kind of why I'm thinking early 2028. If we think realistically, like, you know, 2 years for P3 itself to get up, you know, the feature complete aspect of the game, I think that's quite maybe reasonable. I don't fucking know. It could be way off, but that could hypothetically put us August of 2027. If there are 2 short betas after that, could do a couple months per beta, a few months per beta if needed, and then still launch in 2028. So I think that in itself is probably quite achievable. So whole second continent. Yeah, I mean, if they want to add areas quickly, they can add areas quickly. We saw a biome a month for multiple months. And keep in mind with their tech, it's not like they don't have any systems that, you know, implement their biomes, right? So essentially every biome that they do bring in, they're able to further their PCG tech that they use to actually create the biomes, and every biome comes in a, you know, further developed state. So theoretically, things increase kind of like exponentially instead of on a linear state, right? It's not like biome 12 will take the same amount of effort to put in as biome 2 did when that was going to be an extremely primitive tech, when they had to go back over the desert, add the secondary part of the desert. Just, you know, a lot of things to keep in mind with the development process of it. Well, a month they didn't have all the pieces in. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying the tech improves. So their tech that they used to generate the biomes the first time through started very primitive, and they use that for each of the biomes, and then they go back and hand sculpt as well. So as they add more biomes, the biomes get better when they're brought in. It's like the 10th time you cook something, it's better than your first time cooking something because you have the knowledge, you have the muscle memory, you might know how the flavor profile was. That's just how progression works. And I think expecting it to be a linear ramp up where, like, you know, biomes 12 through 18 take the same amount of time as 4 through 8, that's probably, or 4 through 10, that's probably not gonna be the case. I definitely think that we're going to see, especially with those systems that are supported by tech, and it's not all just, you know, hand done, single person done Techington. That's going to be stuff that grows with the playtest. So I'm pretty optimistic that 2 years will be a solid amount of time, but again, could be longer, could be shorter. They could absolutely just have shit click, and they could be in no time having second continents up. They could have the tech slower. So you can cook something fast, but at certain points you can't cut down on time because they need a minimum amount of time to cook. Things get quicker once you've done them multiple times. So like your prep time for food would be a lot quicker if you've prepped it before. Cooking the actual meal, sure, but prep is a large part of that. In terms of development, there's not a set stagnant time on anything. There's nothing that says they need to spend 4 months implementing this change. If it's a change that would take a different company 4 months and Intrepid does it in 3 days, that doesn't mean Intrepid's doing it wrong. It just means they found a different way to do it. So we've got to remember that once they've done something, it gets faster, it gets better, it gets easier for them to pull off. The third dynamic gridding test was better than the first and second because once they've tested it once they've done it once, well, spoiler alert, it gets easier to isolate things that are going wrong, easier to play around things that are going right, and you see progress. That's why the anvils came in a better spot than the desert did the first time around. So Steven could also just say that he doesn't like games anymore and pull the plug. Yeah, no, I say all the time, Steven could hit like a mental breaking point and just walk into the studio one day and just be like, hey, you're all fired, fuck you. And then Ashes is done. He could do it at any point. Fucking P-Dorf could come in distraught like, Steven took down the entire project. Dude, it could fucking happen. Like, I'm not ruling that shit out at any point. We've seen crazier. The Coney 2012 guy had all the support in the world to stop a warlord and ran around in the street with his cock out and then lost all his credibility. So, like, Steven could run around in the street with his cock out. Lil Nas X just did it, except he was in whitey tighties. Anything could happen. Now, is that going to happen? Probably not. I'd probably still play Ashes if he did. I like an eccentric developer at the top. I think it adds flair to things. But anything can happen. You know, things could go ideally. Things could go way less than ideally. The server could get RKO'd one day and never come back up. I'm not here to say what'll happen. I'm just here to speculate. I don't have any, all right. 4:15, I'm gonna accept the quest that we ball. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have any inside info. I wish that I did, so I could definitively be like, this is their plan. But like, really, I got the same info y'all do. I don't really bug Intrepid. I try not to get up in their business and shit, and I just try to chill out. So I stay to myself and vibe, to say the least. So everything that I have is simply speculative, the same way that you guys are, you know, on a speculative level. So I always say keep that in mind. I could be the most wrong that I've ever been about quite literally anything with this predict. It is all up for interpretation, all up for just, you know, anything to happen in the future, to say the absolute least. Where is the bow? Wait. Are the weapons despawning when one person takes them, or did I just run past the fucking bow after grabbing it in the same spot 30 times? Wait, also, Nelly! Good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You think so? Huh. That's less than ideal. They despawn? Okay. So we are going to have to pick up everything that we can get our hands on, basically. From what I'm gathering. It's all just caster shit. Okay, so like, it's not a long respawn to get that shit. Like, it's not the worst, but it is probably like a 30-second-ish respawn. So we come out, we go to the left. Let's go hit up the Venderoni. Hi, Socks! I am having a beautiful day. I appreciate you. I hope you're also having a beautiful day. I got outside before stream. I did some wonderful soaking up of the sun. And now we are 2 days away. Honestly, less than that, man. And we got the 24-hour stream. Yes, confirmed. For day 1, we did hit that sub goal. Next sub goal is me completing a beer tier list because beer fucking sucks. And chat thinks that beer is really good. And I disagree personally. So, 2 days until P3. Until everything becomes truly up tremendous, and boys, I don't think we'll be stopped. I think once P3 hits, especially with the 2 separate servers in now, this is going to be momentum for Ashes, to say the absolute least. That is just a big part of it, man. I think that if we are able to have a smooth launch on the 26th, man, that's what it's all about. Smooth launch that people can play. That's it. Those are my wish list items, if I'm being 100% honest. Anything other than that, I simply consider bloat and unnecessary, right? So, time do you think it'll actually go live at? I mean, hopefully 1. But I don't know. I mean, I'm prepared for anything. Shit, I'll be prepared for it to go live early if I'm being completely honest. I'll be here. So I plan to get on around like 10 or 11, probably closer to 10, and do a little pre-show, get people in, get people excited about everything. We'll be chilling. We'll be waiting for any news. So that would be incredible if we launched on time. But an MMO with a smooth launch, has that ever happened? No. No, I don't think that's ever happened in human history. So, I'm not expecting it, but I'm hoping for it, right? Prepared for literally anything to go wrong at any point. Now, I am on the whitelist, so we're all set up there. Like, I'm not too worried about it. We'll get through okay. For legal purposes, I'm not actually on a streamer whitelist. There was a conspiracy last phase. I just didn't get disconnected. But we have a lot of indicators that we could have a smooth launch. I mean, the biggest thing, in my opinion, that shit out last time was just that original server infrastructure that we had, and that has been implemented on so heavily since, you know, since P2.5. We'll also very likely we're going to very likely have fewer players in totality on the NA server. Now, it could have always just gone the route of a lot of players coming in. I don't know what their pack sales have looked like. I don't know what their active players are looking like in terms of new players. I definitely think we'll break over the 8,100 concurrent player mark, like, in total. I just don't know that NA will do it right off rip. Maybe that first weekend, though. But I'm pretty optimistic that a Tuesday 1 p.m. launch, because keep in mind, a lot of people did also get their time off fucked. So there are entire communities that are missing like half of their people for launch. So we gotta consider that as well. It's not like it's an ideal scenario all across the board where every community is just coming in full strength. It is it's pretty Scuffington. So the delay definitely hurt the numbers. I think it'll hurt the numbers like day 1, minute 1 on launch. I think the weekend will still be perfectly fine, but it's also going to be Labor Day weekend. So some people are going to be like traveling for Labor Day weekend. Some people are going to be vacationing. So there will be quite a few factors on Populous. I am pretty convinced that, you know, over the course of P3, we do see the population grow quite heavily, though. P3 is going to lead to the game being feature complete. Like, just simply put. The entire rest of the game is coming in eventually over the course of P3. And that is huge. It's massive. That is everything that we are quite literally here for. So as phase 3 gets closer to completion, population's gonna explode. The betas are literally just intended to be polish at this point. Now anything can change, but their goal is to have the betas just be a final coat of paint and polish on everything, and then we look into the launch. So I'm excited, man. P3's the entire next year at least. I think it's gonna be 2 years. I hope it is. We're gonna be getting fresh start servers throughout phase 3 as well. I think it's a fucking like certainty that we're getting freshies throughout phase 3. They all but confirmed it with the announcement yesterday as well. But yeah, I think there's no way that we go from the current state of econ and stuff to a feature complete state without fresh starts coming in some capacity. Are the bodies despawns? No, I don't think the body's a despawn. Maybe they fixed that with the Lost Explorer. Unless it didn't despawn for me, they're not. Okay, cool. That's one thing that we were curious about. So that's great, if I do say so myself. That's massive because that's going to take out a bottleneck, and the biggest thing with quests is bottlenecks. I think the biggest bottleneck that we'll run into is the roots, and then returning to Spiritus Tomumua. That's going to be a little bit of like a there and back, which is unfortunate. Wrong remains. What remains are you talking about, Willis? Are you talking about the one that's like on the... Oh my god, I hate that the like F spam doesn't auto-complete the quest. It declines it. Are the roots worth it for the time? I mean, it is 2600 XP. And if we're ahead of the curve enough, then it'll be great. But I think if you can't find the roots, then I don't think you do it. Right? I think if you can get roots, then that's massive. I think if you can't get roots, then you just call it good. Ton of other remains that spawn at the end of the stairway. The end of the stairway. Like, as you're coming out. I only found one, so I figured it probably wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know what their respawns are on them. Oh, I have like an invincible ramekin. I don't know what the respawn times are. I think the respawn times are relatively quick, but I also don't think that it's worth hanging around for 2600 XP, as that's going to be, you know, a few elite kills over the entirety of it. I think the big thing is definitely going to just be prioritizing getting out of the cave as fluidly as possible. Also, I want to see if there's still a bug in with the ramkins. Previously, I didn't do all of the ramkin kills, and it just gave me the completion anyways, which was a little strange. But I want to make sure that doesn't happen again. The big thing is going to be making sure that people interact with the map and the key once they get that, because that's going to give you a quest completion, and then that's also going to give you the map out of, sorry, the chest and the key. That's going to give you the map out of the chest, and then you have to interact with that as well. But that's going to give you a big jump, because I mean, if you miss that and you miss the roots, you're going to be out almost a full level of prog early. I'm already 3 3/4 right now, working my way through. And I'm basically just gonna run my way out at this point and try to get my completion on the map, because I don't know if they fixed the bug for the ramkins, but there are so many ramkins on the way out that you could most definitely just kite people, like kite the ramkins around, just grab 8 on the way out, especially if you're doing it as a group. That's gonna be big. So I think this is also a soloable enough first time user experience, so we don't necessarily need to rely on the groups. Everybody can get out, everybody can get their mount, and then groups shape up. So end of the stairway before the first Ember Spring, where you grab the root quest. End of the stairway before the first Ember Spring. Wait, what do you mean? Is there another remains that I'm supposed to grab for a different quest there? Where it goes into the full cave. Because there's like the first remains that gives you the chest, and then the second remains that gives you the key. Are there remains for a different quest? It's a whole different quest. Where did you get that different quest from? Read my last message, starts a new quest. Wait, so Roots starts a new quest? Do you have to interact with the bitch again? Like, after completing the quest? Is it one of those where it's like the double interact? Because that would make sense. I've been skipping that if that's the case. The double interact always cooks me. That's just the area. Wait, so it's before you get the Roots quest? Because I haven't had to interact with the remains or anything there. It's a quest that has you take the remains all the way to Bonfire and bury it. It gives you a magic ring. Who's the quest giver for it? Intriguing. Okay, so we definitely need to make sure that we're pumping all of those out that we can. Oh, wait. Yeah, you don't have to do all of the kills on the outcasts or whatever they are. Although, I'm noticing if you just try to sprint through this area, it gets a little hairy. A little hairy, meaning you legitimately may get cooked. Because there are a shitload of mobs around here. I'm hoping that I can leash these. Alright, so let's go back and include that other one. Died right before I got out of the cave. Yeah, the end of the cave is sketch, to say the absolute least. Now, it's also incredibly easy to get turned around, and I want to see what the leash ranges are. But that's quick. You could be out of the cave in under 10, genuinely. And I think that's going to be absolutely massive. Yo, Dev, what am I, dude? It's going fucking swimmingly over on this end. Today is essentially everybody testing their starting loop over and over and over again. Getting their character created, getting their name put in, literally simple things like that that can save some time. Making sure that they're familiar with that entire process. And then from there, going, spawning in, getting everything collected for quests, and getting from like actual character creator to outside of the cave and getting your mount as fast as possible, because we want to try to optimize our starting prog so that way we don't get ourselves into a spot where we're feeling, you know, very behind. We want to be as far ahead of the curve as we can be and have our pick of grinds, have our pick of areas to go to, and if we can do that, then it massively benefits the entire community, to say the absolute least. Leon, I see you over there. Grab like quest, we go. We go. So many ramkins on the way out. Yeah, there are a lot of ramkins on the way out. I think as long as you're hoofing it, but yeah, we also probably aren't going to be solo at this point, because like we will have a lot of people and our set leveling groups that are all going to be trying to get in as soon as possible. Yo, what up, Red? So with getting in as soon as possible, like that's going to help us a lot. And then familiarity with everybody having the muscle memory of the route. Like I go through, I talk to the archaeologist, I climb up on the boxes super quickly, I get the clean, and then I go back. Like, honestly, I'm kind of wondering if archaeologist clean is even worth it, just because of the fact that it's going to put you a minute behind in terms of that turn in and that run time. For 1200 XP, that's going to be a really low XP reward quest. And I almost don't think that I like it, because that adds close to 2 minutes. And I think that falling behind versus people that are going directly out of the cave is going to be real rough. Real rough. Minute won't matter. Think about everyone will download before you can get in. A minute will absolutely matter with questing. Yeah, that's why we're doing this, to try to be the first people in. They've also talked about the possibility of a pre-download opening up, and people aren't really gonna download before me because I have very, 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 very good net. I'll be downloading incredibly, incredibly quick. The first quest, no kills, gets you to 2.5. Which one? Just running through? Plus Qs if we get Qs? You only get Qs if you're late, and I don't think we're gonna get Qs. Dynamic gridding is probably gonna prevent Qs very heavily, because Qs are just based on starting server workers. So the entire incentivization is to just get the fuck out of there. The archaeologist quest only got me to 2. I don't know if I missed something about it, but that only got me to 2. And then you have your optional way out to, like, or optional on your way out to destroy the grablings. Pass on that. Then you're supposed to reach Melee's watch and start your quests there. I don't know if I'm missing something with the archaeologist, but that's only getting me 1200 XP and slowed the run out pretty substantially. That's just where I'm at. Like, I think the biggest thing is getting out of the anvils, because on the topic of queues too, if you are in early and then you get a queue, right? That's also very likely going to lead to you being on the server worker that's getting cooked the longer you stay. So, Architect is 2. I just made a new tune and it spawned me into cart and couldn't move. That's crazy. Brother got absolutely step-broed. Yeah, that I would definitely bug report that bad boy, to say the absolute least. I think you can skip killing the ramkin, by the way. I'm gonna try it this time, and I'm gonna try not killing a single ramkin and just running out doing the interacts. But I'm pretty sure Horns of the Enemy goes to its next completion state simply by you running through to an area. I think it's activated by the next area instead of killing the ramkin. I made it through with 30 health. Absolutely fucking massive. Keef. Accept. Then we go through here and we accept. Also, whoever was asking about, oh my god, I hate this buggy ass interact. I hate that I can't just F key and it'll select the first option and take me through the entire dialogue option. It drives me crazy. Anyways, whoever was asking about pack giveaways. Intrepid has done multiple pack giveaways recently. So I would definitely stay tuned on their socials. The terms of service don't allow accounts to exchange hands, you know, from one player to another or anything like that. So on the streamer side of it, like, we're not able to give away packs without those packs being at risk of getting Thanos snapped. And if we're giving those packs away in any like public capacity, it's probably going to get Thanos snapped. So in terms of the pack giveaways, I would say try to stay up to date on like Intrepid socials and all that stuff. That's probably going to be your best chance at winning one for free. But keep in mind, your pack does come with a 90-day period where you just get a full refund on everything if you're not happy with the playtest. So I'd consider that, as that is going to essentially make it risk-free for you, right? It's not like there's an hour limit on that. There's quite literally none. You can come in for 3 months. You can play as many hours as you want to. And if you don't like it, you simply get your money back. You're not locked in. You're not trapped. You're not anything like that. So from that standpoint, I think in terms of a giveaway, even if you don't end up winning one, over the course of the remainder of development, you're very likely going to end up paying a few bucks a month, you know, with your pack worth. And that's probably going to end up getting you 2+ years of content. Like, you're getting $100 translating into 2+ years of content from most guesses, from most people's standpoints. And I don't really know that there's a better deal than that right now, especially with the refund that does provide. I think that alone is one of the largest standalone things for new players. Is just like, all right, yeah, why wouldn't I get into it, right? Why are Valoons so ripped? Bro, they're the desert humans. They had to traverse to the desert. They had to go for a very long walk. They deal with all of that heat. It's naturally going to shred off some body fat percentage. They're just trying to do everything they can to stay efficient and stay yoked. I do also dislike that I can't complete quests while I'm moving because it registers the W input continued as something that's gonna like cancel my menu for some reason. That's a little strange, but this is, ooh, there's a pretty good line, I think, where you can avoid pulling most things. Agree? Absolutely. Yeah, it's a big inconvenience, but have you always needed to turn auto attack on at the start? I think so. I don't use auto attack personally. I don't think auto attack's ever been a thing by default though. Maybe after abilities it's on by default or something. But I've never used auto. Where are you at? I am on that last like little donut right now. I'm going over to the prismatic rod on the way out. So I want to see if I actually have to kill the ramkin or not, or if I can just not kill them on the way out. That's what I'm testing with this run, because I'm pretty sure a couple times it's procced without me finishing the ramkin. So that's what we're gonna check. Now, scariest part of this entire endeavor is not pulling all the ramkin. But I think if I just found what I think I found, we can avoid the bridge where most of the ramkin get pulled. So you can go to the left of that bridge initially. And then that'll avoid half of the ramkins, like the ones that are all on that bridge. And then you should just be able to continue to sneak through. If I had to guess. Yeah, looking pretty safe. Prismatic pool discovery is good. I think you have to kill them. They drop items. I'm gonna check. Because they drop like branded flesh or whatever. I never figured out what that's for. And then one of them drops like a ramkin key as well. So we'll see. We'll definitely see. I think I do have to kill them though, because I'm not getting it advancing to the state. Now, do you know if it's a full 8 of 8 that you have to kill? Or do you just have to get the drop and then it auto facilitates to the next point in quest progression? Because that's what it seemed like from my POV at least. Was just that auto progression. Also, massive tip. Jump into the water if the ramkin are chasing you at the end. And you're good. Ramkin key for the box in your quest items. I don't have a box. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so you do need to do the ramkins. Okay.
Dusty.
Yo, Crows.
With a name for our sub baby.
The sub baby is crazy. Yo, thank you for the 8 months, dog. I appreciate you. We need to come up with a name for our group, man. We gotta be clearing. Are you in my group? Wait, who's in my group? I don't even know who's in my group. Why can't I weapon switch? Did I not grab a weapon this run through? Oh, I didn't even grab a second weapon this run through. All right, well, I can vouch. Thought that's what the small key was for. The small key is to open the box that you get from the adventurer that you loot. So that's that key. You get the box from the first adventure. You get the small key from the second one. You open the box with the small key. That gives you the map. And then killing Ramkin for the 8 of 8 quest, I think has the potential to give you another key off of the Ramkin. If I'm understanding correctly. Did you find the Batcave? Yeah, it should pop up as a marker on your mini-map. Let's see. Branded Flesh quest journal updated. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, definitely have to kill the Ramkin on the way out. Definitely have to kill the Ramkin on the way out. What is that guy in game chat? Have his quest blue? Have his text blue? That's Jacob. GM Jacob's an Intrepid employee. So any Intrepid employees will have that little bit of a logo before their chats. And then they'll typically be Intrepid employees, GM, stuff like that. Took off on Wednesday. Ooh, that's massive. So are you playing the Tuesday might be scuffed, so I'm not taking Tuesday card? Or are you playing the I can't get Tuesday off? Because both options do exist. Open the box and get a map, but Ramkins drop another one that we don't know what it does. Right, yeah, I'm killing the Ramkins right now, so I'll take note of what it's looking like in terms of the drops. I got the branded flesh, still currently trying to get the quest completion though. I killed 2. Killing 2 more right now. And got 1 drop, another branded flesh. So we'll go down and we'll continue to kill. Eat. Eat. And we should hopefully be done with this very soon. I'm at 4 out of 8 right now. And I've got 2 more Ramkins that are about to go down here soon. And we're absolutely pumping overall. Oh, gotta trip you. Take a little bit less damage. 10,000 XP for processing 6 legendary Daffo thread. What? Wait, 10,000 XP for 6 legendary Daffo thread. God damn. How many daffodils did it take for you to actually get the Lego thread? Because that's insane. You read that correct. That's like an entire early level, right? I mean, it's Lego, so that's not gonna pop up frequently, but like 20. Bruh. So is like, is there a chance that gathering is actually it? next phase? Like, genuinely? I have 33 Lego thread. What? Something seems fucky there. Did Hot Dog just mob train onto me? Did I just get mob trained on? Excuse me. Like to speak to a GM. Also, mob's still stuck with you, El Bozo. They didn't even come back to me. Rarity targeting's gonna be massive. I can imagine, because there are some ways to actually test for it, or not test for it, but like look for it, right? You're just looking for those standalone nodes that kind of look out of place. Now, I don't think that's like a guarantee, right? But it definitely increases your odds. It's more like processing, is it? Interesting. So with that in mind, having a mob train that doesn't work anymore. Yo, low-key, they did put in another fix for it, and the mobs didn't snap back to me. I didn't get griefed at all by hitting a couple of your mobs. So that's kind of cool. Gotta gather the rarity, process the rarity. Right, but what if we conscript our gatherers to put on for the city and feed our levelers, right? So what I'm thinking is gatherers gather shit and put in, you know, mid to high rarity in the guild storage, and then as groups go back to actually like dump off their stuff, they just start, you know, a passive AFK refine along the way. And while they're out, they're getting the actual XP from grinding, they're getting, you know, what they need to, and then they come back and bing bang boom, we've got more refined mats, we've got bonus XP, we got a lot of things. What up, Blight? How you doing, Doc? What's great is I didn't do any damage to that either, so their initial leash is pretty strong. That's wonderful. Yeah, I like that a lot. If the actual, like, you know, aggro on first hit is enough to sustain through a few hits, that's gonna be huge. Now, it may also change as people get, you know, more well set up, higher power, having more of a direct threat generator. That could absolutely fuck with things along the way. But overall, I'm pretty impressed. I hit the mobs multiple times and didn't get griefed a single bit. All right, let's see. So we get our gathering tools. The gathering tool despawn is also gonna be a big cuck. If I do say so myself. Keep talking to that guy. There are 3 things to do. Oh, Rune Singer? Yeah. So you've got the Nexus Regulator. Wait, he only gives me one thing. He gave me the Nexus Regulator. There's 2 spots for tools or more. So there is the craftsman, he's called, over here. And that's right in Bonfire. He has his little camp where you can get all of the gatherables, or all of the gathering tools, and then he also has a couple large spawns right next to him, so if you're the first one here, you're good. Talk to him again. He gave me the one, and then it just says, we Nakua have endured and adapted much in our lifetime. We shall do the same on Vera, and then end dialogue. I only had the one option. Do I have to progress and get my mount first? Maybe it's like through Hema, because I'm going to Hema now. Hema has received everything. Let's see. Wait. Speak to the Ramkeeper. Okay, yeah. Now we go Ramkeeper. We're up. Ramkeeper is over this way. And then we're set. Wait, which way is the Ramkeeper? Ah, shit. I got juked. Oh god, I got turned around. Where'd they put this motherfucker? Oh my god, he's back here around the corner. Okay. We're up tremendous. Boop. Alright, south the Ramkeeper is. Yeah. He's around the left corner for Hema. Next to the Rams. I didn't see any goddamn Rams. Yeah, we got him. We're good. Okay. So time to mount is the biggest thing that we're worried about. And if time to mount can be brought down, I think that's huge. So what I'm really curious about though is like level prog as well. Wait, why does this say, this guy says you look like you could use a horse. Is this supposed to be like another mount quest? Interesting. Interesting. Is that second problem from the Ashes pickup that Dusty's skipping? I mean, we should be fine, right? What am I skipping in terms of a quest? I don't think I'm skipping anything. I'm pretty sure I hit this exit clean. Because I just, I completed everything on the way out. I completed the minnow, not the minnows, but the ramkins and everything. Those ashes that despawn. Think of magic ring. Oh, oh yes, it could be a chain off of that. Yeah, I need to see where the quest giver is for that. And what the despawn and respawn rates are for that. Yeah. Because if the respawn rate's OD long for that, that's like a get it if you can get it type thing. But I don't necessarily know that that's going to be the most replicatable thing, right? I'm going to start if you want to see where. Yeah. We do more loops. So, I'm wondering, until you have your tune logged out at the spot. Well, good. We'll run through this one together. I think despawn will suck on it. What is the ring? Like, what are the actual stats on it? Dev said, I know there may be too many things to explain, but what are the main things coming to the game next week with the launch of Phase 3? Oh, shit. Where's my where's my list? Chat. Who has that list from earlier? There's like a whole list that we went through, that someone posted in chat that was too big to fit in one singular message, even with things being abbreviated. The body that has a despawn starts a quest closure for old heroes, which gives you a stone runic ring, 158 magic power, 79 mana. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, if I'm being real. But if it's something that's irreplicatable, then that's gonna be tough. I haven't timed the respawn, but it's not quick. Right. So I'm wondering if we cut that out, if we cut out the archaeologist, and if we cut out the roots. Where are we at? Can we get a sub 10 pushed out with cutting out those three? Cause like, wait. Oh no. Guys, save your keybinds. You need to back up your keybinds. Hold on. /global @Jacob. Will the old workaround with the saved folder for binds still apply? Okay, Jacob just said clean install. You will need to redo your keybinds. But he just said the old workaround with the save folder binds will probably apply. So we're going to need to have every single person save their keybinds. Every single one, so you don't have to rebind. Confirm that you will need to rebind. I'll drop a tutorial for it by the end of the stream. So, we got it. No update for Phase 3, full new install. That is what Jacob said, yes. Clean install, you will need to rebind, confirmed by Jacob in global 10 seconds ago with a QQ at the end. Jacob is a gamer. We love Jacob. I did ask him if the old workaround would still work, and he said probably. So we'll give that a shot. Okay. Wait, so where did this come from, Hunter? Is this like posted in the Discord somewhere? Official P2 to P3 list. In PTR. Yeah, in PTR. In global chat. So, official Phase 2 to Phase 3 list. The Anvils in the Dwarf starting area. Guild Banks. Unreal Engine 5.6. Dynamic gridding, revised guild levels in both the tree and the acquisition of those levels. The crate system replacing the cargo system, which impacts, you know, economy the same way that caravans did, as well as the building process of nodes themselves. /follow for people that are in your group and raid. Cosmetic skins being distributed to people. Flagging changes for PvP flagging. More weapon types. So you've got the two-handed mace, the one-handed axe, two-handed axe, two-handed spear, and the rapier as all new weapon choices. Reduced access to flying mounts, with those only being available to tier 4 mayors now, town mayors. I didn't even see that change, but that's a big one. time to kill faster for now, but I still think that's going to be relative. I think people will slow it down naturally with gear because there's a certain point where people are like, oh, I'm dying fast, but I have alternatives, right? Time to kill being fast is when people don't have alternatives to slow it down. People have alternatives to slow it down. They just play like goobers. And as a result, it's very, very, very fast. So I die pretty slow. Gear stat and crafting changes, complete overhauls to the crafting system. Node level 4, vassling, different interact keybinds, which Steven hinted towards, you know, more interact types for gathering and stuff like that coming in. Fall damage, rotating lawless zones for the PvP zones, salvaging and tempering, target of target, did that already work or is that for friendlies? New node reputation system, which you have to be, you know, node rep 2 to actually vote in elections. That's going to take a pretty substantial input, only a few hours, but still enough to stop people from, you know, smurfing every election. Let's see. Rebalance quests and commission rewards, account-wide citizenship, new caravan event UI, new mountains, new mining, new starting screen, and hide helmet. And there's more that we also probably don't have. What's a crate system versus a caravan system? Keef! So basically the old caravan system, like that was the cargo system, I think it was called. So with that, it was your commodities that you would purchase from, you know, your hunting lodge vendor, and then you'd put the commodities on your caravan, and then you would just drive your caravan. So now you have to physically make these crates yourself or through another crafter using glint and materials. There are different types of crates, and you have your crates that can be transported for material gain, monetary gain, guild XP gain. So essentially you make the commodities now. There are different types of crates that serve different purposes, and you have the accessibility to make a crate and put a crate on your back and like walk around with that crate without being forced PvP flagged, or you can put multiple crates on a caravan and have a higher risk, higher reward with the actual PvP system in. Where's that at? The crate maker, that's up at Bonfire Trades. So where you used to have to go to get your mount initially, you run up the mountain around the big road and then you're at Bonfire Trades. The woodshop vendor back right on the right side of his building as you're looking at it, I believe there should be a crate guy. 2 sell for monies, 1 sell for citizens bucks, and 1 is a rare mat. Yeah. Starting weapons will be something you should be able to pick up, the very basic stuff on the ground. Oh wait, are you answering Ganja? Oh, Ganja, Black and Gold, what up guys? If someone's already talked or asked about this, but does anyone know if the vendors will be exactly as they are currently in the PTR? Will we have to craft our starting weapons? In terms of your like very, very starter weapons, those will be like pickable, upable on the ground, right? So you'll start out with your shoddy or whatever they are, like your rusty weapons, if you can pick those up on the ground. I don't have a longbow right now because it was despawned when I made my character, so I just ran through without the longbow, and I'll get one later on. So essentially, you'll find the very, very basic like tier 0 weapons, and then you can maybe buy from vendors or have crafted your early tier weapons that are actually like, you know, your level 0 to 10 weapons that are higher item level than 0. So your very first weapon you can find just readily available anywhere. After that, you're going to be looking at, you know, vendor acquirability or crafting. Vendors have been kind of hit or miss though. No vendors for gear. Margaret said in the Discord this morning. Nice. I like that a lot. Wait, so did they change their plan of vendors having like the tier 1 acquirable, or not like tier 1, but like your very low tier acquirable goods available? Because they talked about previously how they wanted to have essentially like your lowest tier of gear for each level tier available through that. But no vendor gear is massive. None of the vendors have starter gear. Good. Yeah, I noticed the no jewelry yesterday. I got kind of fucked by that, so I like that. That's how Ashes is supposed to be, in my opinion. There is supposed to be... I found 2 artisan weapons near the starting room, thinking we don't have to wait till Bonfire. No, they have some artisan weapons, like in the starting room for you, and then they have the artisan weapons out at Bonfire. So it just depends on where you're getting them from. And in my opinion, it is all about just getting out to Bonfire as fast as possible. I think, personally, I'm probably gonna skip the architect, and I'm probably gonna skip the roots and just try to linear zoom out, because at the end of the day, the first few levels are so quick from mob grinding, especially if you get to a good area. So I think we try to figure out the optimal route. I want to see exactly how fast I can get out of that starting area. And I think we cut out quests that have the potential to be bottleneckable, so to say, right? Anvil's jewelry is disgustingly good compared to the Riverlands ones. Really? What's so crazy about the Anvil's jewelry set? Is that just under jeweler? What do we have here? Stillglade versus Cinder Touched. Stillglade is health and mana, and then Cinder Touched is power and crit chance. Okay, for the earring. Stillglade necklace is crit chance and evasion. Cinder Touch necklace is health and mana. That's really good. Stillglade ring is fizz defense and max health, and Cinder Touch ring is power and max health. Damn. Wow. Yeah, those are really good pieces. Tendonite fragments and rough rime. That's not like the anvil start, is it? That's just using the rougher or the rarer materials, or is rough rime anvils? I have 75k XP worth of legendary daffodils. Is that like 1 to 8? What the fuck do you mean? Anvil's mats? Oh, cool. So Tendonite and Rough Rime are your Anvil's versions of like Ruby and Tin. Or some bullshit like that. Okay. Interesting. Reason why I mention it, you need artisan tools to get mount. Right. So spawn suck a bonfire starting might be quicker. Right. I think that it's probably best to have the locations of all of them really well marked out. Now, we could always internally draw a copy of like the starting area map and just like trace it. And then, you know, have that starting room with like, these are your locations for your weapons as well as your artisan tools. If anybody wanted to do that, that would be huge. And then just mark out like which weapons are where and which artisan tools are where, and plan it out from like, I spawn in, I'm looking away from the portal to exit the room, and then just draw out like that diagram with the labels. That would be huge for people to look at. And then once you get out to bonfire, that's also, you know, our goal with this is to be ahead of the curve. But 200 power between the 2 rings and 2 earrings. Yeah, 200 power is pretty substantial early. That's what, probably equivalent to what I have right now. I have, oh no, I have 1000 power right now. And that's 21, I have 1000 power rating, and that's 21.6 actual power output. So we'd get what, like 5 power or some bullshit from that. So I mean, that'd still be nice. Don't get me wrong, that's still going to be a substantial power jump early. Kindle Trace is depth. Yeah. The Cinder Touched is the early juice that we're looking at. Kindle Traced is healer stuff, right? Kindle Traced is healing power, healing crit chance. Healing power and crit chance. And crit evasion, power, and evasion. Earring's good. A couple of healer pieces in there as well, so that's intriguing. I had to make new weapons. All crafted weapons are almost double the starting weapons. God damn. So if we're looking at, what are we looking at? Brook Steel out here? No, that's copper and ash. Do we worry that, oh wait, this is cool. So when you go into a craft, so, yo, Zaruk, what up, my dude? When you go into a craft, I don't know if all of them have this, but under weaponsmithing, if I go to, like, Thornbound Briar Sword, it says requires wilderness, riverlands, copper ingots, ash boards, swords final touches. And then if I go to something like the Stonebark Root Woven Greatsword, that says requires wilderness and tabletop mountains. So I'm assuming tabletop mountains are intended to be like a direction of the anvils. So it kind of like tells you if it spawns everywhere randomly, or if it spawns in the anvils or the riverlands. So like sand carved is wilderness desert, because it's got copper ingots as well as date palm boards. So anvils is tabletop. Right, anvils is tabletop. Wilderness seems to be general spawns, because I think copper can proc globally, right? Or is that regional? And then you would need your date palm boards, which would be your desert representation. And then tabletop mountains for Ironhearth Sword. Those just include Tendonite and Eastern Hemlock Timber. Wilderness and Tropics. Can we proc zinc in the anvils? Can anyone confirm that? Copper, zinc through the anvils? Because it's showing zinc as wilderness as well, which would then correlate with wilderness just meaning anywhere in the world. And then Riverlands exclusive. No, because this just says copper. And this doesn't say wilderness. Weird. Riverlands, copper fragments, oak timber, basalt weapon mold, tabletop mountains. Wilderness desert, copper ingot. Weird. So it's saying copper fragments, riverlands, copper ingot, wilderness. Maybe that's because apprentice? And we like don't have it yet? That's weird though. That's really, really weird. So I guess we have to decipher like what those wilderness mats actually are. Because as of right now, that could mean quite literally fucking anything in the world if I'm being honest. But that's for my crafters to figure out. If I'm being real.
Ni hao.
Yo, Dez, ni hao, my boy. How are you? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Appreciate you coming through. The updated stuff today for the recipes to have separate mats. Yep, so literally everything's going to be changing right up until P3 launch. Zop, I do not envy you, my dog. Zop is our crafting lead, and well, crafting may be the thing that has been changing the most. And the most frequently. So we've got heavy core changes to crafting. We've got a lot. Every 3 days something changes. Your entire life is a lie. It's all just a shifting mirage of pain and misery. I know, dude. I feel for you. I'm so glad that I get to just say exclamation guild and then hit people and things. It's good here. So I'm grateful for you, dog. I'm grateful for you, for all of our crafters, because I'm too stupid to keep up with this shit. I simply pass things along and hope that there's good information that goes, aha. Tomorrow's also going to come with changes, and maybe even Tuesday. I think I'm going to sleep with a plastic bag around my head tonight. I love knowing nothing. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely awesome. God damn it, there's so much work. Dude, what if we learn everything and then just out of nowhere, they just like, fuck you, change it. I want to know all. We're never going to be able to know everything with Ashes, which is also part of the like, I don't know, it's like a hate fuck, right? It's like there's just pure anger that comes through, but you can't stop. And like, that's how I am with trying to min-max this thing. I know that over the course of time, I'm never going to be able to truly min-max Ashes, like as a whole. There will always be a million different tank builds and everything. But I really want to. I really, really, really want to. And I think I'll hopefully get a whole lot of content out of that. A whole lot of build guides. A whole lot of evolutions for things. I'm pumped. Especially imagine with the 4 total starting areas plus 2 more tiers of crafting later. And story arcs and more grand dungeon build outs. Because keep in mind, every grand dungeon build out is seemingly going to be what's providing those, you know, those active proc set bonuses, which is what most people are going to be building around. So we're going to have so much ungodly information that it's gonna be crazy. Now I will say I think they did a really cool thing here by introducing the set bonuses in the way that they did, simply because of the fact that previously you were going to have to go around place to place to place to place, just optimizing the fuck out of every piece. Something has 2 less power than something else, it's worse piece. Why would you wear that, right? Now, your incentivization being around set bonuses, that's going to mean that, you know, if you have a set that overall is good, that's what you're rocking. And you're going to be farming up that set instead of a million individual pieces and then still farming up some individual pieces on top of that. But those individual pieces aren't going to be everything that you're looking for. That is really fucking good. I look forward to that. We'll kind of like kid ourselves out with the individual pieces as we go, just here and there, finalize the build, piece everything together, and then just go from there, right? Which I think is quite nice. You know, you get your base set, you're active, you have a good enough weapon, and then it's like, well, I gotta go across the world because that's where my best weapon is, right? I gotta get the recipe, I gotta get some mats, I gotta get a drop, I gotta get all of it. So I really look forward to that. I think the gear acquisition process is gonna be huge. New Tune gonna check out carpentry stuff this time, see if I'm gonna like it or not. Yo, low-key, like, what if the play just becomes everybody gathers? Definitely gonna be a situation that you won't really care about the other corner of the world or even the other half of the world due to all the materials and gear being different, not to mention the name craft stuff. It's all gonna depend on what's available and the pricing and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And there will also be imported goods over the entirety of it too. Like, say, you know, there will be a lot of like but different items. So items that have crit power and crit power on them, right? But they'll have different allocations of those attributes over the course of the item. So you'll have those items that it's like, oh, I see the functionality of you, you're supposed to be big damage, but then there are 4 different weapon options where aesthetically there will be a difference, functionally there will be a small difference in terms of the min-max of it. So you could very well find yourself using something that's similar enough to make it work, or you could find yourself just running around getting all of your bis. So, I don't know, man. I look forward to it a lot. I think piecing together the gear sets is one of the most fun things, at least, that I have to do. Right now with this pre-P3 hype, we try to optimize routes, we try to optimize gear sets, acquisition of that, and it's kind of our contribution. Be too much to understand all of it, especially if you're trying to deal with keeping your node/guild castle all set up and defended and trading. Yeah, but I also think that it's not going to be like just individually sourced information. Like, when things go live, codex will exist. There will be ways to sort and search and isolate things. Debo just put up a full heroic river stalker set. That's actually nuts, though. Wait, the river stalker set's so good. It's fizz power, and accuracy. Bro, that's so fucking good. How long did that take you to farm, and what level did it get you to? That's juicy. But what's the difference on, like, isn't it 40 fizz power on normal, like, just gray river stalker boots? It's only like 10 more, 25% more. I guess the 25% difference is massive. It's with Lego thread and uncommon skin. Oh, that's the tech for the average. FK lot for pup and just pay instead of getting fishing. Thought carp would be a decent craft, just have to do boats. Yeah, I mean, carpentry is great. You just pump out boats, you pump out, I mean, caravans are still going to be an incredibly finite thing. Crates are also your earliest, like, easiest leveling of carpentry. So you'll essentially just be making the smallest readily available crates that you can. So crafting rarity weights have changed. I don't know about Codex being a thing at launch or their comments about their thoughts on data mining. We'll have to see. I mean, I think Codex will definitely be a thing, even if it's just community compiled information, right? Data mining, in terms of like an early leaks, seems to be the biggest problem. As Codex announced that they would have all of the information as soon as it goes live, it just won't have the information prior to it going live. So I think the big thing with data mining, at least from a practical standpoint that we've witnessed so far, is like, hey, we don't want you putting stuff out early, but once it's in, feel free. At least that's what we're getting. Codex said it'll update as soon as servers are up or shortly after servers are up. So, I mean, you know, you factor in a week after servers are up, no one's going to be 50 on launch. Maybe if there's a bug, but not based on the number of mats now, it's based on the different mat types. So with it costing Gremskins in one thread, the thread is worth 50% of the rarity for the craft. Interesting. It's not what I understood from Margaret's interview. I mean, Codex literally has an announcement on the site that says it'll be updated shortly after the launch. So I don't know if Margaret said something else or if Codex is going to get shut down if they do update, but they have in big red letters, I can pull it up, but they literally have an announcement that says we will be updating shortly after the launch. Hold on, I'll find it real quick. Ashes Codex. So there. So Auror's made it sound like they'll be cracking down for the full launch of the game, not phase 3. They're leaving it alone for now. Seems like they're not leaving it alone for now. Considering Codex used to have a PTR section and like PTR updates and PTR data that we were able to browse. Like prior to things going live, we would see things go out. And I don't know, that seems to be something that is no longer good. I mean, we used to have PTR data going out all the time. I mean, that's how I was getting PTR data when I wasn't in the PTR. Was a lot of like, just leaks, very simply put. Lot of information got out. But if they're cracking down on it for launch, then wonderful. But I don't necessarily know what they'll be able to do, realistically. Because even if it's not publicly sourced, I'll be completely honest, I get DMs daily with data mines. Like, multiple times weekly with like, hey, if you need anything, let us know. Everything gets data mined. Everything does. I'm not doing the data mining. I'm not saying who is. But a whole lot of motherfuckers data mine. And even if they don't allow it on Codex, this is just going to lead to the community gating the information. And certain communities will still data mine. They won't be caught. And they'll have the information gated. It's better to have information on a live public server being in an accessible environment than it is to rely on the information to be, you know, willfully spread by the community. Nothing's going to be willfully spread by a community in a competitive MMO. Very simply put, everyone will gate this shit. Everyone. So, see that people who act on data mining things, they might be Thanos snapping accounts because they're cheating. Yeah, but how can you prove that someone's acting on data mining things? You can't. There's no way to tell if I've seen a data mine or if I just have all of the information from people who are in those areas. There's really no way. If I have somebody data mine it, send all of the information to me in a Discord message that isn't the data mine itself, but is the information that I need in a typed out message of like, hey, this item is here, this item is here, this item is here. That's not fucking detectable. I can then say, oh, I had my friends who farmed in these areas tell me that this is here, there, and there. Bro, you can't fucking Thanos snap an account for knowing where to go. That's unreasonable. That's not detectable. Now, maybe if I come on and say, hey, look at me, I just data mined this entire thing myself, then sure. But if somebody data mines something and then says, hey, Dusty, there's a really good weapon for you here. It has these stats on it. And then I come on stream and say, oh, chat, we know this weapon exists because somebody farmed up the information. I'm not fucking at risk. Fuck that. If they Thanos snapped an account for cheating because of knowing information, that's nah. This entire game is going to be about that. People will always get privy information first, whether it's through a communication network, whether it's through data mining, whether it's through anything. Now, I'll be real. A lot of the information that people have on the PTR and through phase 3 is from data mining. So, just depends on how they want to handle it. Depends on what you do. A new dungeon that just opened and no one's been to, and you cross the world because you know it can drop this stuff. That's going to check out the new content. Yeah, what do you mean? So if a new dungeon opens and I have the information that it drops something good, so I cross the world to go do that new dungeon, I'll be banned? No. No, that's ridiculous train of thought. That would never happen. They can easily drop fake items that bait people that only data mining people would know. Yeah, they absolutely could. They 1000% could, but there's also no way to tell if I data mine that or if I heard it from someone who heard it from someone who heard it from someone. And if you're banning people for hearing data mines, then that's like arresting someone for witnessing a theft. That's also not going to happen. The only logical way that they would be able to tell is if I said, ooh, look at me, DustyWhy, data mining on stream. I could data mine off stream, get on stream, not say that I data mined the info, and then just have the info and be like, chat, me thinks there's going to be something really good here. Let's get a group. I've heard there a lot of hype around this opening up. Let's check it out, right? Knowing that there's something damn good over there. And even if it's a fake item, I'm not going to go over there and be like, oh no, looks like this doesn't exist. And even if I said, oh, I heard this item exists and it's a fake item, and they're like, how'd you hear about that? Well, someone told me that it existed over here. My chat debated me. That's not detectable. That's not a thing. Many scary trust other info if you don't know what's in the world. They can't ban someone for knowing information. That's zero chance. If they put something in the files that exclusively said, if you see this, you die, bro, they can't actually act on that if somebody told someone else that told someone else that then told me that there's a file that says, if you see this, you die. Like, that's not a thing. That's completely exaggeratory and inflammatory. There's no fucking way that they can stop somebody from going into the files, reading those files, and then spreading that information to somebody else. They absolutely could if they want, seeing as they have complete discretion on the amounts. They won't. They could shut the entire game down. They could ban me for talking about this. They fucking won't, because if they did, that would be the craziest decision in human history, and that would be absolute paranoia coming from the development standpoint of like, how do they know this information? Like, they would spend more development time trying to throw off data miners than they would just accepting that data mining is going to exist, whether it's private or public facing. We will have the info. I will have the info. People will not know where I got the info from, and the info will be distributed. And you want to know what the craziest thing is? Guilds that aren't even in our network send us the info, because everybody just shares the shit once they get it. If it's not on Codex, people just go, hey, Dusty, you seen this yet? I swear to God, it's that crazy. It comes from someone who comes from, or who like found it from someone else, who found it from someone else, and I could be 8 people down the chain. There's no enforceable way that they're like going to actually do anything about that. And the only scenario is that they try to stop it from being public, and then certain communities have such an ungodly advantage because of it being private. It's really, it's that simple. And you also have to remember, not every community is going to have someone fully transparent with things, right? Not every community is going to have a streamer or multiple streamers. There are communities that are entirely behind closed doors. Spoiler alert, that's most of the competitive communities. There's no way to know what they're doing. There's no way to know what they know. There's no way to track what their gameplay movements are on the grand scheme of things, unless you were quite literally intrepid and get tipped off to something. There are ways to make it so it won't happen. Do not think it's a thing that's important at the moment for testing. I think that it's, from an ongoing standpoint, something to be aware of, though. I mean, I think that there's not a huge detriment to it being available in a public forum, since it is guaranteed already available in a private forum. Like, just extremely simply put. Every community that wants to have the information has the information, and them spending time worrying about it being public is time that I'm spending worrying about a meteor falling on my house midstream. So I'm looking out the window and I'm like, anything in the sky? It doesn't fucking matter. So what's the point of even obscuring it? Just let the information go. I don't think it's a big deal. Like, sure, maybe some players' immersions will be ruined if they see the data mined info early. People see spoilers with movies. Sorry. Like, I just don't see a problem with it to the point where it's worth spending development time fighting data miners. Because you're either going to have them public or private. Very simply put. And then something like Ash's Codex, this is a community-made source. This is a compilation of known drops. You don't need the data mining for this. You could just have a bunch of people farming and sourcing the info once it goes live and then update Codex manually. That's not data mining. So if their focus is data mining, well, Codex is the same as Wiki. It's just items instead of systems. And there's no argument about that. This is all manually input. This is all done by hand. This isn't some automated scrape and repost. I don't know, man. I don't see a difference between Codex and Wiki. I'm being completely honest. I think if they're against Ash's Codex, they have to be against Ash's Wiki as well. And Codex is simply the same exact thing. It's a resource on what's available through known things in the game and community compiled information. What I missed, are they against Codex? They're against data mining as a whole, and Codex may suffer for it. So what Hunter was saying is basically like, Margaret in the interview that she did with, I believe it was the Nice interview, they talked about data mining and how they're against data mining, and they're going to crack down on it more for launch. But very simply put, you can't crack down on something that everyone can do behind closed doors, and cracking down on it is just time spent on something like that you can't really police. And taking steps to prevent that stuff from being known when it's just going to be compiled as soon as things launch anyways, it's an arbitrary extra step of fake obscurity that's not going to do anything. As soon as that goes live, there's either going to be a spreadsheet or a resource that has every drop compiled anyways. It's either going to be a Codex game or it's going to be a spreadsheet game. And let's be honest, in fucking 2025 or later, people don't really like spreadsheet things as much. We want a little bit of actual, like, quality of life, right? We're going to get this data either way. Yes. The only thing that they could do is just not let us view game files somehow, but people are still... Panda. People are still going to get the files either way. It's just going to be in a public environment or in a private environment. And I genuinely think that it's time spent worrying about the boogeyman. Like, it's literally like worrying about something that probably isn't even a big thing. Been trying to figure out how to hit you this whole time. Have you considered the Asmongold buff where like you can't be hitting the starting areas until a certain level? I don't know if you can PvP like right in Lionhold Samias, right? They put in the Asmongold protection, like the Tom Brady Tuck rule. Such a shit day to release on. Some people have to work for a living. All the unemployed get a head start. I mean, or people that plan their time off with their work and have benefits. I would say overwhelmingly our community, the people that are starting on time, are people that like took time off work or, you know, planned that and are actually getting paid for their time off. So that, I mean, you don't need to shit on other people just because they have work benefits. Don't need to be mad at people that can play. Be mad at Intrepid, but don't be mad at people that can actually play the launch just because you didn't plan out time off. I think that's a dumb mentality. Launching on a Tuesday is good for a myriad of reasons. We also have to remember that, much like you talking about your job, Intrepid also has jobs. So them launching on a Tuesday allows them to be in office for the launch. Launching at a solid time like Tuesday at 1 p.m. EST is also going to limit the flow of people in, so they have more of a smooth onboarding. It's an inconvenience for people that couldn't get time off, but also if you're playing an alpha, then your emphasis probably shouldn't be around being rank 1 baddest of the bad. And if it's that important to you, then you'd probably find time off. That's kind of how I think about it. If you really wanted to be, you know, rank 1 baddest of the bad, farmest of the farmed, right? Then you'd find a way. You'd take the time off. You'd play anyways. It'd be more important up your scale. And if you don't have the time off and stuff, then don't worry about it because it's an alpha anyways. It's going to wipe. It's not like this is the full launch of the game. It's not like this is a release. It's phase 3 of the alpha. I'm putting that out there. I don't really think it's the end all be all of like, well, shit, 4 hours behind on progression of an alpha. Golly. I don't think that's going to be a big thing to be mad about, man. Especially like a week into progression, it won't really matter. It won't really matter. This half launch, that's not a term. You just made that up. This is simply a step in progression. This is new servers, but this is also not the final set of new servers that we're going to see through P3. Like, we gotta keep that in mind too. They all but confirm fresh starts throughout phase 3, like in their post too. So you get through TTM. What next? Finding which pocket dungeon doesn't want to make us jump off a bridge. No one's saying it's end all be all, but your ego response just killed it for me later, dude. Brother, you came in with an ego and talked about how all the unemployed get a head start and then got snapped back at and got offended because you can't think of a logical response. That's not me egoing you. That's just you being an idiot. You're mad that you didn't take time off from work. And then when someone says, well, why didn't you take time off from work if it's that important to you? You say that it's an ego. Brother, just get a job that gives you paid time off if you don't get paid time off. That's not an ego, that's life advice. If it's that important to you where you're coming into a YouTube chat mad that they're launching on a Tuesday because it impacts you, then change your prioritization so it doesn't impact you. Allow yourself a little bit more freedom in your life. That's not ego, that's me caring for you as a human being. You're angry about a Tuesday launch of an alpha, and yet you're saying I'm the one with an ego for saying, well, if it's important, just take time off. I don't know, dog. I don't think that's an ego response. I think you're just a silly, goofy goober for getting so mad about it. Is that not fair? Like, can you articulate 3 things that are substantially going to be negatively impacted in your life from being just a little bit late to the alpha launch? Because you probably can't, and that's not ego. That's just me saying, brother, like, games have launched on Tuesdays for years. Yeah, it's very common for things to launch on Tuesdays. And as I said before, if something's important enough to you, like if it is legitimately life or death, if you make the launch or don't make the launch, then just take time off, call in sick, literally wake up in the morning and go, I'm dying, I can't come in, and then just get on Ashes. Bro, nobody's fucking stopping you. And if you get fired, well, then Ashes clearly shouldn't be as important to you because you got other things to worry about. That's life. I don't know. I think that's a realistic take. Send a text and turn your phone off? Yeah, literally. If they fire you for getting sick, then just file for unemployment and then play more Ashes. I'm helping you guys right now. That's not ego, that's life advice. I don't know, man. It's not launch the start of an ongoing development alpha. It's the launch of phase 3, Fupo, and I'm gonna launch your cat ass into the sky. Can you imagine if we punted the void? That would not be nice. That would not be nice. Who are you talking to? Somebody on YouTube chat that was very angry that they didn't have time off for Tuesday. And like, keep in mind, we also have people who like got cooked because they took time off for May 1st. And then also took time off for August 4th and then ran out of time off to take for the launch. And my response to that was, yeah, that sucks, dog. We'll catch you up though. Don't worry. I hope you enjoyed your other vacations. Like, maybe I need to be a little more empathetic, but I think that's also kind of funny as shit. Just from my standpoint, I think it's kind of comical if somebody got like 2 unwanted vacations, because I just think of them like angrily sitting down to play Ashes on their time off from work and being like, I should have fucking gone to work today. Stupid fucking delays. Stupid fucking Steven Sharif. Time for pizza? Bro, you'll be regretting that in 4 hours. Trust me. You're going to hate that shit. Very, very simply put. Dude, I was praying to deities that I didn't know existed in languages that I didn't know I knew. You must be careful. You must be careful. Bunch of BTO saved up. Maybe I should use it on Tuesday. I mean, might as well. Being completely honest, fuck it. Like, that's kind of like, that's my take on it. If something's important enough for you to be like physically upset about, right? Then just make it happen. Like, if I really, really, really wanted to, I don't know, do something or go somewhere, I'd find a way to make it happen, right? If it was, you know, life or death to the point where I was physically upset, right? Then, you know, I would do it. Take the time off. How much you work will never be remembered. Yeah, unless you're an intrepid employee, and then if you take time off work, nope. Get back in the studio. Nets on the windows, locks on the doors from the outside. You're not getting out. Take time off from work unless you were an intrepid employee, and then you work until you die at your desk, and then they will replace you with another worker, and your sacrifice will be remembered. We'll have a little plaque for you in game somewhere that someone will interact with. Yes. Anyone other than intrepid employees take lots of time off. Yeah, genuinely. I mean, I'll be real. I put in a lot of hours for companies that I no longer work for. And you know how many of them to this day come in and support my stream now that that's my new thing? Absolutely none. Fuck them. They filled my position as soon as I left, and they still function properly to this day. They'll be fine without you for Tuesday if you really, really, really want to fucking play. If that's ego, then I don't know what to tell you, dog, but they'll be okay. Coming to replace you before your obituary's printed? Yeah, obituaries be expensive as shit now, too. Because you gotta do the digital and you gotta do the newspaper itself. And, like, newspaper space, that shit's not even getting read. But people just be clipping it for, like, retro vibes. So, took off 1st August launch, couldn't swing 2nd August launch. It is what it is. Yes, but what about 2nd launch day? But yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Does it suck for people that really wanted to, you know, play on, you know, the start of P3 that aren't able to? Yeah, absolutely. Is it worth those people coming and being like, everyone that can fucking play is unemployed? Well, most of the people that are playing probably just have really good benefits and just texted their boss and said, hey, I'm taking a day off. Like, dog, I worked in fucking food service and shit and we had paid time off. I don't know what is more intro level than waiting tables and getting paid time off. But, like, if you show up for more than 25 hours a week, you're probably getting some PTO that you can use for important things. Maybe. Maybe. His 609 subs? Yeah. It's been a big push the last few days. We are recovering, to say the very least. We got to the lowest sub count that the channel's been at in well over a year in the, you know, phase 2.5 exodus. So we are well on the way to recovery. On May 1st, and like early May, we were very quickly approaching 2,000 subs. So we got a lot of room left to make up, a lot of ground to gain. But I'm confident that with the launch and hopefully with the P3 being in a good spot for a lot of players in the future, hopefully, you know, we get back up to there and beyond with a lot more viewers, a lot more subs, a lot more people just seeing the game in general. So that's always the big goal, man. We just keep growing the community any way that we can. Do keep in mind that we might be delayed like the other starts of phases. Would be nice to start at the state of time, but we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think it's very reasonable to assume that something won't start immediately on its projected time, especially with MMOs. I mean, as Fubo joked earlier, like an MMO launch going smooth, that shit just doesn't happen. So while I'm hoping for it, this is a goddamn alpha, right? So we gotta prepare for a lot of things in terms of the you know, the potential of it all. So we're guilted into not using PTO here. Yeah, I was told that I was too lenient when I was in management because people would call in and they'd be like, hey, I'm really not feeling well. Is it cool if I take a day off? And I was be like, yeah, we'll cover you. And I got told that I was being too lenient with people and I needed to make people come in more through their time off. Like, not through their time off, but like when they were sick, I needed to push them to come in. And I'm like, bitch, I don't want to get sick. What the fuck you mean? Then I got to take my time off. Like, what the goddamn hell? That's not the vibe. Do we know the server starts on Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday, 1 p.m. EST is the projected start. So, when I got a corporate job and I could just email in sick, game changing. Oh, I bet that was a wonderful opportunity. No face-to-face would be phenomenal. Phenomenal. Yeah, I had to go through so many channels when I was a store manager to like call in sick because you need to have a proxy covering your store that day. If you didn't have a proxy that was fit to cover your store, then you weren't able to, like, you know, call out and shit. So company's pushing you as a manager to have sick people coming to work, then the company can go fuck itself. Shout out to Starbucks. Woo! Greatest company in the world to work for. They completely siphoned my soul. Yeah. I have never wanted to unironically, like, perma-sleep more than I did when I was working for Starbucks. They will quite literally just run through people and replace them because they know they have massive pull. They pay you out the ass. They give you profit-based bonuses. As a store manager in Maine, I was making over 100K a year with total packages and stuff, but I worked there for about a year and a half before I actually, like, was having mental breakdowns related to work. I would wake up in the morning physically sick because I was sleeping about 2.5 hours a night because my phone was always going off. Literally from the end of the night, you know, all through the morning. We'd have our openers, you know, getting up at like 3 a.m. calling me that they couldn't come in, so I'd have to cover an open after closing the night before, getting home, getting in at like a fucking 11, and then getting all squared away. So yeah, it was I would not recommend working for Starbucks unless you are absolutely soulless and have no other ambitions in life other than being a Starbucks store manager. So yeah. If it was Starbucks, it was just some dumbass area manager saying that. Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely our area director into our district manager into a lot of other things. But keep in mind it went above that as well because my store, despite being the 3rd to 4th busiest store in Maine, pretty much every pay period, was not granted an assistant store manager because Dustin's doing so good there. He's grown profits so much. We wouldn't want to, like, you know, take him off his track. He's got it under control. Bro, I actually never wanted to, like, take a fucking chair and just grah, like, so badly when I heard that shit. I was like, brother, I'm pulling like 65-hour weeks and I'm throwing up at work. Like, I need y'all to come through. You got this. Yeah, their big thing was, you're doing all the right work. You're doing everything that you should be doing right now. Like, bro, it was, oh my God, it was so fucking soulless. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Carla just got home from work. I'm going to refill my water and say hello to her and then tell her to not grind League. I'll be right back. She's probably eating all the ice. boys, we're back. I love you all. I hope you've been well. I have returned. I got my shelf. A little tiny smoky. But we're good. Oh, we refuse to actually pay for another manager, so let's just milk our already overworked manager. Yeah, I mean, the good news about it is I hit mad bonuses. Like, they did love the fact that I took that store from like almost closing to, you know, absolutely cooking. Made them a lot of money. But yeah, it was rough. It was rough. But it's amount I got from pre-order years ago. Wait, Wiz, which mount did you get from your pre-order? Because they've started distributing those bad boys. So if you're over on the private test realm, or if you have it downloaded or want to check it out before phase 3 launch, you can always come on over and you might have your mount. The Firefox looking one. Oh, you bitch. Oh, that's such a cool mount. Fuck you. It's so good. Dude, they have some awesome mount skins. They got this one Blastoise looking motherfucker. Like, I love that shit. I can't wait to get my mount. It hasn't been added in yet, but I look forward to the day that it is. It's gonna look great when it is. So, recovering a failing store in retail makes you a god that they send to another failing store. Dude, they wanted me to do an NSO! Which, for those that don't know, it's a new store opening. Like, they legitimately... They were like, oh, you did so well. Would you want to go start up a brand new store from scratch and bring a little team with you? And I was like, no. No, I wouldn't. I didn't even want to be a store manager in the first place. I was in the assistant manager program and you guys pulled me up before I was ready. Saving a store and opening a brand new one is a different talent. Yeah. Like, honestly, the biggest thing about opening a new store that would have sucked for me is like the organization. I'm not the most hyper organized person, nor am I good at visualizing things from scratch. So like it's very hard for me to just like conceptualize like an empty room, or like, I don't know, Corla and I were talking about color schemes for the stream way back in terms of like a rebrand that we're looking for, and I was like having such a hard time even visualizing anything. But like last night I was wearing my yellow hoodie and I looked and I saw yellow and I saw a bit of blue and I was like, damn, that looks really good on stream. And we decided yellow and blue for a rebrand. So like, I'm very bad at visualizing things without that extra little prompt, so to say. So it's tough. Visualizing floor plans from nothing was a strength of mine. See, that would have been huge to have. Used to go around saving stores. Yeah, we had, so when I got to my store, they were called an ops coach. And they basically were in my store, like trying to help get everything squared away. And when I took the position, I was told that I would have the ops coach there to like help out with everything, and kind of get it all squared away, right? And so that was part of the reason why I took it. They were like, we'll have an ops coach that's helping you with your actual, like, you know, your store operations and stuff like that. And then we'll have somebody from staffing, from corporate staffing, and they'll be conducting all of your interviews. They'll be doing your hiring for you, covering you there. They're like, all right, dope. That's awesome. Now, my dumbass did not get it in writing how long it was going to be for. So the bad part about that is that I get there my first day. My ops coach is there, and I dap him up, and I'm like, yo, what's up? Good to see you. Good to be working with you. We should probably sit down at some point and kind of like come together for a collaborative, like, you know, long-term plan. Get everything back on track. And he goes, brother, long-term, I'm here for like a week. And I said, oh, fuck. It was that moment where I just, like, you ever get yourself into something you just know you're in too deep at a certain point? That was that point where it hit for me. I was just like, oh, nice. I'm cooked. After this week, everything's going to shit. Everything's going to be on fucking fire. So, just make sure I'm not being dumb here. Well, you are, but you can still ask. Crates for running 2 Caltorum are just the regular crates you make from carpentry, yeah? Yes. It should be just those general crates that you're making from carpentry. What up, Donut? Yo, Scooby-Doo. How are you doing tonight, dude? Oh, what the fuck is this? Moonstrider Mule. Oh, that looks cool. What the fuck? What is that? Is that cheese and meat and grapes? Thank you. Looks delicious. It's like a Chattahoochee board. We're up tremendous. Thank you. Excited for P3? Dude, I'm so fucking thrilled for P3. Not only like immediate P3 launch day, right? But also the just updates throughout it. I mean, Steven had mentioned that we have a November milestone patch, which is typically indicative of something fucking huge, right? So thinking that we have P3 start in a couple of days. We have a few months to get familiar. Honestly, a couple of months to get familiar. And then November milestone is going to bring in an entirely another aspect of it. Thank you, love. On my foot pedals, flag, block, and what else? I would personally, like, what's your objective with your foot pedals? Is it just convenience, or are you looking for functional inputs to minimize movements? Because ergonomically, I think having your modifiers on a foot pedal would probably be the biggest thing, at least one of them. So like a shift modifier, something that you're going to be interacting with an incredibly frequent amount. I think a mod is always very, very nice. Outside of that, you could always... Hear me out. I have manual in terms of like my auto attack, right? Now, I don't use a full auto, but it's on my front thumb button. You could always go the route of not holding down your auto attack, but pressing it for every input and putting your attack on one of your foot pedals, and then you just have really, really strong legs after a couple of sessions. Ow. I was just acting out the motion and kicked my desk. But yeah, it'd be like, you know, Marty in VR, but just for your calves instead of the whole body workout. So that'd be cool. Your pedals are all shift to control. I don't use pedals. Yeah, I just keyboard. Literally all of my binds are on my keyb in terms of abilities, in terms of movement, all of that. My left hand does fucking acrobatics on a daily basis, to say the very least. I'll do a sub goal to play with a hand cam on at some point if people are interested, but usually in most games people are. Because I play like vert keyboard and very low sense, so a lot of people will just watch me PvP and see like super flicky, super, you know, wild movement and everything, and they're like, oh, what are you doing? And so I'll usually just end up doing a hand cam at some point. But either way, I have a 2-button mouse. I have front thumb button on my attack, back on block, so that way I can like block whenever I need to. I can cancel things, but essentially just a thumb wiggle. And then I play vertical keyboard, so I have my keyboard pretty much like, it's pretty like slanted. So that gives me accessibility to some weird binds with my thumb that some people can struggle to get, at least comfortably. So I can hit like T all the way through hyphen with my thumb. So I have like my consumes on hyphen, so I can shift pinky hyphen thumb while still having, you know, WASD movement. I have large hands. So like my binds work very well for me, but I definitely do a little bit of acrobatics at points. Alt and shift mods only. Alt is a weird spot for me because of where my hand sits. It is directly in the middle of my palm. So it's like that spot on your back that you can't reach because of how wide my hand is compared to my board, right? So like, I'll go full screen so you can see truly like where the alt is at. Cause dude, it's so inconvenient. So keyboard essentially sits like this, hand sits like this, and then alt is legitimately, my palm is here floating above it. So if I went to tuck my thumb, I would have to like tuck it so far that I'm fucking, that's where I'm tucking to hit alt. If I pinkied it, that just hurts my wrist. I have screws in my wrist, so I gotta be cautious about that. That hurts my fucking wrist. So alt is like a non-hittable key for me. I would rather control mod than alt mod, but I don't believe in either. I haven't needed anything other than shift mods yet, and my third bar is typically just for like mounts. Now I'll fucking control mod it at some point, but it hasn't been that urgent, and I'm avoiding it. But yeah, we'll get the control mods at some point. Vertical keyboard like northwest to southeast or southeast to northwest. Northwest to southeast. Like top left to bottom right. So my escape key is the highest key on the board. if that makes sense. It's just, it's so comfy for me. I don't know how you do the manual attacks. I kind of have to do the auto attack. I like the manuals. I don't know. I feel like it gives me more control now. Does it get slightly a point of like, all right, I get it. Like, I've been attacking. Like, when Blotto and I were dueling for an hour nonstop, was it a certain element of like, all right, my hand hurts? Sure. But overall, I feel like it gives me so much more control. So you turn it clockwise? Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Nin, what up, my friend? Oh my god, that cheese is fucking spicy. Holy shit. Fox of the buyer, the bet, and 13,500 embers. Yeah. I have to upgrade my pack. I have the $250 pack, and I need to upgrade it to the 375 pack. So I get name reservation, and I get the skin. Because right now I only have the mount from the pack. And the mount's not even in yet. So. And some boots. Ooh. Wait, did you get like a full armor set? Out of the 1K pack, my next upgrade's a lot of money. I mean, Donut, hear me out. Fuck else you gonna do with it? Like, what? Realistically, do you have other stuff that you're gonna spend the money on? If not, might as well. Do we have an exact time for the launch? 1 p.m. EST. The cheese so spicy? No, that's what I said. The cheese goes fucking hard. The cheese is very spicy. Wish I had the Kickstarter pack to upgrade with. Yeah, that would be nice. Like, you get the base Kickstarter pack from way back in the day. Oh, that would be such a worthwhile upgrade. 1 p.m. EST. I don't know what that is for GMT, but do you want different teas? No, it's good. It makes me a man. I think I'd be a PI if I upgraded. The only thing I know about Phoenix Initiative in terms of my actual interaction with them as players is that they per capita have some of the worst fucking takes I've ever heard in the Discord. For the people that were invested very heavily, very early on, it's like some of them just don't know how the systems of Ashes are intended to shape up as a whole. It's fucking crazy. Anyways, that's not the main point. I scroll through the Discord while I'm taking my morning poop. That's when I also lurk in streams. I'm a long pooper. Allegedly, Nin. Allegedly. It's alleged. Everything is an allegation. Don't get yourself fucking sued. You say allegedly to keep yourself safe. Well, you sell the whole Discord? Well, maybe they just sold the Discord. I don't know. Allegedly. Maybe. Tuesday. I bet you're excited for this Tuesday, dog. Thank you for the 5-day streak. Much love. If they gave me an option to casually upgrade to Kickstarter, I'd actually consider it. I mean, so like with the Kickstarter packs, they had cheap Kickstarter packs from way back in the day. So if you had the cheapest Kickstarter pack, then you could upgrade your Kickstarter pack to the more expensive Kickstarters. And like, depending on the pack that you have, you may have an upgrade. It's just like the other packs that were within your same realm of packs, so to say. Like, I was the September 2023 to January 2024 pack. And I could get the $250 pack, which is one that I got. That included like the mount and stuff like that. And then if I upgrade, it gets me name res, it gets me more embers, more game time, I think, and then gets me the skin. So that I'm probably going to do. Name res will probably be worth it. Skin, pretty drippy too. I don't want to not have a skin. Now, there will be in-game store skins on launch too, but like, I'd like to be drippy for P3 launch if possible. That'd be kind of sick. If they open up old packs, I need to be blocked from the website. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a job if they open up old packs. What the fuck, Hoofs? Jesus Christ. Let's hope they don't. Gotta get those referrals up too. Guess I'll just stick with /bug things. Listen, maybe if you report enough good bugs, then they invite you to PI anyways. Perchance. Or you could probably just be like 98% of playtesters anyways, and then just DM the devs directly, because everyone knows that since the Intrepid devs are transparent and like active in the community, they most definitely want to hear from every single playtester at all points throughout the day in their Discord DMs and not through the proper communication channels. I bet every single dev loves having a bunch of people DM them fucking randomly with a bunch of babble. Now, I'm sure some actually do. Like, Planetdorf probably gets excited anytime somebody sends him a DM and he's like, hey, how can I help? Planetdorf's too goddamn active. He needs to take time to himself sometimes. But, a few thousand pings per day. Bro, and I imagine some of them were just like, please give mount. Like, hey, can I have a pack? Like, oh, dude, bro, I would not want to have important roles in that Discord. The amount of times that people ask me for packs, and I'm clearly not rich. Holy shit. Yo, Dreadgrave, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Not adding that unless I'm asked to do so. Yeah, bro, people are just always talking about how they like hit Intrepid up directly for this, that, the other. And I'm like, I don't DM them, dog. I just let them do their fucking job. When I upgraded my pack, I wish it would let me upgrade to the same pack as my original instead of the last one. Wait. So, did you purchase multiple packs, or what do you mean the original instead of the last one? Finding exploiter something big? Yeah, I mean, low-key, I definitely think they'll put out rewards eventually for people who are just extremely present in bug reporting and making all of those things known, but just helping it can be overwhelming at times. Yeah. I can only imagine with the volatility of the community as well, anytime that an announcement is getting ready to go out, like, I can only imagine being the actual community manager having to get ready to send out like a communication that you know the player base is just gonna fucking rage over. And like you're sitting there and you're just about to hit enter and you're like, ah, fuck me. Like, bro, I do not envy that spot. That's one that I hope I'm never in. I do not envy Margaret. Yeah, I like that they're able to give people a little bit of a clapback, though. I will say, the community team does have a nice little element of clapback if people are being too yikes about it. But Margaret is even with the number of servers for phase 3. Oh yeah. I can only imagine just like getting ready to send out that announcement and then the decision to double back on it, like, probably was also not an easy thing, because then it's just like, oh yeah, we made the wrong decision, right? They're all good enough for rodeos. I get it. Does that mean that it's fun for them to have to deal with that shit? No. That's why I don't envy it. Like, but I guess people also say that, like, I deal with people who come into chat as like griefy people really well, but I also don't think of people coming into chat as griefy people. I just get kind of snarky when people are also snarky. And maybe that's how they see it, because they interact with so many people that they're able to like differentiate, like, okay, this person's actually, you know, upset about something valid, or this person's just flapping their jaws. Let's have some fun with them, you know, stuff like that. So, I mean, I'm sure they are also professional yappers. They just don't do it on Twitch. So they are paid to yap. Those guys are quite literally the goats of it. So I'm sure they can handle it well. I'm sure they can, you know, differentiate between everything. But I wouldn't want that level of outward presence. I mean, there's a reason I don't fucking type in that Discord, dog. I will read pretty much everything that happens in there before and after I get off stream. I stay really up to date, but I don't say shit for a reason. Fuck that noise. Very simply put, I don't want people to know that they can click on my Discord and message me shit. If they're not coming in here and going through the vetting process, then I don't want the DMs. And I'm sure a lot of them, if they went into their message request, it would just be fucking filled with DMs that are all just babble. I don't see where to upgrade the pack. What pack? Oh wait, no, you have the Fox pack. You may have the highest pack already. I'm not sure though. It would be on the Ashes website and then under the store once you log in. Oh god, yeah, I mean, I bet there'd be a non-zero amount of that. Now I'm hoping people would get fucking Thanos snapped for that. I spent 250. Interesting. Yeah, I would log in on the Ashes website and peep the store. I don't know all of the packs just because there were so many packs. But yeah, I have the 250 pack as well for the January 2024 pack. I've got to go to the 375. So don't have an upgrade option. Started right at the start of phase 2. Oh yeah, any of the wave packs, if you got the wave packs, then you're cooked. I got the last pack before the wave pack itself came out, so it was September 23 to January 2024. So yeah, makes sense now why Dusty never responds to my DMs. Bro, I don't check DMs and shit. Like, I literally... Okay, hear me out. My Discord ID is literally DustyWhy. My server is DustyWhy. It's not like I'm trying to live completely incognito, but I just choose not to check that shit. I have it so everything goes into my requests if I don't already have an open DM with someone, and I don't check my message requests unless somebody specifically says, hey, Dusty, I sent you this, and it's like something that I actually want to check out, and then I'll check my message requests. I accept the DM, and then I just don't respond after I look at the message. And then I'll talk about it with them on stream if they come back into stream. It's a very simple process. Like, somebody will send me a video or something or post one in my Discord, and I'll just watch it, and I'll either, like, I've been trying to acknowledge stuff more lately and be more social, but I'll watch it. People send me in my DMs, and I'm just like, oh, cool. See you tomorrow. I'm the worst at replying. How many DMs do you get per day of someone trying to design logos for you? Not many, actually. I don't know. I don't get those bots in my chat anymore either. I mean, we have a few intruders in the Discord here and there. Like, Doss could probably vouch. He's had to beat a few people down. I would say it happens maybe like once every couple months, but they don't even DM me directly. They just post in the server as a whole. So, thankfully, we have a lot of people that are active as mods in the Discord. But we also don't really need to mod much over there either. I'll be real, like, this community is so incredibly, like, outwardly chill. We don't really have, like, many ne'er duels, so to say. Everyone just, like, exists. And I like that. Now, like, I'm sure there'll be some people preying on the downfall at some point, but have you talked about the Twitch botting thing? I actually haven't. Partly because I'm incredibly passionate about this. My Chattahoochee board. My Chattahoochee board. Doss makes mean Chattahoochee coochie boards. I will say. That is his talent. He's a large man with large fingers, but those fingers do delicate fucking things. Delicate things. To me, to meats, to cheeses, to fruits. Like our meat and cheese? I know. I want a Dosakuchi board, like, at all of my events. I will say. Whenever I get one of those art bots, I just DM the server admins with a name and a snap of the message. Yeah, I mean, that's all you guys have to do. Sometimes people post to the Discord and they're like the spam bots, and then someone's like, yo, I think this is a bot. And then Doss usually gets to Thanos snap them. So, I can make salami flowers. Interesting. Wait, yeah, you just wrap them around a cup? Oh, that makes sense. You do it around like the lid of a cup and then flip it upside down. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, Jeff has asked about the Twitch view botting thing. So, recently, for those that don't know, Twitch announced that they had some new tech that was going to substantially crack down on the impact of view bots. And upon implementation of this tech, you would see people having more realistic numbers, as they had, increased ways to detect and account for those botted numbers and those inauthentic numbers. Everyone was extremely skeptical because view botting has been, not only ignored, but almost promoted, in a sense, for years by Twitch. So nobody really thought that anything was going to happen from it. and it was very well known that a lot of people bought it. Twitch's Kingmaker system through and through. So with its directory and its discoverability, if you have more viewers, you're more likely to get pushed to people's recommendeds. If you're higher up on a directory, then you have the high to low viewership sort. You have more name pull off of that. Like, it's absolutely a Kingmaker system where once you're at the top, there's more for you at the top. Click-through impression percentages from directory to channel are exponentially higher for people in the top 10 of a directory versus the top 50 of a directory. So it's that substantial where it's just instantly, as soon as people scroll, they fall off. So with that, a lot of people view bot to push their numbers up so they can inflate to the top of a directory or higher up the directory, so that way they have more discoverability. Not only that, but in terms of sponsorships and basically like paid ad packages, as some agencies call them, are essentially like worked out paid deals and paid time on your stream, right? So I have a few sponsorships that we'll probably cook up, you know, once phase 3 is all established and stuff, games I played before that we're going to go back to and check out. So pretty cool. But yo, hey there, Monfrere. Yo, what up, Toastington? You're about to get a raise maybe because of the deflation of all the directories? Bro, we're talking about that right now, actually. Thank you for the 60-day streak, dude. I'm incredibly happy about it. But yeah, so where the fuck were we? Kingmaker system, people inflating their viewerships, stuff like that. So, ads and sponsorships. With ads, those are based solely off of, not ads, but like sponsored ads, like sponsored promo, hashtag ad streams. Those are based off your concurrent viewership, right? So streamers are typically paid per hour for those, or paid in set blocks, but essentially sponsored time on stream breaks down to somewhere in between $1 and $3 per hour per viewer, concurrent viewer average. So if you have 100 average viewers, then you could be anywhere from $100 to $300 per hour, depending on, you know, the normative offer of sponsored content. With that, the ratio also skews up the higher you are in viewership, right? So it's an exponential gain. If you're at 100 viewers where people are actually paying you hourly for sponsorships, you're very likely going to be closer to that base $1 per hour, or even in some instances, less than that. So some people may ask for, you know, like 75 cents per average concurrent viewer per hour. Some people ask for even less than that. But essentially, the minimum going rate for like equitable sponsored streams, it's going to be $1 per hour per average concurrent viewer for sponsored content, up to about $3 on the high end of things. But yeah, as Crick said, there's a lot more. This is massively a simplification of things. But yeah, I've actually done like paint graphics with all of the elements of like sponsorships and revenue and stuff between like deployment agencies. You have your ad agencies, you have your talent agencies, which are all different revenues with different splits and different functionalities. It goes deep. But in terms of a very baseline simplification, like your money will scale up off of your viewership, right? In terms of things that reach out to you, I have pending sponsorships right now, like I mentioned, with games that I played before for free, where they were like, hey, Dusty, notice your channel's doing really well. We're getting ready for a big event soon. We'll offer you, based on my viewership right now, it's like $100 an hour to come do a couple hour stream. And then incentivizations if people come and play and download the game off of that and shit, right? So it's definitely cool opportunities, but that's also not something that comes your way extremely frequently, being this size, as that is typically restricted to multi-thousand viewer streamers. Once you're in the macro realm of things, you have a lot more doors open, especially in terms of, like Crick said, base, all of that. If you are just raw, like large numbers macro streamers, you're not going to have a lot of incentivization, like for, downloads and participation. It's just going to be your raw presence. So pay structure will always change. But for the most part, there's a correspondence on a base simplification between average concurrent viewership and payout per hour, total payout, base payout, offers, quality of offers, from going from like a Stream Elements mobile game sponsor to people, messaging you, reaching out, or an agency reaching out on your behalf, or people reaching out to an agency that works, with you or whatever. And sometimes there are agencies that reach out to brands and they're like, hey, we want your, sponsored product at this budget. And then they get the deal and then dispatch their streamers to that as kind of like a deployment ad revenue type thing. Either way, so many different avenues. But viewership is always the biggest thing that ties into that. Viewership makes more viewership because you get further up the directory. Now, if you just make dog shit boring content and nobody wants to watch your content, you could viewbot 1 million viewers and your chat still won't move. You still won't have people following, still won't have people supporting. If your content sucks, it sucks. No matter how many, view bots you bring in. But it pushes other people down the directory. It makes the ad realm and the ad space very, very corrupted with inauthentic numbers, bad ratios, and thus people that are ad spenders pull out of the Twitch side of things and spend very heavily on other like other platforms. So sadly, a majority of viewers like watching streamers in categories who have higher numbers. Not all times, but most. Yeah, absolutely. And there's also a name recognition too. So, say Crix and Dusty are going to jerk each other off in the Fortnite directory, right? But you always watch fucking Nick A30. I don't even know if Nick A30 still plays Fortnite. But like, he's gonna be that streamer that has a lot of name pull because people see his name high in other directories. If you walk past the same person 6 times, you're going to start to recognize their face. If you scroll a directory and you say up at the top, Ninja, then new directory, Ninja, different place, Ninja, right? Then you're going to go to a game and you're going to see Ninja. And you're not even going to get to the DustyWhy because you're going to be on that Ninja. There's so much of that initial, like, you get higher on the list, you have more recognizability, people are more likely to give you more of a, like an initial credential pass, I guess, is the way that I would say. They're likely to think that you're more credible as a streamer because you have more viewers in that directory. So essentially people come in and they just say big streamer, best content, perfect. And they click on that. So yeah. Twitch is built to not help people grow. Twitch has discoverability systems in it, but it's absolutely a kingmaker system through and through. And botting was something that facilitated that kingmaker system in a very terrible way. And the fact that it wasn't, that nothing was done about it was huge. On top of botting, you have embedding. So embedding is essentially, I take a copy of my player and I put that player on another website where it's just passively playing somewhere, sometimes as small as 1 pixel by 1 pixel. So people don't see it. And they don't know that it's there, but every copy of that website that is open registers through that embed as another viewer. There are ways to properly embed where your embeds don't count as viewers. As Crick said, I know people that put embeds on websites. My stream is embedded on one of my friend's build guide sites because he doesn't have it count towards viewers. I've never received a viewer from that website that's not a click through. But people have clicked through that website to come to the stream, followed, ask questions based on the build, and that has generated stuff. Now, there are absolutely people who embed very, very maliciously. And that is also something where it has that gray area where, like, embedding can be done in a reasonable way, but some people employ it in a very bad way, right? Embedding is a little bit more of a gray area than view botting, which is just outwardly bad. But the gray area with view botting, from Twitch's standpoint, is like, oh, well, we can't ban anybody for being view botted because we don't know whether they're view botting themselves or if somebody else is maliciously view botting them. Somebody view botted me when I was in New World because I called out somebody that was embedding and view botting in our directory. And then I ended up getting view botted after calling them out for like 2-day stints. It'd come for 2 days. And I'd be sitting at fucking 600 average viewers. It'd go and I'd be back down to 150. It'd go again for a couple days after that, 600, 700. And it really, like, it didn't have a big impact on my numbers because it was only like small instances of the stream. But on those days, we'd just be chilling at our normal viewership and then pew! And chat would be like, oh, Dusty, what happened? And I'd be like, oh, well, it is what it is, right? So the only time that Twitch was banning people for viewbotting was when they actually showed on their stream that they were the ones viewbotting. So while that's good for protection for people like me who do get or did actually get like maliciously viewbotted, thank God it hasn't happened in a while, there's a lot that can play into it. So some people get viewbotted by their own sims. Yeah. And like some people will viewbot their favorite streamer because they think they're helping them, not realizing the amount of stress that brings a streamer. When I got view botted maliciously, I opened up direct tickets with Twitch support where I literally received confirmation like, hey, this is going to take any negative impact on your account. Like, you're good. You have such a long-standing history, blah, blah, blah. Like, I talked to support directly for that because I was so worried that my shit was going to get in trouble. So, yeah, that's a huge, huge stressful thing. But some people also probably coordinate it with their sims. Like, it's wild. As long as those who just run rerun streams with 2,000 bots and no real viewers for ages pulling in mad cash get cut off, finally I'll be happy. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I think Twitch for a while, like a lot of streams and a lot of content creators that have long-term staying power and are in the spot where they're massive, a lot of them didn't start doing it just for the money. They did it because they were really passionate and wanted to build a community. And the amount of success that they have ended up stemming from that. And I think a lot of people saw what was possible on that top end. Hearing that Ludwig gets offered $15,000 to sponsor or to partner with a bottle of water and drink it in one of his videos and talk about it. Like, they're like, oh my God, wait, there's that much money in it? Holy shit. And they want to get into it because of the money. They want to get into it because of the notoriety, not realizing that that is a 0.0000001% level of person, right? That's not going to happen. Like, this stream is like 0.1 to 0.01 in terms of like the size and the inflation. When we were May 1st, and I'm sure we will be in a few days, at, you know, a couple hundred average viewers in here just chilling, that's 0.01% numbers. And I'll tell you, I'm nowhere near getting those levels of offers. So it's like a lot of people get into content now solely because they want, you know, the fame, they want the clout, they want the money. And I think that's a lot of what's like corrupted Twitch and like live content and content as a whole, man. I think that even live content now is so fake and is so heavily produced and scripted and skidded out. And like, I get it, like plan stuff out. Like that's like doing a segment or anything isn't a bad thing, but like, it just feels like everything is so heavily produced to be the most mass appeal garbage and nobody tries to be themselves anymore. It feels like almost nobody's real. Dog, that's literally it. Yes. Everybody is just like trying to, I don't know, have the next meta, have the next explosion. But the thing is, everybody sees Kai or they see XQC or they see Asmongold and they're like, I just got to copy that. If I copy what this person does, I will get to the numbers that this person is getting at. But that's not going to happen because that person is pulling in all of the viewers for being better at being them than you are. If you're trying to imitate somebody else in content, you're worse at doing what that person does than that person. If you're trying to be Kai, Kai's Kai. If you're trying to be Mr. Beast on YouTube, Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast on YouTube. Like, and people don't realize that you gotta be yourself to stand out because there's always going to be somebody larger, right? Somebody's rank 1 on Twitch, probably Asmongold, or probably somebody viewbotting. But is there a difference? Anyways, somebody's going to be rank 1 on Twitch. But for literally everybody else, there's always going to be somebody larger. And if they just all tried to imitate the person above them, it'd be fucking awful and nobody would have any viewers because they'd all just go up the ladder. So, just like anything in the early innovative days, it's magic, but when the money factor arrives, eventually it turns all the authenticity into superficiality. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that a lot of it is like parasocial relationships through streaming. A lot of people will have, you know, a chat that supports them. Like, I have a very supportive chat. I stream to, as of right now, like fucking 70 to 80 average viewers throughout most of this period, sometimes less than that. And I am able to stay streaming full time. That is because my chat is extremely generous and takes like money out of their pocket that they work incredibly hard for to support me and allow me to do this. Now, some people would see that as just like, how can I get more money out of this? These guys are they're gonna gift subs. If they gift me subs and I start screaming and flailing and saying, oh my God, I can't pay rent this month, is that gonna get more subs? How can I play it up the most to get more subbies? How can I get my hype trains going? Like, and people aren't just fucking appreciative. Like, I feel like so many people are disconnected from the reality that streaming is, where the only difference between me and the homeless dude panhandling for a few cents at a stoplight is that I'm well off enough to have an apartment and a setup to stream. That's it. People give me money because they feel compelled to do so out of the goodness of their heart and no other reason. Me and the homeless dude make our money the same fucking way. But so many people, as soon as they start making a couple bucks off stream, lose sight of that. And they feel like they're obligatorily going to get money. They feel like every time they go live, the gifters will be there, the cash cows will be there, the donors will be there. And that becomes their focus. And it doesn't become the community. It doesn't become the content. It becomes the money, right? And I mean, this is honestly why people view bot, dog. Like, this entire mentality around it. And I think that it's the whole, like, breaks down to so much social media, like flexing your wealth online even if you don't have wealth, fucking staging an Instagram picture to make it look a little bit better. Hot dog. Thank you for the gifty, brother. Only one? I'm kidding. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hot dog, you're a fucking legend. No more ads for Mr. Wubby. Twitch is silly. There's no gift freesh fish. Wait, the freeshiest of the fish? I would love to make some sushi out of that. Zombler Therington. Yes. See, like, Zombie vowed to never give me money again because my content's dog shit. He's only here because he's forced to be. I don't hold that against him. I don't hold it against him at all. Do you not have a 12-button mouse? Artie, hi. I do not have a 12-button mouse. I just use a 2-button mouse. I use a G Pro wireless. Super light, technically, right now. But I would prefer the G Pro wireless. A friend of mine that does partnerships like that has told me the really big streamers, but not like super well-known names, have absolutely abysmal click-through rates. Oh, yeah. So there's like a fall-off in terms of like click-through, because there's also a fall-off in terms of like attentiveness, right? So there's a certain element, like Crixicus said, where some people will just watch a streamer because of the mass numbers and they want to watch the most viewed streamer because they say more viewers is better content. And then some people prefer the cozy vibes of a smaller stream where you can actually come in and interact with the streamer and have a conversation instead of the chat just going www.llll omega lol omega lol omega lol, and like the streamer is just like making up chat messages to respond to and shit and running skits and stuff all day and not even interacting with the chat. Like, bro, the number of streamers that don't even thank subs is fucking crazy. So, like, I definitely think that it's a matter of what the community is, right? So, if I were to hype up that I had a Factor sponsorship coming up, right? Where every single person that orders Factor 75 using my link is going to save money and support the stream, my click-through rate for viewership would probably be okay because we have so many people in the community that A, like food. Everyone should like food, and B, likes to support the stream. So you combine saving money on food and supporting the stream, and we'd probably have a decent click-through rate. But like, if you have a streamer that's got fucking 10,000 average viewers, but that chat isn't really engaged with them as a content creator, you're probably gonna have a pretty abysmal click-through rate. That's also why once you get into the realm of macro streaming, like into thousands of viewers, you typically get a base instead of like an incentivization. And then at my level, it's like, you know, for something like Factor, it'd be like a base and then an incentivization during the promo period. For things like games, it's typically hourly pay. So there are just so many different levels to it, man. Genuinely, it's an incredibly deep thing. Streaming's wild with how much oh shit, you guys are spamming messages off the fucking chat. Streaming's wild with how much it matters to break out from being just 1 to 3 viewers. You almost need another community or base to have the higher numbers, as well as being good / entertaining in some form, live and not edited or recorded video. I mean, yes and no. I think that people also don't pay enough attention to like the directory. As Crick said, if you post a YouTube video, right, and that YouTube video gets 42 views, but your Twitch gets 0 views, and that's your first YouTube video, congratulations, that's 42 more views than you had before. And take this from someone who literally doesn't post on TikTok or YouTube and could grow way more from doing so and getting those external views in. It's something that I'm actively trying to be better about. I just suck at finding the inspiration for TikTok and YouTube. My ideal scenario is I have an editor that I just pay that goes in and clips things down from stream and basically makes them work for TikTok, for YouTube, for shorts, for fulls, and like all of those things. So it's hard to be motivated. It's like the motivation is there, but I feel as though I don't have enough time in the day to balance everything while also taking time away from it, right? Because I try to not get into a spot where my entire day isn't just wake up, content, go to bed. Because when I was working and I was streaming, it was 110 hours of work, come home, content, bed. Work, come home, content, bed, work, come home, content, bed. And since I've been full-time, I'm able to put much more time into the actual content side without having to worry about, you know, the work side, and I'm extremely thankful for that. But I also try to take a couple hours for myself here and there, so that way I'm not putting in 110 hours a week if I'm streaming, you know, 60, 70 plus, right? So it's a balance of things. And I feel like if I had, you know, 4 more hours in the day or a couple thousand more bucks to just pay somebody to do the editing down and the sniping and stuff, that'd be huge. I think if you booked yourself 30 minutes before stream to just get one clip out, it'd make a huge difference and you wouldn't miss stream time. Yeah, I'm trying to get in the habit of getting in the room a little bit earlier. Because, like, I don't go in the stream room if it's not associated with content stuff. Like, this is, like, the fucking sanctuary, right? Well, other than if I need to get shoes because my shoe rack's in here right now. But other than that, I try to, like, separate this as, like, the work office in a certain extent, right? So I've been trying to get in here a little bit earlier. I was really bad about checking my business email. And so I've got way better about checking that and getting into an early routine. But yeah, we're getting into the process. I think the big thing is having a funnel where I don't have to go back and like rewatch VODs. If people find clips or like timestamps and stuff in VODs, we have like the content section of the community Discord, and posting like clips and shit in there could be absolutely massive in terms of just getting the funnel up and help out a lot. But make it a part of your schedule. Yeah. That's what we're trying to figure out, because it's been hectic since Carla came up too, because we've been like trying to get cleaned and organized, like trying to get situated, trying to get settled in. So it's getting much better, right? But yeah, it is there's definitely a lot of grind. But with that being said, past just like posting on TikTok and YouTube and stuff, right? I think people also have to remember that directory discoverability is a massive thing to consider. And we talked about this earlier with kind of like the name aggro, right? So if you go into a directory that's got the largest names on Twitch there, and you're, you know, little Timmy 0 viewer streamer streaming for the first time, why are people going to watch you? Welcome to Shark Tank. Except you have, on average, as a new streamer, about 4 minutes to retain somebody. As an established streamer, the average retention rate on Twitch is about 12 minutes and 37 seconds before somebody clicks off of a channel. Congratulations, that's how long you have to convince somebody to come back on average. Now, if you're below average, that's going to be faster. And if you're deeper down in the directory, you're going to get fewer clicks. So every one of those clicks is going to matter even more the more populated of a directory that you're in. If you're looking to start streaming something like Ashes, it's really good to start streaming in because there aren't going to be a ton of people. And naturally, as good as, you know, some people may think my content may be, not everybody will love my content. Simply put, not everybody will. Somebody out there will want somebody else to watch. And you could be that somebody else. And if there aren't many other options, you may get a lot of people by default that are kind of like forced to be your captive audience if they want to watch your content. So, in a certain extent, starting in a smaller directory, while it can be an opportunity cost of, you know, less of a ceiling, can be a really good thing. But I also think too many people worry about the directory that they're starting in, and they try to stream like, you know, the trend games, and new streamers try to come in and they just try to be a variety streamer, and they try to hop around to every single game and ride the waves and get noticed and have a pop-off clip and stuff like that. If you have a YouTube short do 1 million views, but it's 1 million views for a different game, you're not going to see viewership from that. You want to know how I know? I've got TikToks and short form content that have done hundreds of thousands of views. You want to know the click-through rate of those hundreds of thousands of views? A few people that come in and they're like, yo, Dusty, saw the TikTok. Woo! Like, we got PoE content out there that went big. We got Ashes content out there that went big. but that's not going to be enough to just like fully start your streaming career. That might get you noticed by somebody, but if that's just a one and done flash in the pan, that's not going to mean anything. So I think it's like Starship launch in 1 hour or attempt. Ooh, wait, so what are they doing with it? Are they going anywhere, or are they just like launching it and then landing it? Like obviously to fucking space, but like what's the big goal with the Starship launch? Do races have different benefits or just for RP? Just for RP right now, Dossington, but the background will give you some different bonuses at some point. So the wiki actually says that the background will impact some of your active abilities, and it could change like your visual aesthetics of them and also potentially some functionality of them, which we heard previously that they didn't want anything to be conducive to race class, you know, combos being meta. So we'll see how that shapes up while trying to avoid, you know, kind of pigeonholing people into a race class combo. But did you level a character through the Dunir starting area? About 25 at this point. Yeah. It's actually what I've been doing today. So I've just been kind of like running a few loops through the starting area and then taking a break to yap to chat and then running a few more loops and then taking a break to yap and then running a few more loops. So it's been nice. We're in that full, like, you know, full steam ahead for P3. The entire guild is running loops as well. We're trying to figure out the most efficient time to mount. You're min-maxing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I would min-max how to take a shit if I could figure out the proper trajectory. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am a min-maxer through and through. So we're going as far as, like, I want to know the proper pathing route to avoid unnecessary aggro so I'm not taking damage. The best way to get to the actual interactables. Like, every aspect of it, we're trying to parse out. We've had people running all day, trying different routes, trying different quests. So there are some quests that are optionals that will definitely give you an XP reward for a little bit of input. But we've got to weigh that, you know, little bit of XP reward with the ripple effect of then falling that amount of time behind people who are skipping that. Because at the end of the day, it's a race out to bonfire and to get your mount if you want to get like really, really, really far ahead. Can I ask what some of your times from creation mount? We're trying to get sub 10 consistently. We've had a lot of under 15s, but I'm gonna try to time out a sub 10 without cutting out prog. I'm hoping the biggest time constraint is 8 ramkin kills. If you have a group, that's gonna be a lot faster. Other than that, if you get out to bonfire in a congested manner, it's gonna be really hard for everybody to get all of their gathering tools for the actual mount. So that's probably going to be the largest time constraint on actual launch, which is why we're also trying to push probably like 8-9 minute mount. So yeah, we're gonna do more loops the rest of the night. If anybody does want to come out, I talk about the loops we're doing. My thing with Cats and Cats thing as a whole is we're completely transparent. Even if you are not in the community, we share info that we have because, you know, our community is Yash's community. So we try to always put info out that we have for everybody. So yeah, wish I could pick your brain more about the loop. You can. Yeah. So I'm gonna do a full guide for it as well, just for like the cats and stuff. Depending on who you're playing with, exclamation guild is always a big option. But yeah, I'll be doing noticing a lot of lag in the replay. Is that just video or the server's lagging that bad? Oh. This is from the end of Shoal event. So this was a few days ago when it was the last day of Shoal being up. So they had every single person that was available come out to the tropics. And like, you'll see if I go back a little bit, like all of these boats are player owned boats and shit. We had a few hundred players out, and this is also the phase 2.5 build, right? So this is the old build that hasn't received an update since June 26. So this doesn't have a lot of the back end server infrastructure. This doesn't have dynamic gridding. This doesn't have Unreal Engine 5.6. So yeah, this was the older build, and the lag was most definitely laggy, to say the absolute least. Why did they name the new server Shoal? I don't know. I thought Dustopolis would have been a fucking banger. Dustopia Also, absolute heat. I don't fucking understand why they went for Shoal again. Clearly, their marketing department needs a little bit of help because there's so much low-hanging fruit here. Me. But, you know, I was dead before the game would register that someone was hitting me. Dustonia? Yo. Wait just a heckin' second. Okay, hold on. So we were still on the view botting thing because that entire rant started because somebody had asked about view botting and what my thoughts were on it. So Twitch cracking down on it, TLDR, absolutely massive. I think that the fact that they're actually doing something about it is huge. I think for maintaining the integrity of Twitch, I've tweeted about this shit a couple times. Really just cracking down on it in general is a huge step. And I'm hoping that that leads to a better ecosystem as a whole on Twitch, because it was incredibly deeply ingrained. So, lore nerds, what god was Shoal of? Like, what god was Shoal supposed to be in charge? Or like, what did he reign over, so to say? Well, I can cheat and tell you on the wiki. Isn't Shoal one of the moons? What are the names of the 3 moons? The god of truth? Word, I'm still in the verification. I looked up the 7 so I could have it all. Oh yeah, god of truth. Is there a moon named after Shoal? God of the moon. Yeah, Shoal's god of truth. God of war is Ariok. Goddess of time is Eterna. That's Desert Mama. Goddess of love. That'll probably be me. I don't think they've named that one yet. To be revealed in a later season. Let's see. Resna's the god of hope. Goddess of fate is Norlin. I've never met a bitch in my life named Norlin. Vyra is the goddess of creation, which is a phoenix. When we worship the god / goddess of lies, you want a Loki. Why don't you just worship the others then? Because you have the others, and those are going to be like your big baddies. Shoal's domain as a god of truth suggests he embodies clarity, honesty, and perhaps revelation, though specific details about his influence and personality remain sparse. So he's edgy like that. He's super mysterious, huh? Can I be a god of destruction? I mean, I would assume that'd be one of the ancients or like the others. So, does it list what the others are, or has it not gone into depth about the other ones? Or the others? Fuck. Wait, Khan? Khan is a Minotaur boss in Ashes of Creation. He's about to be dope as shit. What the fuck? What's he supposed to be? I don't know how he got here, but what's his lore? None. Alright, dope. It's literally just... It's just a Minotaur. Very cool. Very drippy. Well, stuck up in the void. Yeah, Fupo, how are you dealing with them? Is it a lot to stifle the others? They've been banished to you? Fubo is quite literally a jail. Swat them. Swat at them and hiss at them time and time again. Yes, maybe that is the one true solution. Alright, let me go pee real quick. And then we're going to pump a few more loops. I'll probably be doing slightly shorter streams the next couple days just so I can prepare for the 24-hour. So we can get meal prep done and shit like that. And the start of fees, Jesus Christ, of Evolved. Phase 3, of course. But we're still gonna be here for a few more hours. So, I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then we are going to pump a few more loops. I really want to try to get down to, like, a consistent sub 10 level. Consistent sub 10 mount. That's going to be our biggest thing. Our biggest thing. No god of death or magic. AOC gods don't have any motion. Maybe they just haven't revealed that yet. Maybe. I mean, wouldn't the god of death be one of the ones that are banished? Because that quite literally wouldn't be revealed at that point. All right, well, I'm going to piss my pants. I'll be right back. Chat. Hit me with your best snack ideas before lunch. Sorry, for lunch. I need all of the snacky ideas. I'm going to Sam's Club tomorrow. Snickles? Are those like Snickers pickles? What are those? Wait, excuse me. Uncrustables? Uncrustables? Fuck. Yes, Uncrustables might be on it. Carrots and ranch. Good calm. Hoofsy would also approve. Carrots or celery and a dip. Carrots and celery, good comms. Carrots and celery, always a classic. Always Hoofsy approved. Always healthy. Never had an Uncrustable? Really? I mean, you could always make Uncrustables yourself. And you could just, like, make a PB&J and then, like, crimp the sides. And then freeze it. And that would be an Uncrustable. Pita chips go hard. Pita chips with the right dip go hard. Hummus and chips can go crazy. That is true, but you gotta have the right hum as well. Apples and peanut butter. Apples and peanut butter are good. Apples and peanut butter are good. That's just, it's a lot of work. The UK has a thing called a pasty. Isn't that a nipple cover? Extra toasty Cheez-Its. Banger, yes. Absolute banger. That's only like a get if it's on sale thing, though. I feel. Definitely want stuff that doesn't make your fingers messy while playing. Right. So like carrot, celery. I feel like apples you would need to like cut up to be ideal. Cook up some pigs in a blanket. That might not be bad. Anything you eat with a fork. Make a lasagna tomorrow and eat that all week. I think our goal is to grab a rotisserie chicken at Sam's. And then I'm going to break it down when we get home. Like, no breakdance. And then we'll use that meat in various things throughout the week. And I think we're going to do like tacos and stuff like that. Chicken salad goes hard. Oh, chicken salad on some of the Sam's Club croissants. Wait, you could actually just like full punch me in the face if you provided me with one of those with some white cheddar on it. Oh, fresh ounce of the green. I'm trying to smoke less. It's a good recommendation though. Popeye. Popeye goes hard, but a lot of effort. Chicken salad and some club crackers to dip. Yeah, I mean, chicken salad and some crackers, chicken salad Sammy. Yep, that's all good tech. I'm getting hungry. Listen, we might be inspiring your shopping list. This is all brainstorming. This is how great ideas come together, man. This is the process for many phenomenal inventions of humankind. Many people sit in a room and they brainstorm until they can't take it anymore, and then they all go get food, and great ideas come from that. This is a description from the internet. A good pasty is an English classic dating back to medieval times, usually consisting of a pastry case with meat, vegetable, cheese, or even sweet fillings. Probably the most well-known is the Cornish pastry, which traditionally has a beef and potato filling. Huh! That's a banger. That actually sounds quite good. I'm eating my mom's homemade chili right now. I've had it, it's delicious. I'm actually quite jealous. Can you save me some? Can't go wrong with a few glizzies for a quick lunch. Glizzies are solid, but we're also looking, like, I guess you could microwave a glizzy. But like, chat, should you microwave a glizzy? Let's get this out there publicly. Bro, I saw my aunt microwave bacon recently and I fucking cringed. I'm shocked my uncle's not dead. She was meal prepping for my uncle and she like microwave bacon and I was like, what the fuck? I was trying not to say anything, but she like wrapped that shit up in paper towel and threw it in the microwave until it was just sauced. Air fry that bitch? Air fried glizzy? That'd probably be solid. Pigs in a blanket equal micro glizzy? That is true. Micro glizzy, good. Get an electric hot dog cooker. Chat, unironically, someone find an Amazon listing for one of those gas station hot dog rollers, and then we'll put up a dono goal and I'll order it if we hit the dono goal. I'm not fucking around. I would have no reason not to. It's your guys' money. But like, get an electric hot dog cooker from the 70s. What's the 70s one? Is that the gas station roller one? Or is there like, is that new tech? Microwaving a glizzy is like licking a frozen corn dog. Listen, I'm not gonna say that I haven't microwaved a glizzy in the past, but I've prepared glizzies in many, 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 many various ways and forms. And I feel like a nice pan fry on the Glizzington, you cut a few slits into it, like the, you know, the perpendicular slits, pan fry that bitch with just a tiny, 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 tiny bit of butter in the pan. And yes, you will probably gain weight from it. But bro, it's gonna be a good fucking glizz. I'm gonna be completely honest. Just finish it with a little bit of butter. Do you want the 11 extra hot dog cooker slots? Preferably one with a bun compartment. I would also need the bun sleeves though, because I've tried to steam buns before and I feel as though they just get soggy. So preferably one with a bun compartment. Chat, should we go with a bun compartment? It has one? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be in bulk because like I can't eat that many glizzies at once. But I mean, like, just a reasonable size glizzy cooker with bun compartment, maybe like half a dozen. Even if it has a dozen capacity, I'm not gonna like use all a dozen. Maybe we celebrate by eating a dozen glizzies from the glizzy cooker. Just one glass of lime water gives me massive power. It's nuts. Peak hydration, science over taste. I fuck with lime and I fuck with water. Why lime water being so good? And would there be a difference between me just eating a lime and then drinking water? Or is it just because lime water tastes good? Do you want the kebab meat attachment? I don't think I would need a kebab meat attachment. Because, like, realistically, I could just put a bunch of meat on skewers and then I could just put it in the roller area and then it would still cook, right? Wait, so those, I'm assuming, are just like a heat lamp and then the rollers get hot and then cook the meat with the roller and it's always moving so it heats it evenly? That's kind of tech. One glizzy per level. Oh, dude. Can you imagine the ramifications of like one glizzy per level over the course of a 24-hour stream? I mean, maybe it wouldn't be that bad. That's totally doable. Yeah, that is. One 24-hour stream, we're probably not hitting 20. It wouldn't be bad. Yeah, no, it'd be maybe like 15 glizzies in 24 hours. I don't really know what the 24-hour goal is. I haven't calculated that far out, of course. I just kind of do the intro loop because from my perspective, it's kind of a funnel, right? Because you only have so many options for early levels, and the higher level you go, the more options you have, and it just opens up, right? So my primary focus is just how can I get it and get the fuck out in terms of my mount. And then there, it's just grind. So 5 glizzies in an hour would be so awful. Oh, the starting experience would cook me. The starting experience would fucking shred me. Yeah. That first quest, just the immediate glizz to start leveling. I mean, we'd be off to a good start, though. I guess it would honestly be a good challenge because it would front load my food for stream. But like, 1 to 5 is like 5 minutes. Yeah, it'd be kind of like the 9x9 in a baseball game where it's like 9 glizzies, 9 beers, and you got to do 1 an inning of each. I mean, that's also doable because baseball's slow as shit. But 1 to 5. 5 minutes, 5 glizzies. Like, if Joey Chestnut can eat like 100 in a minute, why can't I eat 5 in 5 minutes? What's my excuse? You still have to stop to eat the food? I play tank. It's fine. I'll just eat while I run. Yeah, that's fine. We're up tremendous. And for a glizzy, you can eat that puppy one hand. What hand would I use? Probably keyboard hand. The only tricky thing would be interacting with people initially, but I could always use the glizzy to press my interact bind and then start the interaction with the NPC. And then I could click through the interact. Just follow your party? Yeah. I could follow my party. And then honestly, if I'm following my party, I could double glizz it. Yes. What about an extra deep fryer for fries and corn dogs? Oh, that might be nice. Actually, wait, how much is that? Are you upselling me? Like, do you work for the distributor? Twitch should do a thing with the delivery services where people can order food for a streamer and it sends confirmation to the streamer to accept it, and it keeps their location on. I think it's called like Treat Stream or something. I'm pretty sure it's Treat Stream, but Treat Stream also only works with certain restaurants. And so I live in Maine, so it's not a bunch of chains, right? And it doesn't really work with a lot of just the super local small Maine places. So it's pretty cooked here. I would imagine if I lived in like fucking Boston, it'd be a lot better, or like New York or something. But up here, there are like 3 options. It's like Buffalo Wild Wings, Applebee's, or I think like fucking Papa John's or something. Maine doesn't have that many chains. I mean, like, we have some chains. Like, we have chains, but we also have a lot of very small mom and pop places that are either like local chains or aren't chains at all, like are one-off locations. I would say, actually, we don't have many chains. I think a lot of people could probably name 100 different things that are not in Maine in terms of popular food chains. We just recently got Popeyes, I think it is the new chicken place. Because we have like 2 Chick-fil-A's now in the entire state. We just got a Popeyes. We had a Popeyes that was previously in a rest stop area, like along the interstate. But now we got a standalone Popeyes. I think there's only one Popeyes. We're lacking a lot. Might be the fattest shit I've heard today. Wait, what? Treat Stream? Or the extra deep fryer for fries and corn dogs? Because the extra deep fryer might go absolutely insano style, if we're being real. Here's the roller. All right, bet. Hold on. Click the button below. Hold on. Is there a form of Amazon where I like don't have the like ordering too? Because it doesn't show my address, but oh yeah, it's kind of fire actually. So with bun warmer, cover 3 tray temp control. That's big though. That's a 30 hot dog tray. Is the 30 hot dog tray necessary? I mean, it says that it's countertop. Grill up to 30 dogs. I think 30 dogs might be excessive. But excessive might be just what we need if I'm being real. Sounds like many places in Alaska that only has local places, and only somewhat recently got any chain places. Yeah. So we have like some chains, like we have Applebee's. I would say Applebee's is probably the most constant chain like restaurant that we have in Maine. You have some Texas Roadhouses, Longhorn Steakhouses. I think maybe we have a couple Ruby Tuesdays left, but I definitely think it's a lot more local places than chain places up here, overwhelmingly, which I like, but you can also definitely find some duds along the way. Definitely. It's like $2.97 in real money. I also feel like I could make my money back on that Jack in the Box. Do we have Jack in the Box in Maine? I don't think we have Jack in the Box in Maine. We don't have Sonic. I don't think we have Jack in the Box. You know, McDonald's, BK. We have McDonald's and Burger King. Yeah, that's true. For like fast food. I don't consider those restaurants. Those are like fucking slop feedereries. You see better eateries on fucking like actual force feed farms than you see through McDonald's and BK. Although some people have said that Burger King burgers have stepped it up lately. So I'm feeling a little compelled to maybe give them a shot again. But my stomach tells me otherwise. Gas-powered or electric deep fryer? What? What do you mean gas-powered deep fryer? Like, do I have to like pull a fucking cord like a lawnmower to start the deep fryer? What's the price difference? Because now I'm intrigued. What do you mean gas-powered deep fryer? Does it have like an exhaust? What do you mean a gas-powered deep fryer? What kind of gas? Like car gas? Or like natural gas? Every level, chat chooses a random ingredient. Once max level, you add all 25 ingredients into a blender, blend, chug on stream. See, if you came up with this long ago, I actually could have got DOS to do this on your guys' behalf, because DOS had like jaw surgery or something, or like broke his jaw or some shit. I don't really remember what happened, but his jaw got sewn shut for a while, and he had to blend all of his food and drink it. And they also prescribed him many meds. So he was home and he was editing shorts at the time from New World and posting them on socials. And for whatever reason, when he was on his painkillers, he was really obsessed with the nun from The Conjuring. Like, he was having hallucinations and like seeing the nun. So he decided to start editing in single frames of the nun in some of the YouTube shorts. So if you go back in some of our New World shorts from way back in the day, there are random shorts that just have a single nun frame in them. And that was when DOS was on painkillers and had his jaw sewn shut. But during that time, he was blending up just everything he could get his hands on to try it as blended dinner, and basically rating it. So it was a good time. We got a lot of feedback from fast foods to conventional at-home meals. It was truly fucking inspirational, if I do say so myself. We can do the electric one. Hold on, let me look. I don't want to dox wherever in Canada this account is. Oh, this is like a restaurant one. That's a commercial deep fryer. Yeah, the electric one probably makes more sense, right? Because the electric one is... God damn, that has like drains and shit? The fuck? Those go Insano style. I didn't think it was going to be that crazy. I thought it was going to be like one of those little tabletop type shits. I didn't know we were going like full industrial. I was going for like a gas station impromptu vibe, but you might have me opening up an entire fucking glizzy eatery with that. Can't infinitely reuse the oil. No, but don't you just pour the oil down the sink when you're done with it? What do you need the drain for? Wait, have Carla break your jaw quick? New sub goal? Fufu, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Chat, don't pour oil down your sink. Do not pour oil down your sink. If you guys are out there and you're pouring oil down your sink, stop. Or if you really don't like your landlord, consider continuing. Either way, it's up to you. I won't judge. But in terms of that whole broken jaw sewn shut type thing, you gotta realize, like, Kanye made Through the Wire with his jaw sewn shut, and look where he is now. I'm not trying to have to yap for fucking 12 hours with my jaw sewn shut. That would suck. Like, yeah, I'm okay to look at as well, so I have that going for me, but like the yap is really the big thing. I mean, I guess it's also the gameplay. It's like the Holy Trinity. But it's mostly the yap, I think. Unless you want to possibly pay for it if you're doing it intentionally. Right. So, hear me out. We buy the deep fryer, and we buy the hot dog rolly tray, and then while they're being delivered, I take a dive receiving them from the shipping company, right? And then just like an undead and wow. And then it's covered because the shipping company would be responsible. Because I'll full like lunge at the box. We're deleting this VOD, by the way. Enjoy it while it's here. We're gonna full lunge at the box. We're gonna impact the box and then just jaw to box. We're good to go. Big sub goal. We're ready to go, boys. Full disclaimer, I would like to not break my jaw. I would also like it if none of you broke my jaw. Some people have said I have a very punchable face before. Couple people said that they would see me at TwitchCon. I hope they do, and I hope they use my ticket link when purchasing their ticket so I can get it for free. I can break your jaw. I'll break your mother's jaw. But not in a violent way. That actually sounded really mean. That was a your mom joke that had a very, like, not good connotation. God damn, that came off so aggressive. God damn. Can do a few rounds of kickboxing in the ring. Chess boxing. Yeah, that came off way hotter than I thought it was going to. It was a simple quirky your mom response that just escalated into, like, physical violence. Slapboxing with oven mitts is the greatest form of slapboxing. Ain't a way to make that one look good. I mean, there are a few finishers in mind, like maybe like a people's elbow. I feel like something off the top ropes could also make it look pretty good. But, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder, right? Not everybody likes certain finishers, so... Well, I have a few in mind that I think would be pretty palatable for most people. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard one to sell. Definitely going to be a hard one to sell. Because it'll be like one of those, yeah, oh... But yeah, if I do it right? Because like if I had a front flip into some shit... I don't know. The possibility is endless. But yeah, Scarlet, you're not breaking my jaw until we hit the sub goal. What the sub goal is going to be, I'm not putting that as a sub goal. If we break the all-time Twitch sub record, I will let Carla just wail on me for like an hour. Like just free like arms at my side, like fuck it. I don't think she can do too much damage anyways. Like at worst, I think she gives me a good little like stomach shot and I like pee myself. But I don't really think she'd have too much in her. But yeah, if we break the Twitch all-time sub record before the launch of Ashes of Creation, I'll just let Carla full just Chris Brown my shit. We'll plan it all out. We'll do a kick stream that day, so we don't get in trouble. You guys can see everything. shit, they'd probably partner us over their first stream with that. So, full disclosure, I will never fucking stream on Kick. Unless they offered me zillions of dollars. I would sell out for a $1 zillion contract. If it was enough for me to stream out my contract, get literally millions of dollars, and then retire off of that, never have to worry about it, get myself a house, get myself investments that just, you know, pay dividends and stuff and are safe, and then I can just stream stress-free, never have to worry about bills. I may do that. And then just heavily moderate it, but invest it all in weed stock. Weed stocks! Yeah. Because, like, weed stocks will only continue to grow because weed only continues to grow, right? So basically, as more people smoke weed, there needs to be more weed growing, and if there's more weed growing and more people are smoking it, that means that it's a finite economy, right? Something like, I don't know, military equipment. Like, there's going to be a certain level of military equipment where it's like, especially in peacetime, why would you invest in that? Medical equipment? What happens if people just stop dying? The elixir of immortality comes out? Psh, then people are going to smoke a lot more fucking weed. So, all signs point to weed stocks exclusively. Yes. Indeed. I say we just YOLO everything. We go full in on weed and also some lasers maybe, because lasers are cool. Hear me out. Carlos says a pair of carbon fiber. Wait. Why? What the hell with the nux? There's a pill that makes you feel high. R.I.P. weed stocks. There's also fentanyl, but you're a fucking junkie at that point. Yeah, what do you mean there's a pill that makes you feel high? That sounds like illicit drugs with extra steps. Or is it just activated THC? If doing lasers, need to also get aquarium with sharks? Ooh. Wait. How large does an aquarium have to be to accommodate sharks with lasers? Because I don't have a lot of room, but I can always take the ice maker off the counter. Freaking laser beams. God damn it. Well, I have another movie to show Carla. Because something tells me she has not seen the classics. Probably find one on the old Amazon. Laser beam for shark or aquarium for shark. I feel as though we'd be looking at a lot of functional space. Probably too much functional space for an apartment. I don't think she's seen Austin Powers. Because, like, she came to America when she was 16. And then it was, like, video games and catching up on shit. So, she hadn't seen a lot of classics. She hadn't seen Talladega Nights. She hadn't seen Step Brothers. She hadn't seen Anchorman. So we went through and watched Anchorman 1 and 2 before those got pulled off of Netflix. What else have we watched? Carla, she's probably in a stupid fucking League game. I literally, speaking of Fent, I would prefer her to come home and just literally start huffing Fent instead of playing League. I cannot wait until the 26th so she gets off of League of Legends. Holy fucking shit. I never thought that I would just prey on my internet going out midday as much as I have since she started playing League again. League's the best game. League's not the best game. And I can confirm that because I sat down to play for about 10 minutes in her laning phase the other day, and it's significantly worse than Dota. It's just a more boring Dota. Has she seen Hot Rod? Probably not. Her movie repertoire is pretty limited. What rank has she made it to? I'm gonna let her answer that one. No. Dusty, she's in silver. Okay. Is that why? So, when I told chat, I sat down and I was playing Ari? Is that the bitch with the dashes? I think that's the bitch with the dashes. And Fox Girl, I didn't look at the skins. I looked at the abilities. Okay, yeah. Bitch with dashes. So I ended up trading with a Malzahar and like dove under his tower to kill him. And when I mentioned it, because I don't know how League skill distribution is, they were like, "There's no way you should have been able to kill a Malzahar under tower." And I also could have got out of it. He ulted you? No, he got jumped and then turned and just sprinted away and did nothing. It was like AI. Now, the only issue is League turrets, I think they're called, are much less forgiving than Dota 2 towers. In Dota 2 ski, you can dive towers, and it's, you know, it's still punishing, but it's a lot less punishing than the fucking 3-shot wombo combo that you know, that League is. And I got the kill, and I didn't know that I had multiple charges on my ult, so I ulted once, and then I'm like chasing him down, and I hear Carlo on my side go, "Ult again," and so I ult again, and I'm like, "Oh shit, that bitch worked twice." And so I didn't realize that it had 3 charges, because I didn't know it had 2 charges. And so I kill him, and I also didn't register in my head as a Dota player that summoner abilities were a thing. So I didn't flash out, I didn't use the 3rd charge of my ult, and then I died. I misplayed, but I know how I could have lived, which means that it's a very simple game. Top 1 best game of all time is Probs League. Not gonna lie, Dota was for beginners. Zombie, I'm convinced if you tried to play a MOBA, you would get banned for the terrible things that you would say to your teammates. I do not want to know what would happen if Zombie was playing a MOBA. I don't know what position he would play, like what role. I don't know what would be said. I don't want to know what would be said. But the first time Zom goes into a fight and doesn't get follow-up, somebody will hate their lives, to say the absolute least about it. I've been plat before though, in 2016. Carly, your best days are behind you. You're old and washed now. You lost all of your hand-eye coordination, all of your cognitive ability, all of your game sense, all the reaction time. It's just gone. Your best days as a League player behind you. It's time to hang them up once and for all, I think. We need a Cats League night. I would rather have a Cats Ayahuasca night at TwitchCon than a Cats League night, genuinely. You would have a better chance saying Cats Sea of Thieves night than Cats League night. But low-key, Cats Sea of Thieves night. Anyways, after New World, I hit Diamond and Valorant, and that's my peak. Diamond and Valorant, the claim to fame. Crazy. You were way past Diamond in New World, but Ayahuasca would be sick. Exclamation TwitchCon. Yes. We are renting an Airbnb and also a small teepee outside, and we will be. Someone just drove by and something like clattered off their car. Pirates Def coming. What do you mean Pirates Def coming? Just saw a post. Send me the post. What the fuck do you mean just saw a post? Link the post, you bitch. What do you mean Pirates Def coming? I want to see the post myself. For phase 3? I would very much love a link to that. Let's review it. Chat. How do we think they're gonna fare in P3? Successful or not? CS and Valorant are extremely similar. I don't get the Valorant for CS thing. It's just tribalism. At the end of the day, they're both geriatric old man sports that require no mental dexterity, or no physical dexterity, no anything. Just brain dead, place cursor, click. Very dumb games. All's down on that business. I think Valorant's more fun to watch than CS because pretty colors and cool abilities. Well, holy shit. Watching CS for me, I would legitimately rather watch paint dry. I would rather walk into a bathroom and have it smell like stinky poop than watch a CS major. I will stand on that business until my life ends. It's not good. Fupo, you get a heart react. All right, open link. Thanks for thanks for all the responses on the previous announcement. Sorry, that's me. We'll be playing this phase, and I'm glad to see so many of you interested. This time around, we're taking a different approach to the guild. Oh, wait. We're not building a Gigazerg or trying to maintain 75 plus mini guilds, as it's just a headache with the current design. For this phase, this place will operate as an enthusiast community for the game. Somewhere where you can engage with others, discuss systems, form groups, and run with buddies. I will likely run a primary guild for the namesake, but outside of that, it's free to have fun. Wow. Wow. Hold on. We're here to test things, give feedback, and help fix bugs. For EVE players, you can see this akin to EVE University to help new player groups get into the game. I look forward to playing alongside and against many of you during this phase. Let's make it a fun one, Maldavius. Wow. No, I think that's great. If they stick to that and they actually come in. Now, I think, full disclosure, they will probably come into a lot of PvP. He will have to take that on the chin and just say, hey, GG's, you got me. I lose. And if he does that, then I think his community could be really good for the game. If this is truly what they want to be about, you have to remember, controversies aside, everything aside, this is still one of the largest streamers on Twitch that is coming over to our little corner of the internet to consistently provide their presence here. He'll have to have some guild. Yeah, they'll run their guilds, but there'll probably be a lot of different names, and it won't be the full, like, Pirates vibe. So they're probably going to play a lot more relaxed, probably a lot more chill, and hopefully less of a scorched earth approach. So, we saw the real Jason. Ain't no turning away now. Well, okay, hear me out. People say they saw the real this, the real that. I think that's kind of exaggeratory. And you guys know me, I will throw stones wherever I can throw stones. At the end of the day, like him or hate him, there is zero argument that having somebody that has, go listen to his roommate, he came on his walls, we've all done freaky shit, it is what it is. I come on my, anyways, he might have come on his walls. Who jerks off standing up? Chad, does anyone just rub one out standing up? I'm not really like a stand-up guy. Even if I'm fucking, I'm not like a stand-up guy. I think like lay down is most optimal and cozy. I don't understand the whole stand-up premise. Anyways. Falls won't clean his room while moving out. I like to plank. Just spin like a fucking top. Spin like a fucking top. Dusty isn't giving top confirmed? I mean, like, I think standing up is too much effort. Like, my legs get shaky. I don't know, man. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We're in a serious fucking discussion right now. Hold on. So, basically, my thought on this: lifting some while fucking is peak. Why? What? Lifting? That'd be awful. I'd be so worried about hitting somebody with a fucking weight. What do you mean? That's not safe? What are you doing? Like full missionary and just like the fucking back extensions with 5-pound dumbbells off the side of the bed? Like every stroke in, you're just like a fucking bird, just ah! Like what are you doing? What lifting are you doing while you're fucking? Are you just sitting there like fucking clapping and hitting curls every stroke? Like what? What do you mean lifting and fucking? Those things don't go together. That's like me saying I'm smoking a ciggy real quick and pouring gas on myself. Bro's built like stork ankles. It's because I'm so long. I can't help it. I'm dense, but I'm too long, dude. There's not really a way to like beef up. If I looked beefy, I'd be like 250 pounds. Like genuinely. If I was yoked at this height, I'd be a fucking NFL player. And I don't really know that I'm trying to put my legs through that. That's because that means I'd have to do more leg days to support the top too. So I don't know if I'm built for that, dog. My knees hurt enough just from like the longevity thing. So I'm trying to maybe not stress that shit out. But I will have you know, I've got a couple of very moderate weight dumbbells in the stream room. And I use those things a couple times a week, sir. Thank you very much. I like a door, a leather belt. What the fuck? Be safe. Be safe. Always have a way out. You have to eat a lot. I have a fast metabolism too. I gained 0 pounds eating Taco Bell 5 times a week after stream and getting like 3,000 plus calories for a one-time sit-down meal that I ate directly before bed. I have tried a lot to like put on bulk. Like even when I was playing sports my entire life, I was trying to put on like muscle mass and bulk up. I would eat more. I would lift routinely, and I didn't put anything on. I'm lanky to say the very least, but it's all arms and legs, dude. I just have a small torso. Anyways, Zombie's trying to distract us from this. Basically, the pirate announcement. Them coming in and taking a different approach to their community. They're not trying to build a Zerg. They're not trying to maintain the presence that they maintained before. They're operating as an enthusiast community, in their words, somewhere you can engage with others, discuss systems, form groups, and run with buddies. Thor will likely run a primary guild for the namesake, but outside of that, it's free to have fun. That is an entirely new take than what we've seen from them in the past. And I think a lot of the reason why the community met them the way that they did was because of the scorched earth approach, because of the we're at war with everybody approach, right? And I hope that this is authentic and that they mean this, because if they are coming in, doesn't mean the community won't be toxic, right? That's what I'm saying. If they come in and they are actually meaning to, you know, be a positive in the community and they stick to that, that's fucking huge, right? Regardless, yeah, Jaren, that is correct, buddy. Also, Godchi, what up, go? We're just looking at the pirate announcement. They will be back, but with a little bit of a different structure. So Pirates is coming back as an enthusiast guild and being built around fun and just grouping people up to play the game together. Kind of like a Cats type vibe almost. Now, seemingly from this, they won't have any focus on PvP whatsoever. But Ashes always has the potential of it. So, what I've been saying about this is that regardless of people's thoughts, right? I'm always someone where I'm like, if they come back, I'd love to PvP against them. We were here when Lyneth and Vyra were a thing, and we wanted to then, and we still kind of want to now, right? But depending on how they come in, that's going to, I think, determine their reception a lot, right? But at the end of the day, as I was saying earlier, this is legitimately one of the largest streamers on Twitch coming back in. And if they are making routine content around our game, guys, we need to realize that is hundreds of thousands of individual people seeing the game from this directory as a result. That is the Ashes directory moving up more. That is more content creators hopefully coming in as a result and hearing about Ashes. That is large. As cool as it is to have our own little corner of things, we need to remember that that is extremely, extremely, extremely small. Hundreds or thousands with this current viewership? Oh, it's still a lot. Like, for perspective, we need to realize the ratios of these things, right? And ratios will always vary based on size, but I can like show you guys metrics. So this was a really good stream that we had a few days ago. This was for the end of Shoal, right? So, whoops, wrong window. Here you have 124 average viewers, but 1,500 unique viewers, roughly a 10x, and then 3,000 live views, so like individual views on that, right? So essentially, with this, even though I'm only averaging 124 viewers this stream, I'm getting over 10x that. So even if he's averaging over the course of a 12-hour stream 5,000 viewers, he's probably getting a lot more click-throughs, and bare minimum, I'm going to say he's roughly a 15 to 20x, which would put him roughly 75 to 100,000 individual viewers over the course of a stream, and probably 150k to 200k live views. So there is absolutely an element of like moving mountains, right? Average concurrent is by no means total unique individual, and that alone shows it. It's a ratio, right? Hard to say you ban a lot of people. People can still watch when they're banned. Unless you are going through a specific route, anybody that I ban from my chat can still watch. They just can't type. We probably have people that are banned that come through regularly and they can look, but they just can't type in the chat. There are ways to ban people and stop them from seeing everything, but most bans are just going to be typing. Regardless, I mean, Twitch tracker shows everything. He still averages thousands of viewers. Thousands of viewers. He is one of the largest streamers on Twitch. If we go to Twitch tracker, and keep in mind, I'm not a pirate sim, but I am an Ashes sim. And I recognize that if the entire community just wants him to go away again and just wants him to get forced off of the game, that's going to lower our numbers a good amount. So, like, yes, numbers down, numbers down, numbers down, numbers down, right? But still, 7 days, 3,200 average viewers. 3 months, 5,600. He is still ranked 402 on Twitch. This is a massive content creator that is coming in to our directory that, albeit, oh damn, he went even. That's kind of crazy. What the heck? Oh, maybe it just doesn't have that. Anyways. Oh, that's a 13-minute stream. Never mind. So, albeit, it may be a community that hasn't been like, you know, the most well-received lately, but it is still an incredibly large community. Has he been live since bots were hit? Yeah, he goes live here, here, and here. Yeah, his numbers were pretty consistent. I don't think he was one of the view body lads. Like, as much as people want to shit on him, I think this is still organic numbers. Now, we do have to remember that, as someone also said, having a small positive community can also be a lot better than having a massive, you know, a massive community that's built with toxicity. You do still also have the simple aspect of more playtesters seeing it. Not everybody's going to be negative and a detriment from that. And I think that we are thinking in a lot of generalities here. It's like wanting the Roach King to Ashes just because large numbers move directory up. Yeah, that's good for the game. What do you mean? That's very simply put, good for the game. That's good for every streamer in the directory to have more people floating in the directory to boost the numbers in the directory. And thinking that's not good for the game is ridiculous, in my opinion. That is an insanely close-minded approach. I'd take an Asmon over a pirate, not because of the views. I'd rather have pirate software than Asmongold. Asmongold brings in so many like IRL politic fanatics, and those are the people that I least want in the community. I'd rather have a bunch of furries and hate watchers than political fanatics, if I'm being real. I want Ashes to be a video game space, and we also have to remember that with Asmongold's following, we have a female director of communications and an openly gay creative director. That community is going to be absolute cancer to have over here. At least if you have a community of furries, they're going to be tolerant of gay people and women. To say the very least. I don't speak on IRL stuff much, but I'd rather have Pirates community than Asmongold's community. If I'm being real. Numbers aside. Now, having either one of those, while I quite literally would vomit at the thought of having either, you know, one of those hate-filled communities right now, and I love my positive community, I do recognize that having massive content creators gets a lot of eyes on the game, which can then help actual people that want to get in to the game into the game. If people want to spend $100 to troll pirate software, that's between them and pirate software. But there will be a lot of people that see Ashes that go, oh shit, this is cool, right? And then they get into it because of that. I think either way, differences aside, to say that a community of this size or even larger would not help Ashes, well, cancerous communities see the communities they join, but pirate software's already been in Ashes. And it got a lot of people into the game and put a lot of eyes on the game. It's not like this is his first time in the game. And this should, based on what he's saying, be a less cancerous approach than his last approach. And at the end of the day, as much as everybody wants to pretend they know the streamer because they watch live stream fails, clips, and YouTube videos, we don't really know people just because we consume their content. We don't, dog. And I hate to say that, and it may piss some of you off, but it's kind of parasocial to think that you know someone deeply based on a content situation that happens on their stream. It is. And I think at the end of the day, if they are coming in saying, hey, we're coming in to try to be more community-based this time around, then good. Give them a chance. Because if they do, then guys, you need to realize, if I am the largest streamer in the directory, that does not mean that the directory isn't healthy. Like, we can all make jokes. You don't have to like him coming over here. You don't have to go into his chat and support him and give subs and gift bits and keep his hype trains rolling. But like, I feel as though we should at least be open to the prospect of large streamer man comes in, and with it, Ashes sees more eyes. Well, more eyes see Ashes, which could result in Ashes growing more. And I think that's the very baseline of it. Cancer will always sort itself out. At the end of the day, if people are cancerous in chats, you can ban them from chats. If people are cancerous in the game, you can deck them, you can PvP them, you can deal with them. Cancer sorts itself out. If they're too cancerous and they are just griefing, they quite literally just get banned. So, there are solutions, right? And I definitely agree that a lot of large content creators, keep in mind, bring with them negative aspects, right? But at the end of the day, why hasn't League sorted itself out? Brother, League is one of the most successful titles in the world. Same thing with CSGO. What do you mean? Those are literally two of the most all-time successful video game titles in human history. Are you trying to say that they're not some of, talking about cancer-wise, because they're some of the largest titles in human history? You will always have bad actors in a large community. Those are the literally two of the largest titles in human history. What do you mean? I guess I don't understand, like, where you're coming from comparatively. And keep in mind, if you are cancerous to a point of actually griefing and reports go through in those titles, I don't know how CSGO works because I don't play CSGO, but I know a whole lot of my Dota friends that got banned from League for absolutely griefing shit. People do get banned from League. People quite literally get banned from every title. It happens, dog. And you know what? If I'm being completely honest, if I could switch the spot of Ashes and League in terms of player base, yeah, I would. If it came with the cancer and the toxicity, yeah, fuck yeah. That many people playing Ashes would be phenomenal. That would be a huge success. Imagine if Ashes of Creation was one of the most popular titles of all time. Yeah, absolutely. If that came with a little toxicity along the way, fuck it. We got toxicity already anyways, and we're small as shit. Like, if you think Ashes doesn't have toxicity in it, brother, we already have motherfuckers doxing other motherfuckers. Like, we got people being full banned for griefing. We got events that are unrunnable. Like, everything exists already. Pirate Software would not be bringing in anything that we don't fucking have. It's not even close to League toxicity. Right, but the discussion isn't League. The discussion is if Pirate Software coming into Ashes is good or bad. And now you're trying to say that Pirate Software coming into Ashes is bad because League is toxic. Because you hate Pirate Software so much that instead of being able to step away and say that this is a net benefit for the game, you want to be so blinded by YouTube slop tubing and like the actual train that goes through of shitting on content creators that you just pop in. You said you swap League and Ashes? Correct, I would. If it came with toxicity, I absolutely would. Yeah, 1000%. But the original discussion and what we're on because of this is this good for the game? Yes, it is. Is Pirate Software coming into this directory good for Ashes? Yeah. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Undeniably, undoubtedly good. As long as I can still talk about Ferret P and Global. Wait. Oh my god, if everybody just spams Mana Gem and Global to welcome him back, that would be hilarious, but also incredibly trolly. Wait, that would be fucked. I just hope Steven doesn't give him the special treatment like last time. He'll report you. That's okay. His friends work at Blizzard, not Intrepid. Steven basically told him to fuck off and then made fun of him in a dev stream, so. He has to. Steven does not have to. Pirate Software wanted a legacy server, like a not wiped server that his community could play on, and they didn't give him that, and he left. Steven is not gonna fucking just completely bend over backwards for a content creator in an alpha, especially one that's already left the community and then smeared the name of Intrepid desperately. Pirate Software is gonna have to grovel to Steven to try to get anything. Like, I'll be completely real, dog. I think it's the opposite way. Like, once you go against Steven, we saw with Narc, Steven doesn't really fuck with you at all. If Pirate Software goes back, because you have to remember, it wasn't just like Pirate Software slipped off into the night and was just like, yeah, I'm not enjoying Ashes anymore. Pirate Software literally took anti-Intrepid rants to another level by pulling up their fucking, like, their job listings page and talking about how none of the changes could ever land because they didn't have a principal econ designer and stuff like that. And just talked about how they had no direction for the game. None of the changes they were making made any sense. This, that, the other. Like, he went on deep rants about it. And I think that speaking from that standpoint, that's not something that Steven's just gonna like look the other way about, right? If he didn't look the other way when it was 15,000 viewers and still made little nods to him, then he's not gonna look away when it's 4,000 viewers. And I don't think that after all of those rants, it's gonna come in and just instantly be in a spot where Steven's like reaching out and giving him a flyer and welcoming him back with a red carpet and stuff. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Steven will be thrilled to have him back. Maybe it's like they're making amends and they're friends again. Maybe they've been DMing. Who knows? There's probably a lot going on behind the scenes. Maybe if you're a content creator of that size, you reach out to the man directly wherever you go. I don't bug Steven at all. I do not message that man. He's a nice guy, but I don't want to take up his time. So, marketing side makes me think he will. Yeah, but they don't fucking give a shit about marketing. Like, yeah, they give a shit about marketing, but this is the thing. They didn't care enough to bend over backwards and keep a legacy server up when we went to Shoal. They don't really care about doing it now. If they cared about marketing and retaining pirate software, then they probably wouldn't have changed his precious magic set. They probably wouldn't have taken away his merge server that him and his community were going to play on. Like, those were changes that led to him leaving. So, they can only care to an extent. Right. Cost of a special mount versus keeping a server up. I mean, so is that what people are mad about? Of, like, pirate software getting a special flyer? Was that the big thing? Because that would be like people being mad about me getting a ground mount. He probably gave Pirate a flyer because Pirate was like the shoe-in for a mayor whenever he was playing, if I'm being real, and just wanted to show off that flyer because it was a cool flyer. I understand sometimes people want to be mad about that stuff, but like, that's no different than me being given a bunch of mounts. His mount was busted, so they gave him a new one. Yeah, I don't think that's really special treatment. I mean, Zombie didn't get a mount, but fuck Zombie. But yeah, like, maybe a little bit preferential because he got quick resolution to getting a mount, but like, realistically, if you guys aren't mad about me getting mounts, it's kind of tough to be mad about pirate software getting mounts. Free advertising out there. Yeah, like, I get not liking pirate software, but at that point, you're also like, they shouldn't give Dusty mounts. Fuck Dusty for having mounts. Like, and if you want to stand on that business, then great. But they also gave away a lot of mounts to non-streamers too. And I would be willing to argue that because of how few streamers there are for Ashes, more non-streamers receive GM mounts than streamers. Pirate Software was just the only person to get a different flyer. But he was a mayor. So, kind of makes sense. Yo, NBC, what up, dude? Fuck, Dusty. It does make sense. It does make sense. The root of all evil is Dusty. When you lost the Snorse, you weren't acting like a man-child. I mean, I was sad to lose the Snorse. I was definitely sad. It'll be interesting. It will. It will. I don't want to be mad at either, but not saying preferential treatment would be cope. I mean, I think if a mayor had a flyer and that flyer got bugged and then that flyer got restored, that's not really that preferential. Like, what's preferential about it? The fact that they fixed the bug flyer or the fact that it was a different flyer? Because if it's the fact that it was like an unacquirable mount at the time, then you gotta be mad about me getting a mount too. I don't have a side in the pirate thing. Personally think it's cringe, but not sure why he would think that in a game in a dev state would contemplate keeping outdated servers up that would draw players away from needed testing and new builds. Again, though, all the drama around him from both sides is utter cringe. Yeah, absolutely. I think that a lot of the discussion has gone on so fucking far. So fucking far. Different and speed, I'm not mad, but as I said, let's acknowledge reality. Well, you're not having some philosophical moment. You have to be mad at me as well then. Are you mad that I had the fastest land mount in the game before it came out when I had a halberdier, when I had a flail runner? Those were faster than other mounts at the time, and those were given to me by GMs. So are you mad about that too? Or not like mad about that, but like, is that bad? Is that something to like cause a ruckus over, right? I'd say you're getting special treatment. So what about all of the people who received those mounts that were not streamers? Would they also be getting special treatment? A little bit of streamer privilege. If people that were not streamers did not get mounts, I would say absolutely. But in a world where they are giving away mounts, it's more stacking the deck than it is streamer privilege. In P2, they were all streamers. That's absolute cap. Absolute cap. There were multiple Snorses on Vira, and one of them was not a streamer. One of them was actually sold for 20 gold. It was a Snorse that was given out directly after mine. Dustbuster, you like Little Caesars? Oh, God. Oh, not really. Not really. But yeah, so like in P2, not all mounts. Want to compare giving away mounts and see if non-streamers have the most? Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to, because Steven distributes a lot of mounts to non-streamers, and there are very few streamers in Ashes, and just alone in the hide and seek event that the GMs did at the end of phase 2, they gave away exponentially more mounts to non-streamers than there were streamers, because I was the only streamer doing it. You don't know what you're talking about, and you're just trying to be angry. Yeah, non-streamers absolutely have more mounts than streamers. Yeah. In totality, yeah, because there are a lot more non-streamers than streamers too. Have to admit it was pretty frustrating in P2 to be chased down by an entire group of Polar with foxes. Oh, wait. That was 2.5? What? No, they weren't given to a streamer and then sold. What do you mean? The person that received another Snorse on phase 2 was not a streamer. The hide and seek was 2.5. Sorry, 2.5. That one. The phase 2 Snorse was not given to a streamer. There were many people that received mounts that were not streamers in phase 2, and you guys are coping by saying that there were not. I love you guys. You guys are the reason why I'm here streaming, but you guys are being absolutely ridiculous right now. If you think that streamers get more mounts when there are like 5 streamers active in this directory than non-streamers. Bunch of barcode folks got frog mounts. Yes. Yes. Like, phase 2 and phase 2.5, there were a whole hell of a lot more of non-streamers than with streamers. If you think Polar and Barcode did have mounts no one else couldn't get in phase 2, you're wrong. What? Polar and Barcode aren't streamers. What do you mean? Those aren't, the people that had those weren't streamers. They got them through the streamed PvP event. Right, but they're not streamers. They got those as a reward for winning an event. People also got mounts randomly handed out from Steven in phase 2 when he was going around on his personal streams. Remember the entire meme about the first Firefox being given out to a furry because he descended on some random person farming and said, "Do you like foxes?" Brother, it's cope. There are a lot of people that are not streamers that have got mounts. I promise. Sure. What? Like, you're just coping. Like, you're actually just coping. Brother, there are like 12 streamers that have even gotten mounts. 2.5, I agree. Steven hasn't streamed in 2.5. What do you mean? 2.0, you're not right. You're fucking delusional. You're absolutely delusional. Phase 2, he gave out an ungodly amount of mounts to other people. The person that had the other Snorse on Vira came into my chat as a viewer. They were not a streamer. You're absolutely on Fent. I watched them stream. Brother, do you know who it even was that originally received the mount? And do you know who it was that received the mount secondarily? Can you name both of them? Steven literally flew around giving shit out to randoms. Yup. Multiple times during P2. Yes. Time and time and time and time and time again. It is absolute cap to think that the fucking 12 streamers of Ashes of Creation have more mounts given to them than non-streamers. I don't understand. I don't know, man. When will Dusty realize I'm baiting him? Yes. The classic defend a stance for 10 minutes through text and then go, haha, I got you. Brother, that's what Jack Doherty does in his videos. You're being Jack Doherty in my chat right now. Like, trying to say, I still will stand on that. Well, you're just delusional then. You're just delusional. If you actually think that's true, antagonist, you're actually one of, like, the most delusional people I've ever met. That's actually just delusion. Brother, you could pull up. Won't know we don't have the numbers. Jesus fucking Christ. Brother, both of these phases, there have been more non-streamer mounts given out by devs than streamer mounts. And I can promise you that because there have been an average of about 10 streamers in the directory at any given time since like the first 2 weeks of P2. They have given out a whole hell of a lot more mounts. And there have been plenty of streamers without mounts. So if it's preferential treatment to streamers, then why does every streamer not have a mount? Very simply put, why are they not just going around to every single streamer dropping mounts off? You're stacking the deck because people are way more likely to know where you are if you're streaming, but sounds like he's just trying to waste your time. Well, all I have is time. I'm just going to do fucking anvils loops back and forth. So, I don't really have shit going on. They might not be consistent or size. I can confirm that size doesn't matter because when I was given my mount, I was far from the largest streamer in the directory, and I was not consistent as I had been here for a few days when I received the snores. It was strictly by happenstance. Steven was going around giving out hats to people, Santa hats to groups, because it was a holiday season, and basically ended up hanging out with my group. He came down to see us, gave us hats, and then I asked if we could run outside of Oaken where we were farming, and basically chilled with him, asked him a bunch of questions and stuff, yapped to him for a bit about everything, about the stream, about how we just came over and we're having a blast, and then after yapping with him, got him out. Could that have been because I was a streamer? Maybe. Could that have been because I was yapping with him and not a douche canoe? Maybe. Are you saying you've never been given a mount because of who you are and every time it was random? Oh no, I've definitely been given mounts because they're familiar. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying that not every mount given out is with the particular person in mind. Every time I receive a mount, it's while they're giving out other mounts. My mounts in phase 2.5 I received through in-game events and was not given through streamers. My mounts in phase 2 I was given first by happenstance and then showing up to events. Or when they were doing big distributions of other mounts, I happened to get them. So, I didn't go groveling, begging, or anything like that. It quite literally was just happenstance. I don't think that it was a big scripted thing. Gotta remember, when I was given my halberdier, Summit was in the directory. Gotta remember, there were a lot of halberdiers that went out that day. And multiple people got them, not just me. So, what is an extramost bestest pizza? I think that's like the deep dish or something. Has a lot of shit on it. Stand on the spear killing wasn't a mistake. Oh, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was fucking doing. If he's ASL in good conscience, then it is what it is. You got it, brother. If you put yourself in like areas where people are more active, then you're more bound to run in with people. Like anytime there's a dev stream, if you run over to the areas where the dev streams are taking place, then you're more likely to get stuff. You can essentially just farm mounts. Like back when they were doing their dev streams on live and just going to the servers, you could follow them around and they would hand out mounts. That's how I got like 2 of my fucking mounts. That's literally it. You just run over to shit. A lot of people got mounts from that. So, I don't know, man. If you were that worked up, though, I will say, about Pirate Software having a custom mount, to the point that you think him coming over here is bad. Because again, the entire reason we got here is because we were discussing if Pirate Software coming over to the directory was good or bad. And you're grasping at straws so hard trying to say Pirate Software, bad man, bad for game, because he had a mount given to him. When his mount was borked. If you genuinely think it's not about the mount, then what's your entire rant been about? You're saying he gets special treatment because he got a mount. What other special treatment has he gotten if it's not about the mount? What would indicate that it was about anything other than the mount? The only thing you brought up is the mount. Moin Tarvo. Zoss mount was borked. Why wasn't he given flyer? Probably a test to see how the T4 only mayor flyers were going. No, I don't know. Maybe Zombie pissed him off. Or because by the time it was brought up, they weren't pushing any updates through to live, and they were focusing entirely on the PTR. Food for thought. Because by the time that had happened, and I'm pretty sure by the time Zom got Squalls, it was June, right? Because that was when I was traveling, when Squalls was being built up. So that's June. That's when a lot of support for P2 had already stopped. P2.5, I should say, had already stopped. And they weren't really pushing many updates anyways. Probably more related to that than Zop and Zombie not being relevant enough to get a flyer. Just in all fairness. My position was that his community was toxic, and bigger community doesn't mean better. I don't think that larger community means better community, necessarily in terms of a streamer, but I do think that more eyes on game is better for game. Very simply put, how does game succeed? People see it. How do people see it? Either through paid marketing spend from developers or word of mouth. How does word of mouth spread? People seeing it without paid organic or with paid ads, right? So this is a very good way for people to see it and talk about it organically. Even if it is a matter of, oh, Pirate Software, this butthead went back to Ash as a creation. I'm going to go into his chat to shit on him. Oh, wait, what's going on here? This game looks pretty. Wait, it's come a long way. Oh my god, wait, they have this? Oh shit. Like, I think we are severely underestimating how much of that we lack and how much our population could grow exponentially from 1 to 2 Pirate Software level creators getting into this. And of course, as you said, larger community doesn't always mean better necessarily or inherently. But in our scenario where we are trying to play test and get the most information, the most data, both from bug reports and from Intrepid's internal data that they get from having playtesters, something like dynamic gridding, having a couple thousand extra people, fuck yeah, that's huge. Pirate Software or not, that's great for dynamic gridding. If you told me that they were like actual Satanists sacrificing babies, I don't fucking care. I don't have a baby. Data can be bad data. You're reaching. There is no way, shape, or form that more people participating in something like dynamic gridding can be bad. Simply put. That is completely reaching and exaggeratory. No such thing as bad data, it's just data. Correct. Data is acted upon. If people grief, then that is data that is used to put in anti-grief measures. Every anti-mob training measure that we have now is because of bad data that brought in a good change. It's not bad data, it's data that leads to a change. If they grief, Intrepid gets data about how to deal with the griefing. If it's a system that's broken, Intrepid gets data about how to fix that system. If it's a dupe, they get data about how to fix that dupe. There's no bad data, there's just data. What would the bad data be? Possibly. What could they give that's bad data? Kyler, hello. Been watching Ashes from a distance for a little bit. Is the new phase online 24/7? It is, yes. Starting on the 26th at 1 p.m. EST. Bad data would be wrong data. Correct. And by having people in the testing environment participating in systems in any way, that's data that then powers further changes. The more griefing, exploiting, breaking of the game, the better, because we're in an alpha. Because then those things get fixed. That's pretty simple, I think. I think that's incredibly simple. But maybe I'm just not data analyst enough. But I don't think there's a single world where more people playtesting Ashes and playtesting the systems of Ashes is not better for Ashes. Now, griefing's the thing. Gets dealt with. Their entire teams go making sure data is accurate. How can you say that bad data doesn't exist? What? That's not a sentence. I don't even know what you're trying to say at this point, and you put like a Pepe laugh for your own comment that wasn't even like a logical comment. Brother's too worried about throwing in a fucking emoji at the end of his sentence that he can't even make a proper statement. Think it out, try to be a little less brain rot with it, and formulate a proper sentence to defend your side of things instead of trying to be like Twitch chatter. Because right now you're being general Twitch chatter. I'll be honest, your vibe is no better than the vibe that you're saying Pirate Software is going to bring in. By you bringing in the hatred and negativity for Pirate Software, you're emanating that negativity that you think he's going to bring in, thus facilitating the cycle even more. It's like when someone gets mob trained on, so then they mob train on the mob trainer to fix the mob training. You're saying this guy's going to bring in hatred, so I'm going to hate on him and say that he's going to be bad for the scene, and thus you're making the entire scene worse. Do you see how that works? There is no bad data. All data can be used in some way. The only data that is bad data is data that has been completely manipulated and inaccurate. And I'm sorry, brother, but there's no way that people are getting in and fucking changing the raw data of how much damage they're doing. I hate to break that to you. Like, they're not. Any form of griefing, anything like that, that is good data. If it's a bad action, that's still very good data. Because then they can use that data to have a good change off of that data. There can be misleading data, but there isn't inherently bad data. Yeah, interpreting data. Me criticizing someone for messing up a sentence. In all fairness, I don't get to spell check before I post things. You do. It's unacceptable for you. Unacceptable for you. I don't get to spell check. Interpreting data is definitely a big thing, and everyone can interpret data different ways. But I also feel like Intrepid's become pretty sound at sorting through the bad data that would typically be thrown out as like, oh, this is griefing. Well, this isn't in our systems, phooey. And they take that and they say, okay, how can we put in measures to prevent this, right? If they come in and 1,000 people try to grief Pirate Software, well, congratulations. That's 1,000 people that are now providing data for anti-grief mechanics. Like, that's literally it. I don't know what this data convo is for. I just showed up about bad data. You're a bad data. So Pirate Software announced that he's coming back to Ashes for Phase 3. The original announcement, and that's why we have a Twitch tracker pulled up as well. The original announcement says, thanks for all the responses on the previous announcement. We will be playing this phase, and I'm glad to see so many of you interested. This time around, we're taking a different approach to the guild. We're not building a Gigazerg or trying to maintain 75 plus mini guilds, as it's just a headache with the current design. For this phase, this place will operate as an enthusiast community for the game. Somewhere you can engage with others, discuss systems, form groups, and run with buddies. I will likely run a primary guild for the namesake, but outside of that, it's free to just have fun. We're here to test things, give feedback, and help fix bugs. For EVE players, you can see this akin to the EVE University to help new player groups get into the game. I look forward to playing alongside and against many of you during this phase. Let's make it a fun one. I think this is the best play for him and his community. Yes. And I think this is the best case scenario for the Ashes community, like, if it is held to. Yes. Absolutely. Genuinely. How did the conversation go from we're debating if Pirate's a good thing for Ashes? Yeah, absolutely. All day, they won't bring bad data. What is the bad data that they could bring? Could you extrapolate on your thought of what bad data is instead of just like hiding behind the term bad data? Like, could you articulate to me what possibly they could bring in that is bad data? Because the worst thing that they could do in terms of playtesting is come in and sit on a character idle and not do anything. But even then, they're adding population density to an area for dynamic gridding to base it off of.
Apes together. Strong.
Yer Tuesday, thank you for the 5 months, dog. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yer. But yeah, if they come in idle on their characters and do nothing and just form a human wall, then that's still giving something to the playtest. If data you get is misleading, it's bad. What data could they bring in that's misleading? Because now you're just regurgitating what Seat said a few messages ago, where he gave you data can be misleading. I need you to articulate a single action that Pirate Software's community could do that would be bad for the game and would not have any positive aspect come from it. I'll give you a minute because I'm going to fill up my water and smoke a bowl real quick, because I need to get much more high to deal with this. Give me 1 sec. I don't like banning people, but I do like taking bong rips, so I'm going to take a bong rip. Interpretation of data determines if the data is misleading or not, by the way. And thankfully, Intrepid knows how to interpret their data over time. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back and I'm gonna come. Okay, hold on. All right, have we articulated anything yet? Unless I quite literally start cheating, it cannot be bad. Even that's good data. Like, it's a cat and mouse game. If people are botting, if people are cheating, like, if I interview someone and they say they do X thing, but they actually do Y thing, the data I get from that is not good data because I asked the wrong question. But that doesn't relate to, like, Pirates community coming into Ashes. If someone lies to you about something, then sure, if you're only asking one person. But it's not like Intrepid is going, Jason Thor Hall, do you think we should redo the gearing? Yes or no? And he goes, yes. And they redo the gearing. That's not happening. What is the relevance of that? Like, can you articulate, antagonist? And this is a crazy name to be having this discussion with. Literally seems like an isekai. Oh, what just disconnected? Can you articulate just a single thing that their community could possibly do that could ever lead to bad data from them coming into the game? That's my one big ask. Because love Pirate Software, hate Pirate Software, however you feel about him, think he's a piece of shit, think he's a good guy, whatever. Think he comes on his walls, think he doesn't. Who cares? I think about Ashes. And if you take away the streamer name and you tell me any streamer that has 4,000 average viewers is coming into the game, I say wonderful. And I hope they have success. It's no different because this dude didn't use a mana gem in a hardcore WoW raid. I don't fucking care if he has a persona or not. I don't really give a shit about other people that much. I stay in my own business and I give a shit about me. And I'm gonna be real, this benefits Ashes a lot to have this community here. Good, bad, indifferent, however you feel, is a lot of people. And those people will inherently benefit Ashes simply by existing. Even if they do nothing endgame, nothing PvP, nothing whatever. It benefits it. Free content for me? Yeah, absolutely. And this is one thing I'm saying. So, I'm a realist, right? I will defend shit when shit needs to be defended, but I will also give the caveat. If they do not stick to this, and they come in, and they try to be, you know, the same, like, we're gonna run the server attitude, they are going to have so many competitive guilds breathing down their throat very quickly. EU would probably come back over here just to lay some dick down. And that's after they just re-announced the EU server. If they stick to this, and he actually uses his platform to help people understand this is an alpha, this is testing, this is in progress, we want to help make this better, that is huge. I'll just say it. It's something that no other content creator that we have is capable of providing right now to that level of people. Pirates are kill on site on European servers. Do you think they're gonna try to take shelter in EU? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, so this is the thing. There's going to be... My understanding is that a lot of the competitive EU guilds are staying on the NA server anyways. I've heard the opposite. I heard from Flanker that him and a lot of the other guilds are going back to EU. Cartel's going EU? Yeah, I've heard a lot of them are going EU. I don't know which ones you've heard of that are staying. We aren't, no? Wait, Tick, who are you with? And who's going... Can we get a list on who's going EU and who's going NA? And secondarily, if every competitive EU guild is going NA anyways, why the fuck was there a big uproar? What the fuck do you mean? We need a server list? Paint. Paint. Might be paint time. We're waiting for them eagerly. Okay, NA EU rivalry aside, I love yapping about the beef and everything, and I'll yap to everybody, but that's fucking hilarious. I picture Pirate Software like fucking RP sailing across the seas like reverse George Washington style back to Europe, and then he gets there and it's just tally-ho, lads, and you guys are all just waiting there with cannons and shit. Oh my god, it'd be so fucking funny. Like, he started streaming, and like, what if he talked with an accent? Like, he was just sounding British and stuff. He was just trying to blend in and be like a new lad. And then you guys just kick the shit out of him. I honestly think his response might be better on NA than it will be on EU. Because NA, I think so many people are going to be like up each other's ass that like it won't be going out of like some people will obviously go out of their way to go at pirates. I don't think a lot of people will. Your guild's French? Wait. He'll be walking in like a shadowy alley and he'll just hear, and that's the last thing he ever fucking hears. That's it. It's just a shadow scampering across, and then everything goes black. God fucking damn it. I hate it here. Someday I'm gonna get canceled for this shit. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. You can't cancel that which has no viewership. Everything's fine. I'm safe here. But, so this is the thing, right? Oh wait, they can respond to community feedback that makes the game worse. For example, the original Melee Combat didn't have the split body animation in the way it does now. If the community had given feedback that the old Melee Combat was good, they would have stayed on that direction. I'm sure some people did provide feedback that the Melee Combat was good, but community feedback also isn't the sole reason that they change things. They take in consideration community feedback while also taking into consideration their total vision as the overwhelming factor. If his community was able to manipulate feedback in that way, his negative feedback would have manipulated the regearing that proceeded anyways. So, did Pirate make this poster as someone from his guild? It says Maldavius. I'm not in the guild to know. This was a screenshot that was sent to me. Hair in my mouth. I think I got it, sorry. Somebody sent this to me. So, yeah, I know. I'm sorry, I had a floaty. Isn't that his furry name? I don't even know if he's actually a furry or if that's all alleged. Alleged furry name. Again, for the record, I don't hate Pirate. No, this community's toxic. Before I don't hate them either. I was pushing back on the fact that a bigger toxic community isn't good for games. Right, but I think we're also overstating like how toxic he is. And keep in mind, I don't hate you at all. I love you for the content, by the way. Anytime that I get to debate with somebody, this is, by the way, part of why we don't have mods or anything. Notice how things don't get out of control other than me saying you're delusional because it's fun. I have to kind of like, you know, play things up a bit to make it entertaining. But genuinely, I like that we can have debates like this and have people not get fucking Thanos snaps. I'll joke about it, but people legitimately don't get banned here. So like, I see both sides of shit, right? If he brings in a lot of toxicity, right? I'm a realist. I don't want people to get on the pirate software deserves hate train, so pirate software doesn't belong here train. That is detrimental to Ashes as a whole. We need to try at our very least to, you know, just play it as normal. If you want to go out of your way to give him some pot shots, go for it. Get him in and then fucking play the game, right? Play your game. If you come across him, his members, whatever, do what you want to do, right? But I think the people that go out of their way to chase him down and run him down and grief him and stuff like that are just fucking weird, if I'm being real. I think going out of your way and deviating from your normal game is a little bit extra. So, from our standpoint, like, are we excited to PvP against them? Yeah, of course. Honestly, especially if they're not focused on being a Mega Zerg, because then they might actually have PvPers that can, like our PvPers, get better. We get our ass kicked so much that the competitive guilds probably make fun of us for still showing up. But you know what we do every time we show up? We show up a little bit better. And we say, hey, GG's, we lost. We'll come back next time. We'll learn from the losses, right? If they do this with new players, the same way we're trying to do this, but on a more massive scale, guys, you love what Cats is doing for the game. They're trying to do what Cats is doing. If they can do that and stick to it, it's great. And if they do not do it, the community is just going to beat the shit out of them. I don't see a downside. Best case scenario, you have Cats but way larger, helping new players get into the game and feeding people into our ecosystem. Even if they just hear about the game through him, join his community, and they say, okay, I'm going to join an actual guild now that I'm here, thanks. And then they join one of our guilds, that's a huge feeder, right? And that is bringing players into the economy itself, right? So, personally, I think that this is, in every way, shape, and form possible, good and will self-regulate. If the PvP comes his way, and they lose, and he just says, you know what, GG, you got us, good jump, we'll come back better next time. People are probably going to plus respect for pirate software. It is hard to lose in front of a lot of people and get your ass kicked and say GG's and keep going. Believe you me, I got like 17-0'd on stream one night in tank duels before I got good at tank duels. You guys want to know why I got good at tank duels? Because I got 17-0'd one night in tank duels on stream. Did I take stream down? Nope. I sat there and I said, GG. I ran back. I dueled again. I got my ass kicked 17 times in a row. And then I said, hey, what are you wearing for gear? And you want to know what it was? A big gearing difference that I hadn't even considered because I was still newer to the game. This was a person that I originally had like friction with and beef with. We started 1v1ing because they guild decked me alone and jumped me. And it might have been a stream snipe, but instead of bitching about the stream snipe, they killed me with a few people around me and I said, all right, fuck it, we run it back. And I ran back and I lost again and I ran back and I lost again. But we ran the ones and I learned a lot that night. If they do that and have that mentality, this is really, really, really good for Ashes. I want to say that. Love pirate, hate pirate. Love is calm, hate is calm. This is good. It's the reason why athletes play up to get better. NBA players don't play with college players to improve. It's the college players that run with NBA players to improve. Same thing with video games and PvP. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if a competitive community sees a lot of ambition coming out from a different community, whether you are good, bad, or indifferent, if you show up with enthusiasm, sure, there will be events like if you're trying to show up to their scrims, some scrim nights will be closed. But eventually there will be an open opportunity for you, if you show up with enthusiasm, to hop in with these people. We got our asses kicked a lot, and people saw us get our asses kicked a lot before people finally gave us a chance to PvP with them. People gave us a chance to hop into their groups for some scrims, and people realized, oh, they're actually not bad players. They just need to get more familiar with timings and this and that. And then people started helping us with stuff. People saw us showing up as not good players that wanted to get better and being like, hey, I'm willing to learn. Please teach me things. All of our players ask questions. All of our players share information. And because of that, the community reaches out to us and helps us. Are we going to probably war against Polar and everybody else? Absolutely. Will we probably lose? Absolutely. Will we get way better because of it? Absolutely. That's the goal. We're playing for 3 to 5 years, not 3 to 5 months. And if they can do that, they are going to succeed. You want to war against us? Well, not in a mean way, like in a productive way, like in a scrim way, but like in a big organic environment. Not in a like rawr Polar, but more in like the cat is riding on the bear's back and you guys are leading us through like the deep water, right? And the deep water is the PvP familiarity. So like it's important to lose in an environment as well where people are kind of like comfortable losing, so to say. And I think being comfortable losing, like I mentioned, is a hard thing, especially if you're on a camera in front of a bunch of people that think that you're cool and watch you, or for whatever reason, right? I was not proud getting 17-0'd. I'm not gonna act like it was fun. Is it fun that I learned from it and I shit on people so hard now that people say tank's broken? Fuck yeah. Were people beating me before then like 50% of the time, not saying tank's broken to me all the time? Uh-huh. Is it tank that's broken or is it me that's broken now because of all of my losses? Who knows? But I learned a lot from my losses. Tank is broken in 1v1s, but the point is I sucked before and I got better. And also, tank's broken in 1v1s in like 8 people's hands. Now, could more people come play tank and learn the way? Absolutely. But bro, I swear to God, some people on tank is like, what the fuck? Bro, just go play mage. Anyways, I don't want to talk down to my tank brethren, but it's just learning a class and how to play it. Yeah, and it's willing to, like, being willing to confer data with people, and being willing to be like, oh, I lost. What are you rocking that I'm not? Is it crit power? Is it attack speed? Is it both? That was fucking me with. So, I know Ash isn't balanced around 1v1, but fuck tanks for being able to 1v1 and being good in higher scale. Okay, I will say though, with tanks, we play substantially different in like larger scale than we do in 1v1s, which is also part of what I think makes tanks so cool. Certain things like reflect, where it's a directed, like, you know, I put up my shield and only one person is hitting me. That is so oppressive in a 1v1 because I get mana regen. I do 100% fizz damage and up to 800% more damage based on how hard you hit me, for a total of up to 900% damage. Then I also trip you guaranteed in a 1v1 because like you're the only person hitting me. Reflect, S tier in 1v1s, reflect in group based stuff, fucking C tier, right? You might as well not even run the trip on it, because as soon as you reflect, it's gonna trip somebody random. There's so much damage coming in. It's still good to run the trip because free trip, but it's not directed at all. So we lose a lot of our like oppressive, just like I'm gonna jump on you and dick you down and like fucking orangutan your shit, right? And we become more of like a support, at least in my experience. Maybe I'm just a pussy, but I tend to play pretty aggressive most of the time, and I feel as though we play very supporty. At least I try to. We can still get on a target and dog people down, but I also try to do a good bit of like backline peels, protect Aegis, you know, banners on my backline whenever we need it, having the intercepts out. So I don't know. I definitely feel like tank shifts, but that's also one of my favorite things about tank is how much we shift right now. Simply because of the fact that once ranks come in for abilities too, that's going to give us a million options, right? You could build around wall, indom, grapple. You could build around tremoring strikes, which is our melee trip, pulverize, fucking slam, ground pound. Like you could go damage build, you go tanky build, you go backline build. Wall is OP. Brother, just go around it. The fuck do you mean? It stops enemy LOS? Yeah, because it's a fucking wall. What do you... Hold on. Hold on. Let me go on the other side of this wall real quick. And we're going to see if you can see me. Hold on. Okay, did you have line of sight on me? What do you mean it stops LOS? It's OP. It's a fucking wall, Godchi. It's supposed to stop LOS. It's a shitty goddamn wall if it doesn't. It's got fucking holes in it. Because it stops LOS is the reason why it's OP. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I get it. Dude walks out of his camera vision and says a wall blocked LOS debated. Everyone knows this is 2D. This is all just 2D. This wall moved. This wall goes outside, and I didn't want to go all the way outside just for a point. I'm not willing to walk that far. I want you to know, I walked out into my hallway, stood there angry for a second, and came back in. Now, keep in mind, one thing, tank walls are short. Well, that's what I'm about to get into next. What if, when our ability tree rework comes in and we get ranks, instead of it just being like, you know, certain things hit harder, we're going to have ranks for a lot of things. Everything. Wall included. Rank 1 wall, current wall. Rank 2 wall, taller, wider wall. Rank 3 wall, curved wall or tire. Wait, taller, taller, wider wall that also does like a stun when people come up, or like a trip, some form of CC when it pops up and people are near it, right? So say I throw a wall into your backline, it would then be a little bit of an AoE CC. The wall has been at points in testing longer, taller, and also transparent to offensive spells and healing. I know. I even saw like wall was actually one of the original things that got me into Ashes. Fun fact, Carla was showing me a showcase from way back in the day, and I don't remember which one it was, but there was PvP on a bridge, and wall was used on the bridge, and I was like, wow, that is really fucking cool. It was a Godspike stream. Was that your wall, Fupo? Did your wall get me into Ashes? But yeah, literally, like, I saw that wall go up, and I said, oh, that's like a really unique ability. That alone is incredibly unique for me. I don't really know, maybe other MMOs give people just straight walls like that and shit. I haven't encountered it before in terms of just like a hard wall. So it's fun as fuck for me. It can be used offensively, defensively, utility-wise, as a disengage, as a full send, like anything. Follow-up, initial engage. Oh my god. Then you could also augment it where you increase the size of the wall or increase the duration of the wall. Oh, that would be so fucking nice. That would be so unbelievably nice. So yeah, that's one thing I'm hoping with abilities though, is we don't just see on the damage end of things, right? A matter of, you know, does 160, 170, 180 with the different ranks. Like, yes, give it that element, but I think when something goes into max rank, it should get like a little unique flair to it to set it apart, signifying that it's a max rank ability. Can't wait for the post 25 skills. I can't wait for the post 25 weapon and stamina trees. That's something that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. The stamina tree, if they have enough options in that for us to have active choices and not just select everything and more, will impact how people play a lot. Weapons will also change a lot. And I predict that 26 to 50 is going to actually have more recognizable, more unique, more impactful things to actually come into their trees, right? So where I'm kind of leaning with that is 1 to 25, we've got what we've got. There aren't really many like standouts. And I think in latter halves of progression, that's usually where you start to get your unique abilities, your unique identifiers. Something with like, I don't know, take two-handed mace, for example. Really big, slow weapon. So as you get to 50 or max rank with that weapon, instead of getting like your inner fire up at the top, you have a ground sunder, a sweeping knockback, or an uppercut that trips a single target. And on deadly extended finisher proc, you now have a follow-up hit where if you pick the ground sunder, it's this big animation where you whip it above your head and slam it down, right? Or you have those like unique feeling things that are massively impactful. So like a two-handed mace could get like a clear out, right? Different things like that could be fun as fuck. Fun as fuck. And rank, I look forward to arenas so much. Yo, Seal, what up, dude? Phase 3 goes to level 50. Phase 3 is going to be the rest of Ashes over the course of it. It'll bring it to a feature complete state. Now, that would indicate that we get level 50 over the course of it, but we don't necessarily know how much they may want to have unsolved and really where they're leaning with the splits there. So we'll stay tuned as soon as we have more info on that. Our next level increase is very likely going to be 30, but I would theorize 35 just because we're 25 right now instead of 20. Could be a baseless theory, but simply because we're 25 now. On the roadmap, it originally said 30, but I think roadmaps are about as useful as toilet paper in a development process because so many things change. So we'll see how that shapes up, but master level crafting, gathering, and refining should be tied with level 30 progression. Level 30 progression should be tied in with a whole lot of other things, so we'll see how that shapes up, but we will get level expansions throughout P3, yes. At the start, it'll still be 25, but they all but confirmed we'll be getting fresh start servers throughout P3 as well. Assuming level increase will come with secondary archetypes, that's a good theory. That is a good theory. It does make sense, too, because secondary archetypes, to our knowledge, are supposed to come in right around level 25 is when you'll be able to select those. So as a level expansion comes throughout, maybe adding in those secondaries, which are I believe are supposed to be 2026 for the implementation of those based on the latest info that we have. So kind of P3 stops at 40 and the 40 to 50 push is only on PTR. That way people don't have to see the end game content. I've thought about that a lot. Yep. And I actually agree, see. I think that's a really good take. I don't want people to necessarily have all of the accessibility to solve the entire, level 50 prog as is. And I don't necessarily think we'd have enough time to solve anything. I don't really think Ashes will be solved. But I think having mystery around 50, yes, we'll get our greasy paws on it. Like, yes, we'll be testing, absolutely. But a little bit of unsolved mystery, so to say, some mystique that, well, it's tested, well, it's vetted, right? they've had the entire beta process to get that taken care of too. Hopefully, we're able to get some stuff where it's like, oh shit, we didn't know this was here. So, yeah, I think that would be solid. Level 40, maybe even 45, but I do want 50 to be this new feel on launch. Absolutely. Casuals like fluffy polar bear pictures. Those are not fluffy bears, those are violent bears. Those bears love the violence. But yeah, I mean, in terms of arenas are going to be, I think, 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, 8v8, and then possibly a larger team mode. Now, I think Mage gets better with more people. Just very straightforward. No matter what the situation is, if you have more people, Mage is better. You add in more people, Mage gets even better. Very, very, very simple. So, I think that like 3s, 5s, 8s, any large scale, that's when Mage comes in. I mean, outside of that, I think 1s are just going to be probably like cornball builds that are built around super cheese lockdown stuff. Rogues probably shit on everybody in those depending on the size of the arena if they have enough space to re-stealth. If a rogue can't re-stealth, then a tank should be able to deal with a rogue, but I think it's probably either rogue or tank or maybe like really cracked bards at that point that would stand a chance. But everything will change in terms of balance as well as we go. I think 3s, you start to get into like actual team comps. So, why is he the only one streaming this right now? Is this even live? What? Why would you think I'm a bot? Yeah, we're having an active conversation. What the heck? Or do you mean if the game's live? Yeah, we're live. You goofball. So basically the reason why no one else is streaming is because we're in like, it's an alpha, so there aren't a lot of streamers in the first place. I'll set expectations there. There are not a ton of Ash's content creators right now. We are actually, people were running restreams earlier today. What? Were they fucking actually? Think they might have been on PTR? Wait, but like, was it a visual restream like we do? Or were they just like full restreaming audio and everything and not interacting with chat or anything? Because I think that's different. Was thinking this was restream? No, so like, I'm me. But we do have a VOD here that we keep on hand for when we play on the PTR. So that's like the gameplay from Alpha 2 server, disclaimer up there. So like I'm human. I'll pinch my here. Would I do that if it was a VOD? I don't think so. So like I'm here, but playing on the private test realm, the live server got taken down a couple of days ago for its like, you know, its death. That's the RIP shoal up at the top of the screen. And this was an event from the last day where they were spawning in a bunch of like world bosses and shit. So the private test realm is the only version of the game that's up right now. That's until the 26th when they bring us phase 3. So the private test realm, it's all AI. God damn it. Am I really? The private test realm is the only version of the game that's up for the next couple of days, but it's also visually NDA'd. So I can't show the private test realm, or I would have to get a real job before phase 3, and that would suck. So that's like kind of the reason with the differences in visuals. But I'm in an ad I can't hear. I'm gonna jump off a bridge. Dusty's VOD. Yo, imagine if I got so good with the yaps that I could legitimately predict what my chat was going to say and have like reasonable conversation with you guys. You want to know the wildest thing? A really large streamer whose chat moves like Ludwig fast could actually get away with that. Legitimately, because people would still come in and his chat just spams emotes and shit, and he like makes up messages to respond to very frequently and then just responds to them in his head. And like, you could do that if you were a massive streamer. Say my chat was just pumping like a fucking 1,000 messages a minute and it was just brrr, and I was just sitting here yapping about bullshit playing Ashes, right? People that are here every day would definitely recognize it, but your screams aren't going to be heard in the echoes of eternity. You're going to be buried among the emotes. Is this a rerun? Banned. timed out 10 minutes, emote spam, gift 50, but I'm so big I don't even thank the 50 burger. Like, bro, it's a different world at that point. We gotta understand. Now, on my end, I'd have to be really good at predicting what you guys were gonna say. I'd have to predict the down points in chat. I'd have to time up my smoke breaks fucking exquisitely. That would get awkward. I would literally have to time up a down point in chat to go smoke a Bolski if I were a VOD. So we got a lot of vouchers. If I spend the $100 right now, can I hop in and play tonight? So, when you got hit by the ad, welcome back, by the way. That's kind of what I was in the middle of bringing you through. So, the live server ended a couple days ago and comes back up on the 26th at 1 p.m. for Phase 3. 1 p.m. EST, that is, for Phase 3. So, 2 more days, and then that's a 24/7 uptime. The $100 pack gets you access to live, which comes back up on the 26th. That's the alpha environment, and then the private test realm. The private test realm is the only server that's up right now. That's also up 24/7 now and throughout Phase 3 launch. So the PTR is what's up right now, and that'll stay up through Phase 3. That just wipes frequently, and it's very frequently what we call focus testing, where it's just like honed in on one thing. That's not like your progression environment. It's more focusing on certain testing certain testing aspects. So we're using this for like starting loops in progression right now, but that's visually NDA'd, so that's part of the reason why you don't see any other streamers for the most part actually streaming Ashes, right now at least. So the directory will be popping for Phase 3. That's when it's not visually NDA'd to stream stuff. The announcement on the screen right now, this is actually from the Pirate Software Discord. So essentially, they announced that they're going to be coming back for Phase 3. So, like or hate Pirate Software, that's going to bring in thousands of viewers and probably 1,000+ people to the game again, which I think is going to be really, really, really great for Ashes. I'm hoping that with this announcement, and keep in mind, not huge glazer of anyone. I'm pretty indifferent about the whole situation. I'm a glazer of Ashes. Their goal is to come back in and not be a super Zerg or like a superpower or anything like that. Their goal is to come back in and be, you know, an enthusiast guild, they're calling themselves. So I think this can be very good for the game if they hold out on this and actually stay true to this. And I hope they do, because it would be huge if they did. So will there be a wipe in 2 days on live? So the wipe has already occurred. Shoal, as we know it, is dead. In 2 days, on the 26th at 1 p.m. EST, we have our new server coming up. Now, I will be streaming 24 hours that day. Well, that day into the next, I suppose. I'll probably be live around 10 or 11 EST that day, do a little pre-show on the 26th, and then servers go up. 24-hour stream through the start of P3. We level, we pump, we grind as much as possible for the boys. I try my best to not to summit and fall asleep in the middle of stream. And you know, we'll be staying up as much as we can. Is healing satisfying in this game? I play a tank, and I can tell you it's always satisfying to get healed. Yes. So from my perspective, absolute W. Yes, I love more clerics. Also, in terms of your pack, because you asked if you could play and hop in tonight, the private test realm, yes, private test realm is up 24/7, like I mentioned. Keep in mind with your pack, if you don't have it yet, I always just kind of like, I give this as a disclaimer. You get 90 days after your Ashes purchase where you can just get a refund if you're not happy. There's no hours limit. They don't try to keep your money. If you're not happy, you just open up a refund request ticket on the website, and then you just get all your money back. We have multiple people in chat that got refunds, and they've just been waiting it out until they hop back in. So it's a no hours limit refund policy. If you hate it, your entire purchase just comes back and you get to play Ashes for 3 months for free. If you like it, you're in for the entirety of development. So with the launch of Phase 3 coming on the 26th, I think there's no reason to not give it a shot, especially if you were like, man, I really need something to play. You said you downloaded EverQuest a few minutes ago and logged in and didn't even play. Yeah, like if you are in a spot where you're like that and you're like, fuck, I really want something to play, Ashes is an alpha. You're going to run into bugs. Things aren't going to be perfect. Things are going to change, right? Things are always going to be evolving. We'll go back to this VOD as well. This was a VOD from the last day of Shoal, the event that ran. So this is what I usually use to cover the screen during the PTR time because of that visual NDA. But yeah. So, where the fuck was I? In terms of just hopping in right now, like Nin said, it's one of the safest gambles around. Oh, the alpha. Play Star Citizen cool with bugs. Oh, massive. Yeah, if you're cool with bugs, then like we are playtesting, and basically here it's like we try to find as many bugs as possible, and we try to solve as many bugs as possible. Phase 3 is going to be a huge update. It's going to be huge visually and functionally for the game because at its core, it's going to Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.3. And that's going to be a huge change for Ashes to build more on top of. Also, most core systems are getting tweaks and implementations to them. So, Phase 3 launch is going to be large, but it's going to be an ongoing development process still. We're in a true alpha, but if everyone comes in with like play testing as the forefront, that is, you know, the big thing. So I have about 2,000 hours at this point, give or take, and I still to this day have fun playtesting Ashes, seeing the systems evolve, seeing the systems change, and building the community. So I love it. I've more than already at 2,000 hours got my money's worth from my pack. And like I mentioned, anytime within that first 90 days, you just get your money back if you're like, man, I really fucking hate this shit. So one thing we say is that it always gets better from this point. Smokey Joe, what up, my friend? Thank you for the follow. Like, Ashes is in the worst point today that it should be in at any point in the future. We shouldn't really be going back in time much and making much negative progress. And even when changes do come in that are like, ayo, these are hitting kind of rough, Intrepid's very responsive. So, yo, Michael, what up, my goat? Very soon, more cutting of the trees and mining rocks and stuff. Dude, are you all set up in the guild Discord? Make sure your ticket's up for Phase 3. We need everybody in Kaltorum on launch doing everything that they can to help level the node. We need all of the gatherers, all of the everything. Your ticket isn't up. Who gave you perms to see tickets? What the fuck do you mean? Somebody take away Socks perms. Why can you see tickets? Carla, take away Socks perms. You're sleeping on the floor tonight. Again, it's 4 nights in a row. Jesus fucking Christ. I feel so betrayed. I'm new to the stream, so I've asked questions. Oh, dude, literally ask whatever you need, by the way. Ask whatever you need. I stream Ashes full time, and like the community and I always fucking yap, right? So we have a lot of new players that come in, and a lot of the content that's out publicly about Ashes is just this like doomium and gloomium, and no one's actually giving info. And I don't really like posting on YouTube because, well, I don't like editing videos, and I don't really have the time to go back in streams and clip stuff down. So I'm live every day over here. I usually stream like 8 to 12 hours a day of Ashes, and on the 26th, I'm doing a 24-hour stream. Dude, I'm going to sound like Jojo Siwa. Chat, I got throat coat. I said this the other day, I think, but I got throat coat, so we're up tremendous. I'm incredibly excited about that. Like, literally fucking phenomenally excited about that. I consider myself... Who's Jojo Siwa? Tarvo. Dude, Google Jojo Siwa talking... and listen to her talk. It sounds exactly like me when I'm losing my voice and I get hoarse. Yo, Mighty Joker, thank you for the follow, dude. So yeah, in terms of questions, ask whatever. I'm more than happy to answer anything, man. In terms of getting groups, Ashes is very community-based, right? So as Nin dropped, discord.gg/catswithabs, that is a community that I help run. Mighty Joker coming in with a prime as well, dude. I appreciate you. Thank you. Much love, much love. No more ads for you either. You don't have to miss the yaps anymore. And your first banana. Now, that thing does get different colors as your sub expands. And chat, let's welcome in our new friend with some Dusty W booties. Show him some of the best emotes around. You get a lot of benefits from subbing to this channel, boys. I'm just saying, it doesn't just end with the emote. It doesn't just end with the no ads. It's a holistic loop for everybody. So, getting groups. Finding a community that is very active and very friendly with new players is always going to be the +1 place to guarantee that you are getting groups along the way. Now, as I mentioned, Cats with Abs, that is our community. I came over from New World back in December, played 7,000 plus hours of New World, thousands of wars over there, and New World just had no accessibility for new players. So before I left New World, I had one last Hail Mary attempt of getting new players access to wars. We got hundreds of new players access to wars on a very fun server, and then server transfers in killed our server in terms of new players having access to things, because every competitive player heard that the server was fun, came through, and wanted to play on that server. So it was impossible to consistently get new players access to anything, right? I came over to Ashes and I said, I'm going to grind this game like crazy. I really, really, really am passionate about this game, right? I enjoyed it the second that I hopped on. And from there, I just extremely, like, I felt very, not necessarily empowered, right? Because that makes it sound weird, but yo, Gravon, the 6 months, boys, one subber away from a hype train as well.
Howdy.
Gravon, how do you do? Thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Boys, another primer, T1, T2, T300 biddies, or a gifty gets a hype train on the tracks and helps support the channel and stop me from getting a real job. Appreciate you guys. Love you, Hoofsy. Sniping it, coming through with the clutch, boys. Choo choo. The hype train is on the tracks for the pre-P3 hype. We're getting it all oiled up. We're making sure it's ready to go because, boys, on the 26th, something tells me that we're going to break the all-time hype train record for this channel. Not all of Twitch. You guys don't have that much money, I'm convinced. But you guys have been working hard for me. You've been taking on extra hours. You guys are getting paid for your time off if you're taking PTO for the 26th. So, as a token of my gratitude, I am going to maybe activate a 35% off discount for gifted sub bundles of 5 or more starting on the 26th. During the 24-hour stream, that bitch will be active. So, we're going to go stupid. We're going to go crazy. We're going to go sicko mode. I love you all. I appreciate the support, as always. Hoofsy, Gravon, Joker, thank you guys for the subbies. I greatly appreciate the love, as always. So, community is always a big thing. Our community has competitive PvPers at the top. We fight with and against the best of the best on a daily basis. Those are our top 2 guilds, Cats with Abs and Cats. Now, I'll explain the name in a little bit. We have casual guilds underneath that. Now, I say underneath just in the pyramid structure of everything because we have more casuals than we do, you know, elite PvPers at the top. That's simply how the pyramid works. Not underneath in terms of importance because, by golly, we couldn't function without our casuals. So, casual players or gatherers, refiners, crafters that are not involved in PvP, they're welcome to be parts of the community in a very friendly, accessible way. No obligation to pay guild taxes, no obligation to show up to the all calls, to the big scary stuff, but you can if you want to. All of the content is accessible to you as a player, and if you want to learn, you want to get better, you want to get more content, that's what our top end is here for. People can always move up or down in the hierarchy however they want to, but everything supports everything in Ashes. It's full PvX, and everything matters at all times. So, Zop, our crafting lead, always needs more gatherers, refiners, and crafters that are willing to help boost up the community. We always need more PvPers. We always need more PvEers to help us hold down boss spawns, named mob grinds, and people that are willing to just contribute to the economy as a whole. That's what Ashes is about. We couldn't PvP at the top without the people that are working hard to supply us with everything and understanding, hey, I might not get the first big shiny weapon, but holy shit, I'm going to get something out of it. Dusty, we're doing a 4 out of 8 Anvil Fresh Start? Yeah, I'm down. What do you guys... Can I tank? Lash! My dog. Thank you for the gifty. I appreciate you. Boys, the hype train has leveled once again. So, in Ashes, every aspect of your community contributes to every other aspect of your community, right? You need the entirety of the loop from casuals, gatherers, refiners, crafters, bloodthirsty PvPers, PvEers who don't know how to PvP. But the best type of player is someone who says, I want this as my focus, but I'm willing to do everything. I love PvP. I like PvE. I hate crafting. I'm too stupid for crafting, brain too small. I don't do numbers and organization well. When you see my storage a week into this phase, you'll understand what I'm fucking talking about. It's bad. It's very bad. So, even though I don't like crafting, I still try to fit into a role where I can do something for the community. As a result, I find myself lumberjacking and lumber milling, cutting down trees and refining those trees to supply our crafters with a little bit of wood. So I always try to tell people, like, even if it's going out of your comfort loop, that's part of what Ash's full content is. It's going out of your comfort area, your spot where you're just super, super cozy, and experiencing other loops, experiencing other things along the way. And if you're willing to do that, you're going to have a lot of fun. If you find a good community to play with, you're going to have a lot of fun. And we try our best to provide that to a lot of people. Our guild is extremely active. Like I said, we've got people who play 8+ hours daily. We've got people who play a few hours a couple times a week that still all hang out, ask their questions. And we've got people who have never fucking played before that are just trying to learn. And we let everybody learn in a pretty fun environment. So, guild Discord, !guild, if you are trying to hop aboard, anybody that doesn't have their access, it's a 90-day period where you just get a full refund. !ashes if you haven't made your account. Crazy Ace coming with a primer as well. Much love, dude. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Boys, the hype train continue on the tracks. Choo-choo. Boys, we have 3 spots for a little leveling group in the anvils for a test start. If anybody would like to come aboard, pretty good chance to check out the loop as we go down into the Kaltorum area. We'll be going through Bonfire, go through the starting quest process, and see how that's all planning out. Gravon logging in, 2 more spots, my boys. Gravon, when you're in, we're just right at the starting area. Emu will get you. Emu's group lead, so Emu, I got us 1 more at least. This will be hammer rest pathing for science. Oh, cool. All right, we're just following Emu for data. Are we starting on anvils for P3? Yep. Yeah. I made the decision to go anvils even with my group simply because I think there are plenty of optimal outputs where we can still get early XP and get ahead of the curve. They added, not added, but basically Kaltorum has 2 pocket dungeons in it. So you have Nexus Regulator. Oh no, you only have 1. No, you have 2. Nexus Regulator and Surge Conduit. And those should be a very, like, solid transition, providing the open world spawns are also there if we're out of the curve. Now, my group is going to have to learn that route and go crazy to get to those places ahead of time, but it should be really good XP. Not enough POIs for the anvils though. Yeah, so like wilderness spawns in the anvils are great if you can get a populated area to yourself, but the lack of POIs is the biggest difficulty. If you're able to get ahead of the curve, which is why I'm putting such a big emphasis on the anvils research, and my goal is to get a text guide up for people to follow for the anvil start, because we want our entire guild, if you are not, you know, going the route of, well, honestly, the only group that was going to start Riverlands anyways was my group, because people thought my group would want to get out ahead of the curve and be even sweatier. But like, I'm going to be putting out a text guide for all of our people to follow, where it is literally like, I want you to log in, make your character, talk to this person, immediately run here, look for weapon. If you can't find weapon, it's okay, you'll get one later. Then you'll run out of the area, you'll turn this way, you'll talk to this person, you'll run forward and then turn this way and cross a bridge and then talk to this person. I am going to make all of that into a text guide for us, so people are able to just log in. Might want to get things down tonight. Never know if they're going to have PTR down tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could say I could VOD review it, but I can't. Yeah, definitely would be worth getting down tonight, but I think I'm going to finalize it tomorrow with a couple of changes. I'm pretty confident they'll have the PTR up at least at some point. Boys, thank you for the hype train. So yeah, that's going to be the final thing. You guys can VC. I'm just going to follow. You guys can VC. I just follow Emu for quests. And yeah. But also lurk or you're fake. Yo, Smokey Joe, what up, dude? If someone new wants to try in the PvP guild, is it possible? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have like established players right now, right? But the biggest thing about this game is it's in an alpha. We came in for phase 2. I personally came in December and have been here every day since then. So all of our players that are in the PvP guild now are players who are just interested in getting better, right? We don't necessarily expect you to be the fucking Barry Bonds of Ashes day one. It's all about coming in, and the biggest thing with like the PvP main guilds is availability to play, grind, scrim, respond to all calls, and be there because things can spawn up at any point, right? It's all about having a guild that is able to defend itself both in terms of numbers and strength, while also having the, you know, the fluid scheduling and availability. So part of our cool little aspect as a community is that we also have an entire EU guild that is recruiting players who want to play on an EU schedule with an EU group of players. So that's also an option for players who just want to come over on the casual side and also have that different time schedule that's going to be a little bit altered from, you know, ESC. Can't remember, is PTR saying 24/7 after P3 start? Yes. Exclamation delay. That brings up the article where they talk about the pushback to the 26th, and that is also that's also where they put up their calendar for uptime. If someone throws a delay in, I'll pull it up real quick and we can show it. PTR will still be visual NDA after P3. Yeah, it's okay though, because at least this build goes, you know, to live soon. That'll be nice. This down on this end. Okay, there we go. PTR 24/7 downtime for updates. So that'll continue after P3. Now, of course, I can't see past this. There's no arrow. Oh, damn, I didn't know I could zoom in that far. What the fuck? Wait. How far can I go? The fuck? Is it just a click? Is it a double click? Ooh! I didn't know I could do that. Chat, you know you could double click on something to zoom in like this? I'm just double clicking on this right now. This is fucking crazy. Can I like click in? Whoa! Okay, anyways, sorry. That wasn't me. The intrusive thoughts took over. But yes, PTR will be 24/7 after P3. Yes. Emu, can you invite Gravon?
Apes.
Yo, Sir Alwyn, what up, my goat? Thank you for the 16 months,
Let's
dude.
Fucking Gooty SKTSKTSKTSKTS.
Ah, what the fuck is that? Let's fucking go TSK. What in the goddamn hell of an abomination TTS was that? Brother, tell me you're coming back for P3 launch. It's in 2 days on the 26th, 1 p.m. EST. Gathering, refining, or crafting is Omega buffed. Omega buffed and Omega necessary. With some downtime for updates and maintenance. Yes. Expect downtimes, but as close to 24/7 as they can. Message Emu if you guys need invites. Oh shit, Nin made the arrival. Nin, is this your first time seeing the starting area? Because before we start, if you haven't seen this before, because we're going to be zooming, come out front with me real quick. I have a few weeks gap to play Ashes again. Bro, you're going to get so fucking hooked. I swear to God. It is awesome. Now, I would recommend, what are you doing for the next couple days? Are you just chilling, waiting for P3 launch? Because I'd recommend the private test realm. We're all going out to the anvils because that's where our node is going to be as a guild. And we're all going to be trying to level that as much as possible. So you can get into the anvil starting area on the private test realm right now and test it. That's what we're doing tonight. And honestly, tomorrow too, is just running loops on the private test realm of the starting area and trying to optimize everything as much as we can. Wait, are you getting flashbanged? Oh wait, Planendorf! Where's Planendorf? File a bug report. Or like message Planendorf or something. / whisper Planendorf. Nin found a flashbang. Is he online in game? Player not found. We're cooked. Nope. Planendonger's not here. That's tragic. Is there no druid in this game? Exclamation classes. So right now there is no like base druid archetype, but summoner is the final archetype to be added. Somebody had asked when summoner is going to be implemented. Steven had said that summoner testing will begin on the private test realm like, I don't know why I just like, but around mid-September, and that could be conducive to like a mid to late October launch for the actual, like, you know, Summoner to Live. So that is where I would personally lean with expectations in terms of that. Past that, I wouldn't expect it too much earlier, but basically, Maggie said October this weekend for Summoner. Yeah, it's just when in October, because Rogue was like a month and a half on PTR before it went to live. So I'm factoring in a similar, you know, time frame with roughly a month and a half. It will probably be faster. I'm not baiting? No, I know you're not baiting. What do you mean? It'll be in this month. No, that's on PTR. Steven said on PTR it'd be mid-September. Yeah, it's source or ban. Wait. No. No. Then. Don't show anything. Not like this. I don't know what that was. Nope, you're good. I got it in time. You're good. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, no, the number of warnings that we've had to put out in Discord were like, guys, remember, you can't share anything. We always delete everything ASAP. But holy shit, dude. And I'm sure we're not the only community that's had to do it. Fubo, you saw nothing. It's the 5-second rule. I got to it in time. Nothing was seen. We posted the Discord like twice a week and we're like, guys, everybody remember. Everybody remember. But Robin said Intrepid's watching. Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's a difference in the extent of kind of like what happens, right? So I'd be willing to bet, and I don't speak for Intrepid, right? But I'd be, oh wait, which side are we going to? But I'd be willing to bet, like, say somebody just fucked up and posted a screenshot in like the wrong channel in the Discord. I don't think they would just instantly be like, you're out of here, fuck you, buddy, you're never coming back. I think they would just delete it and then be like, hey, make sure you're posting that in the right channel, buddy. I think the visual NDA violation being a serious thing that's like a really big problem would probably be more along the lines of like narc or something, you know, that element of things, where I think at that point you would see like actual legal repercussions on it. But like I don't think Nin's gonna get fucking sued. Now maybe, but Nin lost his bisneck, now trying to lose his whole account. Corrupted on a low level and nuked his account in the starting area. What a fucking tragedy. Can't even make it out of the early game. Nin literally booted up the PC and was just excited to show it off. Also, Nin, you should send that to Planendorf. You should send it to the donger. If I could offer one bit of 100% send to Planet. I didn't even look. All I saw was Nin complaining about flashbangs in game, and then I see a link pop up and I go, no! Dude, I've never grabbed my second mouse so fast. Genuinely, because I have to grab a different mouse because stream's on the stream PC. So I like lean forward. My legs are jammed under my desk, all like sitting proper. Hello. Who mage? Is this one of our mages? Bug moment, am I playing CS2 or Ashes? Torvo, I need you to come play Ashes as well. I need you to come play it. Oh wait, I'm so sorry. I got distracted on a rant because I was showing new players around the starting area. So, was there a question at some point? Chat's fucking Thuman tonight as well. Was there a question about the refund policy? I feel like there was a refund policy. Oh, Mighty Joker asked. I'm so sorry. Theoretically, I spend $100 and refund in 89 days to get the monies back. Yes. Yes, Mighty Joker. You can absolutely play 89 days and then get your money back, get your full refund. Like, that is absolutely within the realm of what you can do as a playtester. You can also play one day and get the refund. Now, I think Intrepid would prefer people to spend 89 days and get a refund, so you know that it's for you, instead of refunding in 3 days, you know, and just kind of making a rush decision. So I think that's honestly the best use of that refund. And they're not going to like flag your account or anything as someone who played a lot before you got your refund. You'll still be fine to hop back in later in testing if you want to. Like, they make that completely accessible. So it's obviously like, if you're refunding multiple times, I wouldn't recommend that. Definitely would recommend that. But like, the one-time refund is meant to protect players. And as you said, sick of spending money on alphas. And honestly, it's not even alphas, it's just games in general, dog. Early accesses, alphas, betas, live service launches. It's all been shit. I get that. I'm not even Intrepid and I get that shit. So having the refund period, from my perspective, as a streamer who people are like, Dusty, should I spend $100? $100 is a lot of money, dude. If someone donates $100, that's a substantial donation. Like, that is a solid chunk of rent. That's a lot of money. And spending that on an alpha that you might not like, that's rough. All tools ready. Oh, wait. Yeah, I usually grab my tools from outside. I didn't know if I was supposed to grab them from in here. Oops. Oh, shit. I think I fucked up. Anyways, yeah, being able to tell people that they, like, undoubtedly have that refund period, no matter what, it's incredibly, incredibly, nice from my perspective. Because, like, I genuinely, I would feel like a dick if somebody hopped in, spent $100, and then hated it, and then they were stuck in. That'd suck. So, I'm glad that I'm not on the hook for that Hunsky. I'm glad that I don't necessarily feel bad if players are like, not fucking with it. So, it's not true. Their refund policy says you cannot have played the game at all. That is absolute cap. And if you pull up their refund policy, you misinterpreting it doesn't mean that it's a bad refund policy. Their refund policy mentions consumption of the real money value product, which is the $15 in the in-game store that you get, or the first month of subscription time with your pack purchase. You are able to refund as long as you don't spend either of those real money forms of kickback. And neither of those are spendable until the launch of the game in the first place. So misunderstanding it is not saying that the refund is bad. It's always better to ask questions than assume. We've received confirmation from Intrepid directly on this. We've reviewed it ourselves many, many times, and people in chat have got their refund after playing the game a substantial amount. Yes, so I can confirm firsthand that the refund, well, I guess secondhand, but that the refund policy is good. Yes, multiple people in this chat have, and still come in and lurk and wait for the development of the game to be further. That's absolute cap, that it says you can't play the game at all. There is basically a byline that talks about how consumption of the, like, considerations of the product or some bullshit corporate wording like that, but it breaks down to a protection of that $15 in the in-game store and your first month of sub time. That's it. Other than that, you are protected, bar none, which is normal for every purchase with a currency. Yes, your playtesting pack is not the thing that voids your refund. That is what the refund's for. Your refund product, like, your refund period would be void, say, I don't know, maybe they offer that with, like, beta packs or something down the road, right? Maybe they do beta packs down the road. If they offer that with beta packs, say someone buys their pack less than 90 days before launch, and then the game launches and they're like, oh, I'm just going to refund my beta pack after the game launches, then that probably wouldn't be, you know, allowed to go through. So, that's a big thing. Selly, what up, dude? What's the guild looking like on launch? Good. Good. Very good. 24/7 presence here. We have an EU guild as a part of the community now, an entire dedicated EU guild with their own leadership and everything. We are a couple hundred people deep, and that is our confirmed actives with, you know, tickets and everything for P3 active. Not just total number of people that'll be floating around, and I'm trying to shove as many people into cats as I can before P3 launch. My goal is to try to get us closer to 300. And then from there, closer to 400. So, we are up now better than we ever have been. We are up tremendous and only getting better. Our PvPers have been PvPing every single day to get better that we can PvP. The days that we're not PvPing, we are testing leveling prog and trying to get the pre. So, brother, it's phenomenal. We are extremely blessed to be in the spot that we're in. And it's a whole lot of hard work to get to this point, but as always, doors always open for anybody that wants to come through. Good, bad, new, experienced, casual, whatever, dog. That shit is always open because there is room for everybody here. And thankfully, that's been our approach. That's been paying off so far, so. Those banned ones, lucky it was only on forums and an accident. How did you get accidentally banned on the forums? We did have one cat that got a temporary ban. John G, where you at, my dog? So John had the amazing idea to make an account called GM Lorraine and message Zine, another one of our cats, while he was streaming, and try to say that Zine was about to get banned and that he was a GM and that Zine had a third-party software detected on his PC that wasn't allowed. And Zine comes into my chat and goes, "Hey Dusty, I'm getting messaged by a GM right now, dog. I don't know why. I think I'm gonna get banned." Zine's not the brightest. So I'm like, Zine, you're probably getting like Nigerian princed, like just chill with it. Like I don't think it's really that deep. On me, this way. Oh wait. Whoops. Emu, everyone followed me instead of you. That's my bad. So I go, Zine, probably just report it, dog. Right? And then a couple days later, John comes into chat and goes, "Yo, Dusty, I got a ban. I got a temp ban. I fucked up." And I was like, "What do you mean? How'd you fuck up?" And he goes, "I impersonated a GM." And I instantly started fucking cackling. So basically, I'm probably the reason why John G got the temp in the first place. Because if I didn't tell Zine to report it, and I knew ahead of time, then it wouldn't have even been reported, and it would have just been haha funny, and everyone would have just gone on with their day. I didn't know, and so I told Zine to report it. It got reported, and he got a ban for impersonating a GM. Now, his name is cleared at this point. Wait, which way did you say we were going? Because I grabbed the hammer rest start. Okay, I'm following Emu. Bet people in Intrepid in the daily or weekly community team meeting were talking about their first GM impersonating case. Oh, yeah. Oh, I would be willing to wager that that's got to be their first or one of their first GM impersonations. Yeah, I don't think that's too common of occurrence up in this bitch. Now, fortunately, Cats is here to, you know, benefit the playtesting community as a whole. And with that, we are willing to go through all of the steps, all of the processes to make sure that they have the most up-to-date system preparation possible. Whether it comes to banning people for various things. Whether it breaks down to me shadow stepping through a door that you're not supposed to get to, and then them, you know, targeting me with patch notes very rudely. We're here for the community. So, I'd asked Dubs and they said it was a known issue. Would you like the screenshots sent to you? Wait. So people were just randomly getting Thanos snapped and they were like, yeah, known issue? Is that fire or is that not fire? Because I feel like that's cool as shit. Like, I should just start banning people from chat one day and be like, ah, known issue, dog. We'll get to you soon. Ban appeal stream coming soon. Yo, Teeps. What up, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful night, dog. We're doing some anvils loops. So right now we're doing a hammer rest run just for science. I'm following Emu and Gang through. And then tomorrow, I'm putting the finishing touches on my starting route progression for people coming out to Kaltorum for the start to help us level the node. So I can't wait. It's literally like a day away, dog. Literally a day and some change. and we will be truly up fucking tremendous. I cannot wait. I do not think that I've been this excited for something in a while. So, unironically, a pirate could roll with the punches. An unbanned stream for him would be hilarious. Bro, this is the thing. Like, before the whole ego thing came up, he was really well liked. Like, most streamers are weird. Asmongold's a vile human being. I bet he's done worse than come on his walls. Like, we're not here to fucking say that some streamer having gross walls is a surprising thing. Let's be honest. That kind of makes sense. But I think the biggest thing is that people just wanted him to be a normal dude and not have to be correct all the time. And if he can truly come in and Ashes can be that little, you know, reminder of what a community is like and what playing with a community and having fun with a community is like, and it's that little bit of a, you know, a snap back to reality, then hopefully it can be a big step for Ashes, to say the absolute least. And for him, like, he's a massive content creator. He's gonna bring a whole lot of people into Ashes, and if people enjoy it and people stay, then, well, that helps a lot. So, sometimes you need to be knocked off the totem pole to wake up. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I'm not someone that has any reason to prey on the downfall of other people at all. That's not who I am as a person. I hope for the success of Twitch as a whole, people's streams. I hope more people get to stream full-time and grow a community. I hope Ashes sees a lot of success and large player base. And I think that comes from more people getting into it and the community not being absolute demons to those people when they do get into it. Now, if people deserve it for a certain reason, right? If you're coming across a guild and that guild is giving you a reason to smack him in the mouth, then fuck it, smack him in the mouth, right? But do I think that going out of your way to grief somebody just because they did something, you know, you don't agree with on a stream months ago is cool? No. I don't think that's normal behavior. So, I don't know, man. I root for Ashes, and I think that Pirate bringing his calm back into the game is a really big opportunity for the game if they can stick it out. So, that's the thing. If they can stick it out. It's not going to be easy. They're probably going to have a lot of PvP come their way. They're going to have to probably take a few L's along the way and be like, hey, you got us. Good fight, good jump, you know, and move on. I hope they can do that. Because if they can, it's a huge presence to have here. It's a huge community to have here. And if he's able to help people get into the game, that's, you know, what I think every content creator here wants and what every player here wants. It's just a matter of it happening. So, at the end of the day, like him, hate him, like his community, dislike his community. You gotta give credit where credit's due. It's a fuckload of people, and I think this is the best case scenario for him and his community to re-enter as a more casual calm. And I think it could be really good for, you know, a lot of things. So, I'm hoping it goes well. I'm hoping it goes really, really well. Hopefully the secure boot and the changes Battlefield 6 had me do won't affect me in Ashes. Oh, God. Bro, launch the PTR beforehand, Selly. So, in your launcher, when you bring up the launcher before you actually load in, you can go to the private, the environments drop down, and you can change to the private test realm. The private test realm is going to basically be like a little pre-look into P3. And that's on Unreal Engine 5.6. That's going to be a lot of the changes early. So I would most definitely recommend peeping that, giving it a change to see how the compatibility stuff is. How easy is it to respec your build? Oh, right now it is free respecs. So it is just a matter of, you know, selecting or unselecting something from your ability tree to your weapon tree. Through testing, it will remain free respecs as well to encourage people to be able to test, you know, how they want to. So I really appreciate that on my end. I mean, even as a tank, I have multiple different builds that I'm throwing together for the situation at any point in time. And that adaptability is very nice. Now, some people may get accustomed to that and not have it in place for launch. And that may be a little bit of a shock, but cost slaughter isn't punishing. It will have an input later on, like towards launch, but for playtesting, completely free. And that'll stay active through like secondaries and everything being added too. So basically, once they add in secondaries, you'll be able to respec your secondary, you'll be able to switch secondaries, respec all your abilities, all of those things for free throughout testing. So the biggest thing that they want people to do through testing is test. Well, they want to have, you know, an element of the econ syncs and stuff. That'll probably be a little bit later on in the testing process. And they're really just encouraging people to do whatever they want, however they want for this time. So, quite nice. Especially if you're trying to play something like a Bard. Bard can be built about 17 different ways already. Maybe not that many. But Bard can have a lot of different options. And the viability to respec a Bard freely is, in my opinion, one of the strong points of the class right now. But like I mentioned, even as a tank, I have PvE builds, I have PvP builds, I have single target builds, I have AoE builds, so... from what I saw, they're not really reviving pirates officially, just a single guild for the pirate himself. Well, I don't know why I said for the pirate himself. So this is their announcement that they put out. We're not building a Gigazerg or trying to maintain 75 plus mini guilds, as it's just a headache. For this phase, this place will operate as an enthusiast community for the game. Somewhere you can engage with others, discuss systems, form groups, and run with buddies. I will likely run a primary guild for the namesake, but outside of that, it's free to have fun. So like, they're still going to be coming over as Pirates community, but their Pirates community isn't going to be structured the same, right? It won't have that hierarchy that they had last time. It won't have that same vibe. So like, they'll be coming over much more casually, I think, than they were previously, which I honestly think is the best choice, the best decision for them. As it'll lead to, honestly, that massive platform being used to help integrate new players to the game. So, I think that could be huge. I think a Bard Healer would be sick. Bard Cleric is gonna go hard. And the cool thing about things like Bard Cleric, Cleric Bard, Tank Cleric, shit like that, is that that's going to change your group comp dynamic pretty substantially. Ashes has 8-person groups, and your traditional group comp is gonna be like 2 Clerics, 2 Bards, 1 Tank, 3 DPS. You can shape that up as you get more experience, drop a support or whatever you may want to do for another DPS. But for the most part, that's going to be like, you know, your cookie cutter build. Now, as secondaries come in, if you have one cleric that's a high priest, maybe you eliminate the need for the second cleric. If you have a tank cleric that has some self-healing, maybe you don't need 2 clerics. If you have a bard secondary that's helping sustain mana, anything can change at any point. So yeah, I most definitely think that that's where you see a lot of the dynamicism of Ashes coming in the long-term systems. You see a lot of the player decision and player agency coming in, and fighting against, you know, one primary archetype will never be the same across different secondaries, different player play styles, everything. So going Rogue Summoner 100%. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question, and I want you to know I'm not judging you. Did you want to go Rogue Summoner before or after watching Solo Leveling, you fucking weeb? Solo Leveling. I also watched Solo Leveling. Dusty judges constantly. I don't judge constantly. I also watched Solo Leveling, and it fucking slapped. I too had a minute where I'm like, maybe I go Rogue Summoner before Solo Leveling. All right, cool. So I don't hate you for hopping on the hype train. I just hate you for wanting to play Rogue. As long as we get that across, there are different like levels of hatred, and like I never say who my favorite person in chat is, but I definitely say who my least favorite people in chat are, and those are typically your rogue players on a daily basis. Sometimes a rogue will do something that makes me like rogues a little bit more for the day, but overall at any point, if you're a rogue player, you can just assume you're in the bottom 50% of how much I like you out of my chatters. Just reconsider a better class potentially. Dusty, from your experience thus far, do you think one class will be definitively least played? In the short term, fighter, I think that melee is something where, with an emphasis on mid to large group based PvP, right, instead of small scale numbers match, melee is naturally at a detriment comparatively to range, simply because of the fact that we have to get into melee range to use our abilities and shit. We don't really have a ton of options other than that, since our entire kit is facilitated by melee range. So in the time that a lot of melees are getting into range, they can get popped, they can lose a lot of momentum, a lot of health, a lot of everything, right? So I think that in the current state of things, melee will need to see a little bit more hype in the PvP scene. But I think in PvE, that's a completely different beast. And I think PvE represents most of a player base in any healthy player base. And hopefully Ashes would, you know, stick with that too. And have a healthy player base that's evenly distributed. But naturally, a lot of those are going to skew towards PvE players, as those are just more plentiful. So, with that side of things in mind, tank between, you know, a group in PvP only running one of them for now, and tank being your least played PvE class typically, I wouldn't really be shocked to see tank be that least played class, just overall. But I also think tank could have some good hype behind it. I mean, who knows? Maybe stream blows up someday and I'm fucking 25,000 viewer Andy and there are 1,000 little dusty tanks running around as a result. Probably never gonna happen, but it'd be cool. I'd love to help put tank on the map. I think it's an incredibly well-designed class that can serve a variety of functions in any different type of PvP. So I'd love to be a catalyst for tank. But Dusty Tank should be a second archetype. You should have second thoughts every time you post a message in my chat. Anyways. I think tank just has a lot of, I don't know, a lot of different options, a lot of different validity, right? And I would definitely love to be as a facilitator for tanks to be more seen. But I'm just a little streamer, man. I'll do what I can. But, I don't know, I think tank probably overall has the potential to be the least played long term, just because there are fewer tanks. I think fighter short term probably going to be your least played, but fighter also fucks chicks and slaps ass in PvE. And I think good fighters in PvP could also do some damage with the new movement system, new time to kill, all that. So tank's gonna be the least played, followed by cleric. Yeah. I think PvE wise, just because there are so many more fighters and tanks in PvE as well. I think there may be fewer fighters than tanks right now, but what's P3 uptime? Phase 3 goes up at 1 p.m. EST on the 26th, and then it is 24/7 uptime. So, we're excited. We're excited. Not confirmed? What do you mean not confirmed? Could be 5 p.m., but confirmed. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god, they've been yapping so fucking much. Holy shit. Bam! 1 p.m. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, sorry. This 1 p.m. I was on the wrong 1 p.m. I went to the wrong date. You actually had me with the I went to the wrong 1 p.m. Shut up. I slapped that shit on with conviction, too. I went to the wrong goddamn 1 p.m. I saw the 1 p.m. I went to the wrong 1 p.m. But it's still 1 p.m. God damn it. The fighter ability causing bleed on movement slapped in Warhammer Online. Fighter fucks. Fighter definitely fucks. Hiccups of new server startup. Yeah, their goal is 1 p.m. It could be 5. Low-key, it could be 5. Now, just keep in mind, the longer they take to launch it, the less 24-hour content that you guys get. You still get 24 hours, but it's just going to be me sitting here on a login screen if it's not launched. That's for you to deal with, not me. I'll be here at like 10. I'm gonna be doing a pre-show. Now, what'll be the show, you ask? Probably me just sitting here talking to you guys. 24 hours start when the servers go live. Oh fuck no, I'll be here long before servers go live. My goal is going to be to pre-download if they let us pre-download as soon as we can, and then I want to be live way before servers go up, because our goal, especially going into the anvils, you have to be ahead if you're going through the linear questing progression. So that is going to be the big thing. 24 hours should start when you're in game. I feel as though this is a scam. I'll believe it when I see it. What, the 10 a.m. start? Yeah, for all you guys know, I sleep way the fuck past 10 a.m. Did they add this little tiny crystal in on the elevator for illumination in the elevator shaft? Because that's kind of cute. Starting at in-game makes sense. Bro, what if they fuck up? I shouldn't get paid. Shut up, AI. I shouldn't get fucked over for them fucking up. That's like me saying if they're late, everyone in chat has to give 10 subs every hour they're late. Would I like that? Yeah. Would you guys agree to it? No. No, it's an absolute scam. Absolute scam. I don't think them messing up should hurt me. But maybe that's just me. Where are the injured travelers? Are they all dead right now? Wait, how large of a bottleneck is this? Oh god, wait. Oh, that's a large bottleneck. Oh shit. Does it work the other way around too? What? I give subs when they're late? If you get 100 subs tomorrow, you could make it a thing. A sub goal? What, to start the 24-hour stream when the game goes live? Dusty can only start 24 hours after level 15. Bro, I don't know if you want me to actually be sleeping on stream like Summit, but I will involuntarily pass out at some point. We need 7 TV emotes? There should be 7 TV emotes. I don't know, one of the mods set them up. We should have 7 TV in this bitch. I think I have 7 TV in this bitch. Are we missing certain emotes? I might just be a filthy casual. I'm not very good at streaming, dog. You gotta remember, I just be kind of like yapping and pressing go live and hoping people show up each day. We have 7 TV? Yeah, skill issue on your part. Oh, bozo. That's fair thoughts. Yeah, I mean, so if we get, what are we 100 subs away from the new goal? What are we at? Hold on. Oh my god, we have 613. Boys, if someone drops 137 gifties right now, I have to hit the beer tier list. The reason we're doing a beer tier list is because a lot of people in chat really, really, really like beer. And I really fucking hate beer. And everyone is like, oh, Dusty, everybody has a beer that they'd like. We'll get one for you. You need this, you need that. And like, I'm not convinced that anyone in chat is going to find a beer that I like. So I'm not gonna be tier listing which beer is the best. I'm gonna be tier listing which beer is the least worst. So it's gonna be disgusting. I hate beer. I hate that I even agreed to it. But a humble 137 giftaroos gets us there and opens us up to the next sub goal. Now, what'll the next sub goal be? Have we pushed up high enough for me to break out the maid outfit because I'm out of options? I don't think so. I think we still have other options. Now, someone's ears just perked up in chat. It does exist. It does. But you guys are gonna have to gift a lot of subs for that. Have you tried Japanese beer like Asahi or Sapporo? I think I've had Sapporo. I'm not a huge beer guy, but like my brothers are, right? So where's RuneScribe Flint Helm up in this hoe? They always tried to get me to drink like a bunch of different brewskis. And I didn't really vibe with any of them at any point ever. Oh, he's back here. Okay. Shaving beard for sub goal. Bro, I feel like that would not be a very high value sub goal. If I'm being real, like, it's not like I have a massive... Oh, make sure you talk to him again to get your quest, by the way, Nin. Don't fuck up. Some of the NPCs you'll have to complete your quest through and then talk to them again. And then this is going to be your mount guy as well. Oh, so if you have the tools early, then you get your mount instantly on this side. So do we think it's a faster time to mount on this side or on Bonfire side? Because I still think Bonfire feels a little bit better and also a little bit more thumable, to say it very simply. That's a wand. That's a book. Are there gathering tools here? I don't think there are gathering tools here. Bald head for the next sub goal? That'd take a lot of fucking subs, dog. That would take... Wait, what? That would take a lot of subs. I like my hair a lot. I think that I look like an egg with a shaved head. So I don't necessarily know if that'd be a sell. That would take an ungodly amount of subs. Like, I don't know if this is fucked up, but it'd be easier to get me in a maid outfit than it would be to get me to shave my head. I have a maid outfit. I also have clippers, but I'm not shaving my head. Someday, Baby No Money and I are going to make out at TwitchCon, and our hair will be flowing beautifully. Beautifully. So, noted. Listen, I'll always throw down the gauntlet. The all-time sub record here. Max, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. The all-time sub record in this channel is like 1850 something. And that was for phase 2.5 launch. If we break 2K for phase 3 launch, fuck it, made out 5th stream. Y'all get one. 2K subs, I'll fucking do it. I have no shame at that point. That's a huge growth. If anyone gifts 1,300 subs right now, or however many it is, then so fucking be it. That's a hand I'll die by. But I'm pretty confident 2K. That's 3,000 subs. You wear it for a week. Yeah, low key, fuck it. Fuck it. If we hit 3,000 concurrent subs, I'd have to launder it. I might need a second maid outfit to like switch in. Clip it. Bro, we're not hitting 3,000 subs. 5,000 you wear it at TwitchCon. Bro, you realize how much money 5,000 subs is, right? That makes you one of like, I'm pretty sure it's like top 1 or 200 most sub 2 streamers on Twitch. That's a disgusting amount of subs. I almost threw up every day when I was at 1,800 out of happiness. I would sit down and just look at my sub count and go, wow. Like, I remember when I had 18 subs and was like, wow. You slap zeros at the end of that shit, dog? Oh my god. Oh my god. Gotta have goals? Oh, I have goals and ambitions. But I'm also realistic. My goals are very lofty. Now, do I think that the goals are achievable? Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think anything is necessarily out of the realm of possibility with this channel, with this game. The question was asked earlier why I don't have more viewers, because I yap so much. I'm very confident that, you know, instead of chasing viewers, I chase the, you know, the quality of the content. I always try to have a community that people feel like they can come into and enjoy their time. Wait, Jaren got the Firefox? Drippy as fuck. That's so sick. That's clean. I like that a lot. The Firefox is definitely one of the best mount skins as of right now. It's so clean. He must be streaming. I hate you. Anyways, I think that, like, it's a skin you get on every new character. No, that's from your pack, Goob. That's from your pack. That's because you have that skin. Does it look the same on PTR? The flames are still in the same spot. I would say textures look a little better. Like the fur you can see more, and the sigils are kind of like behind some fur. It looks pretty similar though, yeah. Yeah, definitely not outwardly different. Yeah, so like I'll have a mount, but my mount skin isn't in yet. So I've still gotta wait for that. But once that's in, I'll also be able to rock a mount skin. Yeah. But you got one of the good ones. I don't know when your pack was, but you can probably trace it back based on that. That's sick. I can't wait for people to have a lot of mount skins. The question was asked earlier, by the way, is Phase 3 substantially different from Phase 2.5? Yes. Every functional system in Ashes has been iterated upon in some way, shape, or form for the, Phase 3 launch. On top of that, we're in Unreal Engine 5.6. We have dynamic gridding that'll be active. We have so many changes that it is kind of ridiculous to think about. Quite literally every aspect of Ashes has been touched some way, shape, or form. So yes, it's going to be huge. So many drag and drops. Oh, that was a little baby firebrands. Yeah. Those were adorable. Waiting to spend my 16,500 embers on mounts. That's fire. I know. I'm hoping me plugging !ashes like crazy will be fruitful. Because if I can just have enough embers rolling in, because the referral code is in-game currency for the store, right? Based on 15% of people's purchases that use your referral code. So in theory, if I have 100 people subbing, that's $15 a month based on the subs. So I would have $15 a month to spend on things, right? I think is how the math goes. I think that's how the math goes. So, it is what it is. Now we need some sugar daddies that are juicing it, getting every skin, and then we get every skin. We'll be truly up tremendous. I can't wait. But yeah, I'm bad at math. Either way. Need weather and stuff turned on still, but maybe except for that. Oh, yeah. The visuals look better now than the vertical slice showcases from the dev streams. The visuals are phenomenal. I will say, I'm incredibly impressed. I mean, I also haven't been getting flashbangs recently, so I'm happy Planendorf's been on vacation. That or locked in the studio so hard, he's actually got to work. So, did I miss a tool? What do you miss, buddy? There is... Why can't I get him out? What do you miss? Hold on, I'm coming back into you and I have all the tools. Fortunately, tools are tradable. So you could even go the route of just having fishing pole. Yeah, if you miss fishing pole, it's right over here. Over this way, and then leaning up against this weapon rack. So go up and to your right. Can I do another league game, or are you getting off soon? You can do another league game anyways. I'll probably wrap up relatively soon, so I'm not on, like, too late tonight. Because we have to prep. And we have to get up early as fuck tomorrow. But I will, I'll make pizza. No league game? Okay, well, I was gonna heat up pizza. I was gonna throw it in the oven. Pizza? Yeah, leftover pizza. Or are you doing, like... Were you doing bean and cheese burritos, or... Who's ready for supple on Ashes? I mean, I'm sure everyone is. I don't really think it's like a whole feared thing. I'm sure supple's gonna do really well. I'm excited to have them over here for sure, just because they bring in like more people. Not like how they're recruiting. No, I'm aware. I'm very aware. I have dear friends that are in supple. But yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think it's a matter of like people are like, oh god, they're gonna come in and run shit. I mean, I think there'll be a very competitive community. I think supple does well in most games that they touch. Ashes is kind of a unique beast in the sense that it's a very PvX gameplay loop. And you need a lot of that PvE side as well. And they pull a lot from the TNL side too now. But I know my New World lads and a lot of New World players really don't like the whole, I've got to grind, I've got to play, I've got to PvE, I've got to do everything. So I'm hoping they do well. Personally, I always hope for success of other communities instead of failure. I also recognize that it's an alpha. And not every community that's here today is going to stay. Communities always bounce around game to game. I mean, they're coming here from one game, and at any point, they could go to another. We could go to another. Anybody could go to another. So, I just always try to keep that in mind, but I really hope they come over and I hope they have a lot of fun with it. And I hope that they realize that, you know, not like their leadership, but I hope their players realize that it is playtesting, and you know, it's a different beast in and of itself. And if they have a lot of people that do buy in, then they should be vibing, man. Like, they have really good gamers over there. They have a lot of very committed people in leadership as well that are willing to put in the hours to bridge the gaps. So if people, like, you know, really just knuckle down and buy in, then I'm sure they'll do great. I think the competitive scene of Ashes welcomes more competition all the time, right? So I don't even really think it's a matter of, like, from, you know, I'm not obviously on that top end of things with cats. But I'm sure the top end isn't necessarily like, oh shit, another community coming in, oh no. I bet they're excited for another community that wants to, like, PvP. So, not nearly the worst specs. I've heard there are some running on 9080s. Or 980s? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Zine was running on something very terribly for a while. So, I'm glad that he got a little update, but main PC has a 1660 Super in it and runs anything I throw at it. I'm hoping Ashes gives you a nice smooth experience as well. That would be wonderful.
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. Jolly. Thank you for the 23 months, big dog. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're ready for P3 launch in 2 days, dog. Are you finally coming? 90-day period where you get a full refund on everything if you're not happy about it. Brother. No downside. Cats with abs over here. Truly up tremendous. What are you missing out on? What are you missing out on? Oh, Mr. Jordan's always here. Always here. Oh my god, 13k XP for the Mount Quest is just a fucking juicington. Absolute juicington. I was kind of yapping too much to lock in for this side. I do prefer the bonfire side, I will say. I think that's better. It's pretty darn enticing. Jolly. 90-day period. If you don't like Ashes, you get all of your money back. If you do like it, you're in until launch. Cats is over here with multiple hundreds of people. Active players ready for launch. We've got leveling groups. We've got our entire node infrastructure planned out. We've got zombie calling. It's a blast. Carla's over here. She yells at people. She collects taxes. Dude, it's really fun. I'm just saying. If you were looking for... I don't like how heavy this RAM is, like... I'm not convinced that's a RAM noise. That's the ram jumping sound. I mean, maybe it's a ram noise, but like, I don't think the animal's making that. Have you heard many rams? I've heard a few rammings and it sounds pretty similar. We have to buy again at launch? No. So on launch, that is when the sub starts. So on full launch, basically your pack gets you in all the way through development. And then when Ashes launches, it's no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month to play for the sub cost. Outside of that, there is an in-game store that'll be here later on. It's not here yet. That is no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience, transmogs only. So the only thing you have to pay is $15 a month once Ashes launches. Part of your $100 pack is your first month of sub time included in that. So you get $15 back, so to say, if you do stay. And then you also get $15 in that in-game store, which you can use for skins, transmogs. No pay to win, no pay for convenience, no pay to win once that is in. So you don't have to buy another like big box or anything like that. So sorry, I should probably mention. Oh, dude, never be sorry to ask. Cats will play on US or EU server. We're playing on the NA server, the US server, but as part of the Cats community, we have a lot of EU players, and we also have an entire EU guild that is active during specifically EU hours. And, you know, they're a direct, you know, part of Cats. We just have that full EU section. So if you want to be in the main guilds as an EU player, you can, but those base more around the NA time zones. If you want to come in and play around EU time zones with EU players, we also have that accessibility. So we are quite literally I think we're one of the first actual internationally structured, like, formal guilds, right? To have that full around the clock presence, like actually structured with leadership and everything. So I'm excited for that. Now, a lot of guilds are just active around the clock regardless. But us having like dedicated NA and EU chapters in place for everything is a huge step. So quite literally every player will be able to come over, will be able to hop in with cats, and we'll be able to have a massive amount of content and hopefully a lot of people to play with as well. So, there's someone pre-P2, but you'll stand up as a first casual accepting guild. Massive. Yeah, I mean... Oh, I'm not doing good at baiting tonight. Yeah, like, I don't... There are not a lot of communities that are like this open to newer players that are also like, hey, we're going to get you top end content if you want it. A lot of the communities that are focused on top end content are focused on top end players and recruiting established players. I really do love the fact that we are also accommodating to new players. It's fucking huge. And I think that, you know, our approach with taking in every player, that's going to lead to some people who thought they would be casual becoming way more than casual. And I think long term, that's going to put us in a really good spot. Would you say this is looking better than Pantheon? I haven't followed Pantheon closely enough to really like compare or contrast. I like Ashes more than anything else on the current market, as that's what's enticed me the most. Like, yeah, I have the element of like having to stay somewhere to maintain my community. But like I switched from New World to come to Ashes because I believed in Ashes more, and I lost 100 average viewers when I came, you know, to Ashes. I went from 150 in New World to about 40 in Ashes for a little bit, and we've ebbed and flowed up to 200 over here and down to 50 again, and now we're on the trickle back up. So like, it's definitely an ebb and flow, but I'm sticking it out with Ashes because I believe very heavily in Ashes. I see the long-term vision with Ashes, like all of the potential with it. Emo, what are we doing? Are we just killing shit? Like, I really, really thoroughly enjoy Ashes. So yeah. I check in on Pantheon. It's going more for an EQ1 updated successor IMO for the field. Yeah, I don't have enough expertise regarding it to really give an informed input there. But long story short, I really enjoy Ashes, to say the least. If I wasn't having fun, like, I'm not someone that Intrepid doesn't pay me. I'm not on like a salary from the developers to be over here streaming. I'm not on a contract. I don't have any incentivization to, like, you know, pull punches, so to say, and not talk about criticisms. But genuinely, a lot of my criticisms are simply part of the development process. And it's like, oh, these systems aren't in yet. There's not a lot of repeatable content unless you really seek out UGC, and a little bit of hand-holding would be really nice. Well, that's going to come as systems develop. Literally all of my problems are solved by time and Intrepid continuing their current path and their cadence. So, PTR game sounds a little loud when fighting mobs. Yeah, but what about this? Hold on. How does this sound? Does this sound like a ram to you? Like, what if this is just all up in your ear? That's kind of the debuff with the anvils, is you do have to listen to this every time you jump on your mount. Stop. It only gets better. That's a bear? A bear is what you could call it, all right. A bear is most definitely what you could call it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, you most definitely could chalk it up to that. You violating that ram? The ram loves it. The ram loves it. I don't know what you mean. The ram signed up for this. It is most definitely a ram noise. Yeah, I, as a habitual spacebar spammer, am not really liking this ram. I, on this day, am thankful for mount skins that are going to also change the audio of the jump. There can't be anything worse than this. Like, the scorpion pitter-patter is also fucking, like, I actually want to put ice picks in my ears and then twist them upside down. But, like, at least the scorpion's not grunting in my ear like it's on its fucking vinegar strokes. Give me a scorpion with ram sounds. That would be fucking awful, bro. It's like two animals fucking on a rainy tin roof. Like it's awful. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, maybe just like honored for the opportunity, but Fubo, you didn't know that you needed that audio kind of like clip in your head now, huh? That's, bro, you combine the scorpion and the ram jump sound and that's what you're getting. I swear to God. There's no other way to describe it. It's like nails on a chalkboard, but for video games. Yo, Zach, how are you, dude? I'm doing absolutely amazing on my end. Fucking thrilled. Thrilled for P3 launch on our end of things as well. All of the changes, all of the testing. We've got so many people that are running starting loops trying to optimize that so we can get out ahead of the curve as much as possible. Like, it is just, dude, it's excitement. It's excitement. Steven should give you a mount that looks like something else but has the audio, so it's a surprise. Yeah, but that'd be preferential streamer treatment. And Intrepid doesn't do that. Anyways, yeah, that'd be cool. I would really like some preferential treatment, but... Streamer privilege! The streamer privilege! It's getting out of hand, this is ridiculous! Not sure how to put that in my feedback. /bug. And then you go... Audio... SFX, brief description, ram jump audio sounds like someone about to bust on God, for real, no cap. This thing really be huffin' and puffin' up in my shit. That's the bug report noise you just heard, by the way. That's the bug report noise you just heard. That was a real bug report that was just filed. That's how you report it. You report it as you see it. See something, say something. Hear something, say something. And if I hear a ram about to bust a nut, I'm gonna say that this ram is about to bust a nut. I'll be the first 25 on the server. Not if I send trained assassins to your house to eliminate you. You're sleeping the night before launch, and you hear... It's hard for tag to be 25. The trick is to mob train onto your DPS. If I'm going down, you're getting cleaved, baby. It goes south, and we just start creeping backwards. Creeping backwards. If they don't pay attention, then we'll catch them slipping, and everything will be phenomenal. Everything will be wonderful. Listen, man, first to 25 is cool and all, but I don't know, like, I'll be doing a 24-hour stream. I'm not even going to be trying to be first to 25. Like, I think first and fucking 100th to 25 are going to have a pretty similar experience. And last phase, it actually got into, like, an opportunity cost almost with the levelers that were super far ahead of the curve. People almost got, like, too far ahead, right? And so you had people hitting... 25 was 60 power, and you had people hitting 20 with 140 power the next day. So, I just want to gear fast. Yes! Based. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Node reputation is going to be a big input for people early. Getting gear early on as well. I think it's going to be much more fun because it's an incentivization around Grand Dungeon grinding and, like, trash grinding instead of named mob sitting. As much as named mobs are cool and all, like, I don't want half of my gear to be from named mobs. I want to rely on those set bonuses and maybe farm up a named weapon or something if there's one that outdoes the regular drops. But named mobs, I think, should truly be a complementary and not like a primary form of gearing, especially with how ungodly fucking boring they are, to say the absolute least. Bro, it's intolerable to sit on a fucking named mob and just... for 20 fucking minutes. Holy shit. Makes me actually reconsider existing. It's real bad. First 25, wearing level 1 hat is only gear and sword. Honestly, most mages be like... And then they complain that they have no gear on launch. It's a whole process. But yes. Yes. I've seen that somewhere before. Quite frequently. I think our pace will be good. It just depends. Because of the fact that, like, we're going... How did I get in this well, by the way? What happened here? Did I get... Yeah, I got teleported. Okay, yeah, that was a Planendorf. Wait. That was not a rubber band. Somebody put me in this fucking well. That's not a rubber band. Somebody put me there. Somebody put me in that well. I'm convinced. And somebody's gonna have to come clean about it. You deserved it. Probably. I'm not here to argue that. But somebody put me in that well. I was sabotaged. I was step-broed by a developer. It's where a dwarf belongs. They're trying to hold a Nakua down. They don't want to see me succeed. It's absolutely ridiculous, dog. I don't know if I'm gonna stand for this shit. First, they tried to eliminate the EU servers. Then they tried to eliminate the future island dwarves of America. It is a goddamn shame, the state of affairs that we are currently in. Goddamn fucking shame. But yeah, I got my money on Planendorf. I think I was talking shit about Jacob crashing the server during that time, though. So it could have also been Jacob. We'll never know. We'll never know. No one decided to show their face. But people came by and laughed at me. Because I was stuck in a well all by my lonesome. And it was not ideal. Dude, I was like a fucking spectacle. Look at everybody. This is ridiculous. I hated this. I felt so fucking helpless. So unbelievably powerless. It was ridiculous. Never again will I be trapped in a goddamn well. I'll have an exit strategy. I will have a plan. And that plan will surely lead me to success. So boys, testing tomorrow. What are we looking to test? Because I feel as though I need to finish up my early route. Does this clue bit work? What clue bit? What you talking about, Willis? Pretty sure it'll be a patch tomorrow. Yeah, they mentioned that we could have a patch tomorrow as well, which is quite nice. And then large patch Tuesday, of course, on live. Thank God. That's absolutely wonderful for us. I consider us to be absolutely up tremendous in that regard. Now I wonder what the patch is going to be tomorrow. Probably primarily bug fixes, if I had to guess. I don't really think we'll be seeing much else other than that leading up to this time. I'm assuming the fucking day before P3. I hope everything's in that they want to have in. If not, we in some trouble. So, Ken, thank you for the hydrate. I set up an ice maker today, and the ice maker makes like the little like cup ice type thing. Like y'all know what I'm talking about with the cup ice, the shit that's like shaped like this, that has like the little hollow part of it. So the ice maker makes that, and it fucks. Like, I just put the ice in stuff and it melts, but it's cool ice, to say the absolute least. It's much better than just cubes, and that shit pumps. I got like a little ice box container thing in my freezer because my fridge doesn't have one of the ice makers, and so it's fucking massive. Huge convenience. Huge convenience. But how's the night? Oh, dude. The night's really fucking good, to say the very least. We are less than 2 days away now. Like, we are 2 sleeps away, 1 full Dusty stream away from the P3 launch. It sounds absolutely unreal to think about. There were times along the way where I questioned my own sanity for staying through everything that I stayed through, and I don't regret a single part of it. If I'm being completely honest with myself, I would do it again because I believe in this title that much. I believe in this community that much, and I consider myself extremely lucky to be in the spot that I'm in, man. I'm glad that we were able to hold it down during the down period. I'm glad that we stuck through it, through the bad weather, through the lull in player base and hype and everything. And now we're at the part where it's just fun again. It's only up from here. You're going to have ebbs and flows of the player base, but the good news is I'm pretty confident that long term, we're going to be looking a whole lot better because of this little lull. And I think P3 is where we really start seeing that content cycle come in. You got player base up, and then player base completes content. Some players trickle out, wait for new content, and then new content drops rapidly, and players come back in. Bro, I can't wait. I think that's what we're going to start seeing. And I think we're going to start growing our player base over time. And I think that it's going to be absolutely phenomenal to see. We'll see the world coming together. We'll see the game coming together. We'll see the community expanding. All of that shit. Tarv, my friend, I hope you have a wonderful night, dog. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out this evening. Bose, what up, dog? I hope you're having a good night. One goes and one comes. Bose, what you up to tonight, dog? It's a beautiful night to get your testing loops in the anvils. You want to be familiar with your starting loop. So, just keep in mind, you have 2 days left. You've got the rest of today, and then you've got tomorrow. And then, brother, it's launch time. It is P3 launch on the 26th at 1 p.m. EST. Sounds fucking unreal to say, but holy shit. P3 is in 2 days. I'm so excited. Finish up testing some early cooking and farming stuff. Did you find anything good? The early cooking is gonna be pivotal, dog. Food buffs are fat. Especially if you can even just get like power buffs out on people. Like if you get to apprentice and then get like level 10 stakes and stuff. When are we expecting Renkai? Bro, hopefully soon. I want to be a fucking Renkai. They're yoked as fuck. They're the only class that resembles my physique. Like, I want something that represents the big, burly structure of a man that I am. And, like, just walks around exuding that big, bulky confidence, right? And I'm hoping that I get my hands on the Renkai soon. I think Renkai tanks are going to be phenomenal. So, love Renkai. Yep, they're nice. Storm, you're gonna die. We've seen them on the private test realm, like not on our end for play, but we have seen GMs using them. We've also seen GMs using Summoner. Summoner, we did hear, is going to be coming over to the private test realm for testing mid-September. So target goal is still October for deployment with that bad boy. So maybe October, maybe with that big November patch, but I will most definitely be re-leveling a Renkai tank. I'll just transfer all my gear over. I'm not even fucking exaggerating. I'll just level a Renkai tank when it comes out. I'm not gonna level a different class. I'm just gonna play tank. Just made heroic sword. Ooh, Lincoln in global. I must see Statistaroonies. And are you noticing that even though you're not focusing XP, you're getting a nice little trickle of XP, like enough to make it somewhat convenient? I think that's the biggest thing. People will not expect to progress at the speed of light through gathering, refining, and crafting. But if they're progressing at all, like a snail's pace is better than no pace. if I can say it very simply. And previously it was no pace for progression for crafters and gatherers, and it was just a sacrifice. And I'm really hoping that my crafters, my gatherers feel rewarded. Brook Steel Shord, 137 fizz power, 16 strength, 91 speed, and 88 fizz chance. Fizz crit chance, that is. Is that really that good, though? Because, like, Rusty Longsword is 56 fizz power, 7 strength. That is a heroic sword. And it's not even 3x the stats of, like, the basic pre-crafting sword. Does that seem slightly underwhelming? Is initiate grade? Right, so is the Rusty sword. I know it's also initiate grade, but shouldn't that be... The level 5 recipe drops are twice as good as the base crafted weapons? Oh, so that's the very base. Okay, so Rusty sword is eye level like 1, and then that's an eye level 3, and then you have like your eye level 5 or 6, and then your eye level 9. Okay. Yup. That makes sense to me. So you're essentially looking at like a eye level 1 equivalent or eye level 3 equivalent there. So that's not going to be a massive upgrade. Okay. So how much time would you say you put into that, just casually going about it? Just trying recipes to see if they break at this point? Fair. Are you noticing that things are pretty convenient overall? Or are you feeling like things are very separated? Now I get to interview you for feedback. Yes. I'm hoping that the changes that they made with the vendors and everything bring the accessibility part of that crafting route together for people and make it feel a little less disconnected, a little less arbitrary. So time and amount seem correct to me. Good. Yeah, I need to use part of tomorrow to get a little bit more mob drop rate data. I mean, I say mob drop rate data. It's nice to know, but like, what the fuck am I gonna do with the data? It's not like I'm just gonna start crafting shit instead. I'm gonna play it regardless of the fucking data. But I just wanted to sound cool and say I needed to get more data. But I think they slowed down drop rates a bit. I think. Based on what I've seen and felt so far, it definitely seems like drop rates are a little bit slower again. Drop rates feel slower? Yeah, especially in the anvils. 1-star minnows were previously just absolutely like farting out loot, and now at this point they're a little quieter, to say the least. I absolutely agree. Still don't think Dusty will be able to yacht for 24 hours? Oh, that's easy. I mean, I already did a 20-hour. So the problem is, Phase 2.5 launch, I did like a 20 or a 21-hour stream, something like that. But I lost my voice after, and not like fully lost my voice, but I got really raspy and I sounded like one of those diner waitresses that knows your coffee and your like your order by heart when you walk in. They're just like, hang on. Like, it was bad. So fortunately I got some throat coat tea for myself this time, some throat coat for the throat goat, and from there I should be good. I've been trying to sip a glass of that each night to prepare. Really good for throat health and hopefully not losing my fucking voice. So we're preparing. Also, chat, if you guys have bis snack ideas for stream, like for the 24-hour stream and for prep for P3, I need you guys to post them in my Discord tonight, because tomorrow morning Carla and I are going to Sam's Club. If your recommendations are not posted, they will not be heeded. Exclamation Discord, that is discord.gg/DustyWhy. That's the community Discord, not the guild Discord. So that's for the stream one. So post them in there. In general, anywhere. All of those will be heeded. The best ones will be considered. And you may even find yourself winning a gold star or a VIP or some shit if you drop a banger. So, yo, what up, Schmelly? Come back from a testing break for P3. How's tank feeling to you recently, specifically grapple? Oh, god tier. Oh, they fucking giga-juiced god tier. God tier. Jesus Christ, they giga-juiced grapple. So basically, grapple now is like goes out, connects to the target, but instead of like reeling in a fishing pole, where it's like that poltergeist like moving towards you, it's like you throw it and then like yeet, and it like pulls them in, almost teleports them to you in a sense. It is iframeable, it is dodgeable if people get it on the animation, but grapple has received significant buffs. On top of that, they also made it so you can roadhog hook. So like if I'm looking at you and I grapple you here and then I turn away, I can deposit you here by turning my body away during the grapple. So now you can turn during the grapple cast and kind of have that element of like depositing someone, to say the very least. So grapple has received really solid changes. I'm a huge tank enjoyer anyways. I play tank in PvE, PvP, the most, competitive content, the most casual content, all of it. I think tank is incredibly well done. All the way up into top end PvP. You've got your wall, your grapple, your protect, your Aegis, your intercept, all of those things that are just so impactful. So, but it makes me excited to play tank again. Wall and grapple are so fun in PvP when they work. Oh, I absolutely agree. It is devastating, to say the least. Chat, anybody that's dueled against me on PTR, do you guys like grapple or do you guys not like the grapple changes? Because I bet a lot of people I've dueled against would say that they don't like the grapple changes because it's a little fast. But it's real fucking good, to say the least. I don't really think it's a problem in terms of how fast it is once it connects, as people can iframe it, people can play properly around it. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking rogue player. Piece of shit. Anyways, Lesh has some opinions sometimes. They're usually wrong. Don't mind him. He plays rogue. So, he exists here. We let him live here. Yo, Dominus, what up, dude? I feel like the nerf on healing, a boost on damage, is lame for cleric, and they should have just boosted the damage, not nerf the heals. I don't know about cleric, honestly. See what's up. But are you saying they like nerf the amount of healing that a cleric does? Clerics felt super strong to me still. Cleric was kind of OP. Yeah, I mean, at least in PvP, I felt like I had plenty of support from clerics, but it's all team-based too, right? If you're playing with a bunch of goobers that are just going in and dying as fast as they can, it's gonna make it real fucking hard, dog. It's gonna make it real hard, so. I fail at baiting. Clerics suck. What do you mean we need 3 CCs? No, you don't. No, you don't. It's okay. It's okay. I know where you truly lie. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe the numbers are slightly lower, but I also feel like we have to remember mitigation is higher right now. Or at least me as a tank. I also feel like due to set bonuses coming in the way that they are, mitigation is a bit higher. Penetration, not being a commonly found stat on gear, is also going to play into mitigation being super impactful. So I do feel as though damage taken should work out to be a bit better. The time to kill is something that Intrepid's been eyeballing as well. They want to keep an eye on it and adjust as always, but tank's looking amazing, but I think tank and cleric should be equals. I mean, equals in what sense? Like, they just do so many different things. There's no way that you can possibly measure them together. That's like apples and fucking lug nuts. Like, I don't really think there's a way to compare those two, in all fairness, to make them equals. They're just completely different roles. Legendary should take weeks or months to make. Yeah. I mean, Foop, I really hope that Legendary does take a long time to make, especially with the impactfulness of it. Level 20 Legendary Longsight Bow green was 3,700 Fizz Power rating, and Legendary was 6,800 Fizz Power. So it's substantial. So I have no issues personally. If all gear at higher levels took a lot, go grind and get her to buy it from people grinding it. Yeah, I also think in terms of like very, very hard to craft things, multiplayer input is a massive element that we have to consider that really will power a lot. If you were spending 8 hours farming something, but you have a group of 8 people doing it, that's not going to be a big deal. It's not going to be a big deal. What up, Zop? I mean, I do think higher rarity should be, like, hard to get. And I mean, maybe 2 months for, a long term would be good with level expansions too. But either way. I do agree that high rarity stuff should feel impactful to get, should be a rush to get. So if everything's legendary, what would people do? I mean, gear will eventually have a sink out of the economy too, but yeah, I totally get that. Should be able to take as much damage as I can heal, and we should be able to do the same amount of damage. I kind of disagree there. Like, I don't think there is a world where a healer should do as much damage as a tank does. But I mean, different games structure things differently. I don't think a cleric as a base archetype is meant to have much damage. If you do want damage on a cleric, that's meant to be something that you get from your secondary, right? So that would probably be more in ranks or secondaries or something like that down the road. If I spend 8 to 12 hours gathering / processing at max level, I would expect to have a Lego item or close to it. Yo, that's like a Lego item a day. That means like a couple weeks in and you have everything. That's fast. So would we take bonfire route to start? Yeah, bonfire route. I would recommend doing a lot of the bonfire route and getting familiar with it. That I think is... That was a bad take. I love the instant correction. That's okay, that's okay. Sometimes I have those moments too. I'll say something and I'm like, damn, okay, how can we backpedal this without chat noticing I'm backpedaling? Yeah. Alright, boyos. Boyos, today's been fun. It's been a banger stream, I will say. I do appreciate all the love, all the new follows, everybody coming through. If you guys are new to the channel, I do appreciate y'all coming through today, checking out the stream. My name is Dusty. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I stream 8 to 12 hours of Ashes a day. So please make sure you drop the follow. It helps support the channel, helps keep me here as a full-time Ashes content creator through development and up to and past launch. So all the support, like I said, truly does mean the world. Today was day 789 in a row without a day off stream. Tomorrow, 780, and that is the last day before phase 3. 781, that's gonna be a big fucking day for us, boys. So if you guys ever have any questions, make sure you do !guild, !discord, hop into everything on that side of things. And as always, boys, I just appreciate y'all being here. Y'all are hanging out. We don't really have much of a reason to be here in general. It's an alpha. The game's not even out yet, and shit, I just be chilling and yapping and playing the game. So we're truly up tremendous, as Arb said. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you guys being here tonight, spending the evening with me. It, quite literally makes all this possible, and it's changed my life. So, boys, I will catch y'all tomorrow for yet another banger stream. This will be our pre-phase 3 stream. The last one. I can't wait. Y'all, I will catch you tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.